Good morning, Chatty House.
Chatty ups.
See if there we go.
Hi, everyone.
There we go.
Hello. Hello. Rust Dog got the belt today. Congratulations, Rust Dog.
Rust Dog is back.
Ayo. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hey. We're so dialed. Tyler's here, and Scooter's here, and David's here. Spencer's here. Lock in, y'all. Yeah, can you do that, please? Thank you. No, I'm joking. Oh. Damn. Oh, good morning.
Oh, boy. How much time do we have?
20 seconds to the legal.
Here, mute the mics for a second.
All right, let's go, y'all. Heyo, good morning, everybody. Hello. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. A happy Wednesday to you. It's January 21. We're hanging out with you till noon. Right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. The Kings lost last night, FYI. 130 to 117. But I think we're turning a corner. I think the Kings season is reaching the point that we've all kind of been waiting for it to reach. Early in the year, it was really clear that they, we're trying to win, seeing what they had. I think you, me, I'm going to say 75 to 80% of Kings fans were ready to pull the plug after a month. Like, okay,
yeah,
this is what this is. The injury stuff stinks. The plane was going to be tough to get off the ground, and there's just this is done.
Yeah, like maybe don't repair the plane while it's in the air.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Especially after it's crashed, just try a new plane.
Yeah,
don't try and continue flying that one.
Yeah, or maybe order new parts and switch out parts and maybe make a different plane out of parts from other planes.
If there's some other parts that are maybe like old and a little more expensive, can you trade those parts for either newer parts or maybe the chance to go get newer parts in the future?
Yeah.
They've pulled the plug. The plug has been pulled because they're finally doing what we've been asking for, you and me, James. And like I said, I'm going to lower this. 65% of the Kings fan base has been asking for months.
Mm-hmm.
We're finally reaching the point that at the end of games, Zach LaVine's going to play 7 minutes in the second half. Domantas Sabonis is going to play 5 minutes in the second half. I think it's 5 minutes in the second half.
Yeah. You know what's funny though? Because this is
Please.
going over like a lead balloon, right? It's not going over well. It's not going over well at all.
What do you mean? I'm having a great time watching the Kings right now.
Yeah, I mean behind the scenes, like
yeah,
like I don't think these players thought that this is where this was going to go, which I don't know that makes you like if you're these players and you're looking at what's happening, you kind of like you have 12 wins, right? Is it 11 or 12? It's 12.
12 and 32.
12 and 32. What the hell did you think was going to happen? Like, you were a young player at some point, and you took someone's job at some point because the team decided to go younger and decided to go in a different direction. You sure should know what's going on. You're now the overpriced, bloated contract that they can't get rid of, and you're going to have to watch other people play basketball. Them are the rules.
That's how it goes.
The league you don't get to play for like 70 years and just keep playing. There's one LeBron James who gets to play like 24 years and just keep going. And everyone's like, what in the world is happening here?
Right.
That's it.
That's how
everyone else, they age out. They slow down. It's just the natural life of an NBA basketball player. But because you didn't see it coming, you should have probably seen it coming when you were 8 and 30.
That you didn't. If there is a player or players, or coach or coaches, or front office member or front office members, in this instance, players is what we're talking about. If there was a player on the Kings that didn't start reading the tea leaves, and you know what? Not even tea leaves, written on the whiteboard, big letters.
Yeah.
Printed out, texted to you.
Billboards. Yeah, on the way to work.
Like, this is the direction this thing's heading.
You went through the Quick Quack and they played it on your window as you're getting your car washed.
Shout out to Quick Quack. I love that place.
There it is.
They put one in right by my house. I go like twice a week. Except right now because it's raining. But dude, once the sun's out, I'm in there twice a week. Shout out to Quick Quack. But anyways, if you didn't see this coming, like, that's a you problem. That's just, I question that. I don't want to say that. That's mean.
Okay, but look.
Go ahead.
You had a veteran group.
A very veteran group.
And you wouldn't play to your strengths. You wouldn't play for each other. You wouldn't play to win basketball games. And so you lost. This season very well could have been about building something, about continuing this thing and getting back to the playoffs, getting into the play-in, whatever. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of us here were predicting that this team would win 40-plus games.
Sure.
Like, you should not be this bad. But when you toil around for 2 or 3 months and just aren't good and can't figure out how a 32-year-old point guard and a 37-year-old point guard and a 36-year-old small forward and a 31-year-old shooting guard, like you're getting replaced because nobody wants to watch the brand of basketball you played anymore. Not here, not together as a collective.
Yep.
And so now this is where we are. And I think, again, it's not easy. And I'm glad I'm not Doug Christie, who has to set up in front of a group of media members and ask the questions like, hey, why did Zach LaVine play 6 minutes, 7 minutes in the second half? Why did Domantas Sabonis not step on the court in the fourth quarter?
I'm happy. I'm there. I'm with you. We are in lockstep on this. I'm happy that we've reached the point, though, that A, those questions are being asked, and B, that Doug is finally doing this. Because this is what the Kings losing isn't fun. Like, I get it. And it never felt, they lost by 13 last night. It never felt like, oh man, they might get this one. Like the Blazers game, it felt like, oh man, they might get over the hump here.
Yeah.
Last night, it never felt like that. But that's not fun. But the fact that we finally reached this point, I was hoping that we'd get there in 15 or 20 games. It took 45, 44.
Yep.
For Doug to go, and he said it plainly. We needed to have somebody out there who could get us a stop.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find stops. Our offense is fine. We stink defensively. And I'm trying to make adjustments to be better defensively.
Yep.
Like, finally, thank you. This is what we've been asking for since it was the biggest question we had going in. Hey, is Doug, a first-time head coach with this weird roster, going to be able to, if they're not doing what they want to do defensively, because he has made that very clear, it's the drum he's beat since his first day as the interim head coach, we're going to play defense.
Yep.
This is going to be about defense. Don't even want to talk about offense. I'm not talking about offense. We need to be better defensively. He has said that from the jump. There's been no question about what Doug Christie's basketball philosophy is, which is fine. That's not a shot. That's just that is what it is, which I think is a thumbs up. I think that's the right way to think about the sport. But he hasn't taken action on it.
Yeah.
We've been asking, I don't want to put myself in. You guys in the media who are there every day have been asking this question since game one. And finally, Doug is doing the things necessary to say, all right, man, hey, Zach, you're not cutting it defensively. We need to do something different. You're going to sit.
Yeah, I don't care if you've only missed 2 shots or whatever it is.
Yep.
I don't care.
Yeah, we're not. Your shot going in matters less when you're immediately giving up a layup on the other end, right? Like that's just kind of the back and forth of the sport. And so the fact that we're in this space where Zach LaVine's playing 7 minutes and Domas is playing 5 minutes, and Doug's answer is not anything about like injuries or we're working through stuff or like no, we need to get stops, man. And these guys aren't doing it, so we're gonna try somebody else.
Yeah,
thank you. Finally. This is great. That's what I've been wanting to see for the whole season. But realistically, we weren't going to see it until 20 or 25 games in. So the last 20 or so games.
Yeah. And so, like, look, I'm going to point out a couple of things, too. Like, a lot of people, they're like, well, then why does DeMar DeRozan play 35 minutes?
Good question.
Did anyone watch the game last night? Because from what I could tell, DeMar DeRozan pushed the guy early, instigated a little dust up. Then after that, in one of the final plays of the game, took a guy's head off going to the basket and got a flagrant one. Mm-hmm. If you think DeMar DeRozan isn't buying into what Doug Christie's selling and isn't playing hard and isn't playing physical and isn't pushing people around and isn't pissed about what's happening, then you're wrong. Now, here's my problem. It's that I watched him do that, and then I see Russell Westbrook plays the second most amount of minutes. I couldn't have been more disappointed in what I saw from him last night.
Yep.
It was the live ball turnovers that were so egregious where he refused to pass to young players that were standing there waiting for the ball and instead did something ridiculous, turned the ball over, and then instead of playing defense or running back on defense, he jumped up a couple of times at midcourt and tried to steal a ball that was getting thrown over the top. As opposed to playing defense, he gambled again after losing the ball. And you're like, man, that ain't it.
Nope.
I get, like, look, Malik Monk got the memo. It was they did tough love with Malik Monk. He got the memo. So when he goes out there and he plays 30 minutes, I thought he deserved it. I thought he played hard on both ends of the floor. I don't think he's a great defender, but a lot of times it's about effort and just trying.
That's it.
You know, because you're not going to find a perfect point guard in the modern NBA that plays defense and is good offensively and distributes the ball.
You will, and he's going to win MVP on Oklahoma City.
Yeah. And he's not really a point guard, but
sure. But you said it with Malik. Malik Monk, no matter what he does, just because of the nature of the way the NBA is going and his size, he's never going to be a great defender. But you can get away with having a not great defender on the floor with other good defenders around him if that guy tries. The reason that Trae Young is a net negative player is because he does not try defensively. Not only is he undersized, but he also doesn't give enough effort that allows his teammates to bring help or to allow his center to rotate over when he gets beat. That's what Steph Curry, not a great defender. Steph Curry has always tried his ass off on that end of the floor, and it has allowed them to have the other defenders around him to make them a good defensive team, despite the fact that he is at best mid defender.
Yeah, at best a league average defender, probably a tick below league
tries.
Average. Yep.
And Malik, to your point, is at least giving that effort and giving the rest of the defense a chance to be involved and to affect plays. Now, again, their defense isn't good enough. There's no button that Doug can press that is going to make this a good defensive team.
Yeah.
That's just the point. But we have said it from the jump. This is not about wins and losses. This is about establishing culture and establishing a play style. Can you, over the next 38 games, establish that high energy defense, whether you're getting stops or not, playing your ass off on that end and doing the right things equals minutes? Establishing that now with Nick Clifford, with Maxime Reynaud, with Dylan Cardwell, with Precious Achua, with Malik Monk is going to get you so much further in 2026 and beyond.
Yeah.
Than, all right, hey, Zach LaVine, he's a $40 million guy. He's got to go play. That's not going to get you anywhere. It's certainly not going to get you wins.
Yeah.
So again, the Kings winning is better than the Kings losing. But at least now I feel like we're in this, we've reached the point of the season that they are starting to do the things necessary to help them down the line.
I hope so.
Which is what matters so much more. Do you know what they have to go to reach their win total from last year?
Oh, that's not good.
They have to go 28-10.
Oh, no.
Just to get to where they were last year.
Just to be a sub 500 team.
Just to be 2 games under 500. Like, right, you're not getting there. You're not doing that.
No.
So stop worrying about. I saw somebody on the internet last night mentioned, and I've seen this sentiment kind of throughout. Like, we talk about trades in relation to trades. Oh, if they bring in Rob Dillingham, it's like, oh, but how does that help their issues this year? Like, it doesn't, because it's not about this year. Nothing is about this year.
Yeah.
Get out of that scope. When you're watching the game, if you want them to win, great. But what happens within the course of that game is not about those 48 minutes. It's about setting this team up to be better than 12-32 at the 44 game mark next year.
Or the year after.
And the year after and the year after.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this season was lost in the first 20 games. I
Easy.
thought that was a possibility that it would be lost in the first 20 games, and they took it to a different level. Now I'm watching players who don't want to inbound the ball to certain players because they know that if they inbound the ball to certain players, they're never getting the ball back. So they're not doing it.
Not tenable.
So they're sending it to a different player. And I'm watching veterans look off young players who are wide open and taking just horrific shots or turning the ball over instead of hitting a wide open young player. Like, if that's who you are, that's fine. You show yourself. You just go watch the tape. Like that tape last night, man, it's about, like, there are plays in that tape that should get players removed from the rotation. You can watch it. I mean, like, go back and go, oh, I didn't see that in real time. Now I see it. Like, that's a problem. When you're seeing the descent on the court towards each other, that's a problem. And again, I don't think this is, hey, you lost the locker room. Hey, there are certain players that I'm sure Doug Christie has lost in that locker room. There's also certain players that are like, oh, I'm in. I'm playing hard.
1,000%.
I'm loving this. And a lot of the players that are lost in the locker room, there's nothing the Kings can do about that. Yeah, you want to be a hostage? It's like, okay, you're a hostage. That's fine. Because some hostages, nobody pays up for.
And this is what, that's a bar. This is what we worried about when we looked at their win total and went 34.5, 35.5. That feels really low. And we said, okay, what's the circumstance where we go under? And it's this exact circumstance.
Oh, it's here. Yeah.
I mean, we arrived a while ago, but like, it is really here now where it's becoming a problem on the court.
Well, that, and I know we got to go to break, but in the chat, I see a lot of people saying, Scott Perry's got to do something. He's got to do something. Man, it takes two to tango. And this is not his mess. He did not trade for these players. He did not sign these players. You want to blame him for Dennis Schroeder, that's fine. Dennis Schroeder might be one of the easiest players on this team to trade.
Yep.
That's it.
All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We'll dive into some of the nitty-gritty from the game last night, some of the good, some of the bad. But you asked me a question. I've been pretty down on Nate Clifford because I was very high on him going into the year. But you asked me a question that might be bringing me back. We'll talk about that next on The Insiders. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Boy. Hello, everyone. Yeah, the Heat couldn't miss. I don't know why people keep asking about Keegan Murray. Not that one. This one. Like, he got injured on like January 6th, and he was out a minimum of 3 to 4 weeks before he'll be reevaluated. We're nowhere near. Yeah, January 6th is when we got the MRI results back. And it was a minimum of 3 to 4 weeks. So we're 15 days into that window. So we're still a week away at a minimum, but 2 weeks probably at least. And that's from reevaluation. I'm going to guess, just because the dates here are lining up, I'm going to guess that Keegan Murray doesn't play until after the All-Star break. And I'm sorry, I wasn't jumping on you, Russ, but I keep getting that same question on Twitter. Domas was 4 weeks initially, and then they reevaluated him, said another 4 to 5 weeks, and then he came back in 2.5, 3 weeks. Some interesting stuff there too. Let me see. When do the Kings? Today is the 21st, so 15 days. If we just go 14th to 20th, 27th, and February 4th. Yeah, I mean, I guess All-Star break is not until February 11th. So maybe he does come back and play a couple of games before the All-Star break. Yeah, we now get locker room's open. You go to the locker room, and there ain't nobody there. And they haven't been there for a while. Oh, look at that. Cody Bellinger and the New York Yankees are in agreement on a free agent contract. 5-year deal. What's going on, everybody?
Zip recruiter.
Sorry, we've been a little quiet.
Oh, here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. We got some 49ers notes coming up. The Bills owner said something today about Sean McDermott being fired, their former head coach. And I want to ask everyone if it applies to the 49ers. We'll get into that a little bit later. Right now, I want to put a bow on the Kings Heat game. We'll get to 6 quick thoughts in a second, but I've been a little bit down on Nate Clifford.
Mm-hmm.
And not in a I say this fully understanding this is a rookie in a really, really tough spot. We talk about the Kings' lack of offensive flow and its impact on Keegan Murray. I think it might have the same kind of impact on a player like Nate Clifford. So this is not to write off Nate Clifford. This is not, but keep in mind, I was on this radio station watching him in Summer League and saying, man, his Summer League looks like the type of Summer League that stars have. That in 2035, when Nate Clifford is a multi-time All-Star, we're looking back and going, man, we should have seen it in summer league. It looked like that.
Yeah.
And so that was like, man, I had such high hopes for what Neek could be this year. And he hasn't been offensively, at least. He's been good defensively, and he's growing on that end of the floor. But offensively, he's 40% from the field on 5 attempts a game. He's 31% from 3 on 2 attempts a game. 3 rebounds, 1.3 assists, 5.3. Like he hasn't been as productive as I was hoping on that end. And so I've been a little down. And it's got me wondering, wow, we're seeing Dylan Cardwell really develop and find a role. We're seeing Maxime Reynaud really develop and find a role. We're seeing even a guy like Precious Achiuwa, who has been in the NBA, but really kind of carve out a role with this team. Even Keegan Murray, before he got hurt, had started being a little more aggressive, attacking the basket, finding shots inside the arc. And then there's Neek, who I feel offensively, in my eyes, has just not developed really. We're not seeing anything. He still looks, for lack of a better term, lost. So I was very down on him. But then you hit me with this question last night, and it gives me a little bit more optimism than what I had. You asked me if he could become Jaime Jaquez.
Yeah.
And what can you explain why you asked me that about Jaime specifically?
Okay, so when you watch Jaime Jaquez play, he's just gritty, and he does all of the dirty work. He plays defense. He's physical going to the basket. He rebounds. He gets on the floor. And I see an outline of a player who's like, again, like a jack of all trades, master of none player. And that's fine. You can be that at the NBA level, right? I still think that there's more to Neek than potentially even being just Jaime Jaquez. And again, Jaquez is averaging 15 points a game. Like, he's been really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm watching, like, again, this is, I think it's year 3 for Jaime.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're watching him develop, this is kind of where you hope that Neek Clifford goes.
Yeah.
And it's not like put some lofty name on him and say, hey, he's going to be this guy.
Yeah.
Right. But there's something that I watched last night, and that is when he decides to dribble the ball. It's like there's a catch and shoot aspect that he needs to get better at, right? He needs to catch and shoot the 3.
Has to knock that down.
But when he does decide to put the ball on the floor, he just becomes a completely different player.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he is a very, very good basketball player.
I agree.
And you watch him when he gets to the lane, he starts firing passes on time, on target. You hear Doug say it all the time. A lot of the reasons why the Kings aren't good this year is because their passes aren't on time and they aren't on target. They just aren't.
They're neither
not hitting,
of the two things.
They're not hitting anybody in rhythm for a rhythm 3.
Yeah.
I'm watching Neek Clifford run and do these things, but then I see him do the most dreaded thing of all time, and that is a veteran player walks towards him and he gives him the ball every time.
Mm.
They have to get rid of some of these guys that are like, they're a security blanket for some of the players, but they're also a wet blanket for half the team.
Yeah, sure.
And
a wet security blanket.
Yes.
The worst type.
It is. It is the worst type, because I don't think that you're going to see the true growth of Neek Clifford or Keegan Murray until that happens. Like, this is not a supportive offensive group. And I know Doug Christie doesn't want to talk about offense all the time. Here's the problem with not wanting to talk about offense. You have a bunch of offensive players, right? Who thrive on getting their buckets, right? If the offense isn't working and they're not getting their buckets, they're so disinterested on the other end of the court.
Yep.
Because that's who they are. They're scorers. And it's like, okay, but you have to be more. It's like, but I'm not more. Well, you have to be more if you're going to stay on the court. Oh, okay, prove it. And for 40 games, okay, nothing happened.
Yep.
Like, you go out there and you do what you're going to do. You play your game. This is my game. This is how I roll. It's like, okay, well, we're losing because of that. Well, no, it's not because of me. Look at all the points I scored. It's like, yeah, but I could have got that out of 3 different players who play defense on the other side of the ball. I don't care about your scoring. And that's kind of where we're getting right now, where like the moment of truth is here. And a lot of it is because, like, look, the trade deadline's here. Like, and I'd almost say, like, the Kings would welcome a couple of players going, hey, I'd like out. They would.
Yeah.
Like, they're
force their hand.
Yeah.
It's like,
just
great.
Say, okay,
Oops.
great. Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, it's not like they have trade value anyways. Like, and if nothing else, it will just like expose you for what it is that you are. And that is a player that has a contract that nobody wants to trade for. Like, all right, you don't want to be here. Last time I checked, Zach LaVine, you played 7 minutes in the second half last night. You do have a $49 million player option for next season. You don't want to be here? Okay.
Opt out.
Go ahead and opt out.
Yeah.
Like, or you can just be here for the next year. And if we can trade you, like, I think it's the craziest thing ever. Like Damian said it yesterday. When we had the handoff that, oh, well, now they're shifting gears to Jimmy Butler and his $58 million deal. Jimmy Butler can't play at all next season, or at least he's not going to play till midseason next year. And even when he does, he's a 37, 38-year-old dude with a blown ACL, right? But the problem is that if you trade for him, you might be able to get like an injury, like
waiver,
the waiver, the exception, right? Which would mean you get half of the money that you could use as salary cap. You still have to pay the $60 million or $58 million, but now you got an extra $29 million you can go spend money on. If he comes back and plays, you get hit with that as a tax bill. Like that $30 million just reappears. So there's no way to know that Jimmy Butler will be out the entirety of next season. And so when I look at that, and people are like, oh, well, the whole Jimmy Butler thing is like, you could trade for him and you'll have a $58 million expiring contract. It's like, well, not really, because if he comes back and plays, you don't get that injury settlement.
Okay.
Right? So why would a team choose to trade for Jimmy Butler as opposed to Zach LaVine, who at least can go out and play basketball for you? And that's where I'm very confused by like even the Jimmy Butler thing. Like if they really feel that way about Jimmy Butler, that they can go get something down the line, they should probably see if the Kings will take Jimmy Butler for Zach LaVine. Play Zach LaVine a little bit now and then trade Zach LaVine for the player that you want down the road, because now you have a $49 million expiring contract that at least can help somebody, not a $49 million contract that won't play for you, which is what Jimmy Butler is. So either way, I'm super confused about how this is all going to play out, because the Kings don't want to have a lot of these players on their roster. It's very apparent. But they also have no way to move a lot of these players. And so it's going to be a very hard next couple of weeks. And I know a lot of people in the chat are, say, oh, Monty, they're comparing Monty McNair and Scott Perry at this point. Dude, you got to give Scott at least not just only this trade deadline, but like this summer to start to reshape this thing, because he inherited a ton of bad contracts that can't be traded. And I know players don't want to hear that they're a bad contract that can't be traded, but there it is. You're a bad contract that can't be traded.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know how I got here with the Jaime Jaquez and the Nick Clifford thing.
I was trying to bring it back. The bottom line is, I believe what you're saying is, if the Kings are able to get out from under some of their current contracts of players who are holding Nick Clifford back, we may see a different version of Nick Clifford post-trade deadline.
Yeah, and I feel the same way about Keegan Murray. I feel the same way. I think they're both young players that don't know how to be assertive in a locker room filled with former all-star players.
And I think too, this is a little bit like it goes. I'm going to try and make an NFL comparison here. We'll see if I can keep this on track. It's a little bit like calling a player a system quarterback. When what you're saying is, hey, that guy can't be a good quarterback if the offensive line is bad and the skill positions are bad and the coaching is bad. Like, yeah, of course. No quarterback is going to thrive in that situation. Some might be better than others, but your chances of winning a lot of games are going to be very, very slim. But if you put that quarterback behind a good offensive line, and he's got a good play caller, and he's got a couple offensive weapons to work with, all of a sudden that looks like an MVP candidate. It kind of makes you wonder if that's the bucket that Nick Clifford and Keegan Murray fall into. Where, okay, yeah, when you throw them in, Zach LaVine is going to score 20 plus a night. DeMar DeRozan is going to score 20 plus a night no matter what situation you put him in. Like, they're going to do that. You may not win a lot of games, but you know what you're going to get. Whereas you give Nick Clifford and Keegan Murray the quote-unquote offensive line.
Yeah.
And you give them a system to play within. Maybe you see a better version of them. And I buy that for sure. I have a couple things on the Nick Jaime thing specifically. This is just a fun coincidence. You know, they are exactly 1 year and 1 day apart.
Oh, that's weird.
Jaime Jaquez, February 8th. February 18th. So it's a year and 9 days. February 18th, 2001. And Nick Clifford is February 9th, 2002. But so they're about a year apart. The one, I guess, if he developed into that player, I think that's a huge win for the Kings. Because Jaime Jaquez is just kind of a gritty, do a little bit of everything type of player.
Yeah.
And the type of player that helps a good team and can fit anywhere. And if that's what Nick Clifford becomes, thumbs up. Like, that's not going to be a disappointment. This is not a top 3 pick. They're going, yeah, it's nice, but Harrison Barnes had a fantastic career, but like when he went 7 overall, it wasn't hoping he would turn into, a really nice role player. You're hoping to get a star. Anyways, the one thing I would push back on, and this goes maybe to your point, because Jaime got dropped into a Miami team that heat culture and they have a structure of what they're doing offensively and defensively, and they have a team identity and they have very specific defined roles. Jaime was 4th in Rookie of the Year voting. He was 9th in 6th Man of the Year voting as a rookie. He averaged 12 points, 4 boards, 2.5 assists, 48.9% from the field on 9 shots a night. He was only 32.2% from 3. He's not a great 3-point shooter, but he was really, really productive out of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if Nick next year gets to where Jaime was as a rookie, I would be pretty shocked. That would be a pretty significant turnaround if he was 12, 4, and 2.5 on 49% next year.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that's not in the cards for him yet.
Mm-hmm.
It's also possible that it is, and that he's a guy that is going to be able to make that leap, because the opportunity changes, and that's the biggest thing. Like, opportunity right now in Sacramento, it's horrible to watch. Mm-hmm. Like, it's horrible to watch like veteran players come in and they have no want to pass at all, because they're like, I know I'm not going to get any more than like 3 or 4 shots right here,
mm-hmm.
and I'm going to take them. And I don't care about anybody else. I'm just going to go do my thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so weird to watch one after another after another. And then the guys who are thriving, realistically, it's the guys who move off ball that are young players. That the cut by Nick Clifford that Domas found him on last night,
mm-hmm.
absolutely spectacular.
Yep.
The Dylan Cardwell dunker spot thing, where all of a sudden the veterans are like, well, I know I can get an assist. I might not be able to hit a bad shot from right here, but I know I'm going to get an assist because that kid's going to dunk the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are like things that are happening that are good, but also you're just watching young players do exactly what they're supposed to do, and a bunch of veteran players that are not.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really frustrating to watch. I mean, you can just key on each. There were so many times last night when I'm like, I'm not playing him again tonight. Oh no, he needs to go off the court. Do not come back in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at a certain point, if you're Doug Christie, you have to put your foot down and say, hey, look, play the right way, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about you.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the team, and it's about getting better, and it's about trying to like do things the right way.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Stop doing that, because you can see it. It's so obvious when it happens.
Yep.
Again, I recommend, I know it wasn't a great game. Go watch the game last night again,
mm-hmm.
and pick out things that frustrate you. You're going to see probably 10 times where a handful of players do something that is just so egregious that
mm-hmm.
you're like, man, I missed that the first time I watched it, but that's horrible. You can't do that. And you can't do that to a young teammate.
Nope.
And so it's tough.
It's worth noting, and this is not a perfect estimation, but I think it's an interesting thing from last night. In the first half, DeMar DeRozan 16 minutes, Russell Westbrook 15, Zach LaVine 15.5, Precious Achiuwa 8.5, Max plays 13, Malik 12, Nick Clifford 9 minutes, Dylan Cardwell 8 minutes, Schroeder 12, Domantas Sabonis 12. Very veteran heavy first half. The Kings lost the first half by 13 points. They gave up 77.
45 points in the second quarter.
In the second half, and I believe that's the 38th time they've given up 35 plus in a quarter this year. DeMar 20 minutes, Russell Westbrook 16, Zach LaVine 7, Precious 14, Malik Monk 18, Nick Clifford 16, Dylan Cardwell 14, Dennis Schroeder 8, Domantas Sabonis 5. The Kings tied the Heat in the second half 53-0. Again, it's not perfect. That's not I'm sure somebody could go through and like, well, this was different and this was different. But I think it's very, very telling that the Heat go from scoring at will in the first half to putting up 23 points in the third quarter and 40 in the fourth.
They hit 15 threes in the first half.
In the first half.
Yeah, and they finished with 21.
The Kings made for the entire game 11 threes.
Yeah.
Miami outscored them by 12 just in the first half at the 3-point line. Like, I think it's that just really jumps out to me when you look at the minutes split and the type of players they were playing in the second half, and then Doug Christie saying, we need somebody who can get a stop.
Yeah.
Like, all right. Now, the logical next step here, though, is, all right, Domas is already on the bench. You're going to bench Zach LaVine? You're going to have him not starting anymore? Or is it he's going to start, he's going to get his cursory 15 first half minutes, 16 first half minutes, and then he'll play 5 to 8 minutes in the second half?
Yeah, it's just how many veterans do you have to play a certain amount of minutes? And at the end of the day, the answer is none.
Not at this point. For what? For who? For what?
Yeah.
Because it sounds like, according to what you said, there's already some friction.
Oh, yeah.
So
the veteran players are not happy at all about what's happening. And it's like, okay, well,
tough.
I think no one is happy that as a group you're 12 and 32.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you answer that question for me before I have to answer the question about why you're not playing more?
That's a great point. That's James. I'm Kyle. Hey, I know that you guys are going to be thrilled to hear this, but
Kuminga Watch.
It's not going anywhere. I'll tell you why next.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Where was that? Let's talk about the attendance last night. The attendance last night was 11,381. That's not good. It's funny though because the attendance wasn't that bad when they started winning and they Oh. What am I going to get aggregated for NBA Central for? But the question is, Lacey, why? Like, why would Philly take on a player who's not going to play for 2 years? Or a year and a half?
I don't think Jimmy Butler is going to be traded, you guys.
I mean, it's a nice idea, but like, it's possible. But like, here's the thing: if you're gonna trade Jimmy Butler for a superstar level player, if he's going to be the thing that gets you Giannis Antetokounmpo, what else are the Warriors giving? They don't have a single young player that the Bucks are going to want. None. Zero. Zilch. There's not a young player there with potential to be great. And if there is, it might be Joathan Kuminga, and the Bucks and 28 other teams they can go get him for nothing, for a bag of peanuts right now. I mean, you're talking 5 first-round picks? Do the Warriors have 5 first-round picks? No. I mean, they don't have 5 first-round picks, and why would they trade them anyways? And they also don't have players to go get 5 first-round picks. So I don't know what to tell you. I'm very confused by this whole, it's going to be the vehicle to get some, like, okay. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody will. Maybe he will figure it out. But at this point, I'm not sure that Mike Dunleavy is figuring anything out.
It's just, that's such a strange. Nah, man. When a team like that has an injury like that, they're what's known in the business as fucked. That's just kind of how it goes. You don't get to go, actually, oh, this is going to be good for that. Like, no, man. They're all go ask.
There's
go
a
listen to any of their press conferences.
Yeah.
They're super boned. It's just how it goes, man. Injuries suck.
Yeah.
It's just the nature of sports.
Yeah, I guess the only way this works, this whole people keep bringing up Paul George for Jimmy Butler, is if somehow Jimmy Butler has a longer. I mean, that Paul George has a longer contract, and they're taking on an extra year.
They're not. They have been super. Like, that's the whole thing with trading Jimmy's contract. You have to attach picks to it, and the Warriors don't want to get rid of their picks.
Yeah.
Therefore, that's dead in the water. It's. Hang on 1 second. I have to listen to this spot.
This is an interesting. Are we confident in Perry's draft skills? After Neek and Max, I think I'm confident in Perry making picks. We can trade those picks at a high value. Like, I'm not going to judge Scott Perry on the 24th pick and the 42nd pick. I'm not. Like, he's made some really good picks in his career. He's been part of teams that made really good picks. Aaron Gordon.
We're coming back.
De'Aaron Fox. He's also made some bad picks.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. We're hanging out with you till noon. Buckle up. I know we had a Kings game to lock into last night, but playing simultaneously, and I wasn't, admittedly, not watching this super close. Caught up on the highlight feeds, but I'm afraid, everybody, that
Kuminga watch
is not going anywhere. We wondered yesterday what, and I don't want to dive super deep into this. I don't want to have the same conversation we've been having. I just want to note this because I think it's worth noting, because yesterday we spent so much time wondering, hey, does Jimmy Butler's knee injury change the way the Warriors operate with Joathan Kuminga? And is it either the Kuminga thing is off the table for the Kings, or does it accelerate it? And then we talked to Nick Friedel from The Athletic, who covers the Warriors, and our Odyssey NBA insider, and he said, well, neither. They're probably not going to do anything. Well, Kuminga played last night.
Yep.
And Kuminga, in 21 minutes, Golden State was getting blown out. They were down 30 in the third quarter. They cut the lead to 14 going into the fourth quarter, and then they lost by 18. 145-127, the final there against the Toronto Raptors, who the Sacramento Kings play tonight. Emmanuel quickly had 40. That's crazy. Anyways.
He's cooking.
He's cooking big time. Joathan Kuminga did not start, and he did not play in the first quarter. However, he checked in the second quarter for 4.5 minutes, grabbed a couple of rebounds, didn't hit a shot in those 4.5 minutes. In the second half, he played 17 minutes. He went 7 of 9 from the field, 1 of 3 from 3. He scored 20 points, pulled down 3 boards, had a couple assists and a steal. So he finished the game with 20 points on 7 of 10 with 5 boards, 2 assists and a steal in 21 minutes. And this, folks, is why the Joathan Kuminga thing continues to linger, because he's just good enough. There's just enough that if you're the Kings and you're going, man, he's not even playing, this sucks, we're done. You watch him last night, you go, oh, God, and he's got a head coach he doesn't like, who doesn't like him, and hey, maybe we get him into Sacramento. Let him be the guy. Like it's just there's just enough there from a production standpoint, from a talent standpoint, to be tantalizing, despite the fact that he's not been able to hold on to a regular role as a pro.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It just has to be in the right situation. And to be honest with you, like, look, with Jimmy Butler gone, the right situation is there for the Warriors. Like, I don't know that they can mend fences, like, but the easiest path forward for them is to just play the kid.
Yep.
But you know what last night felt like? It felt like proof of life. That's all.
Yeah.
That's it.
Sure.
Like, yeah, he's still alive. Look, come get him.
What's 7 of 10?
7 of 10. Don't worry about the final score. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the owner high-fiving him or whatever it was.
Hey, he hit an and one. It was a nice shot. Like, it's a nice. That's the thing is, he goes across the lane, gets fouled, and throws this kind of like one-handed shot at the basket, and it goes in. He gets the and one. 95.7 The Game posted a video where you could see Joe Lacob after the play. You'd have thought they won the finals.
Oh, yeah.
Out of his seat, high-fiving people. That's the other thing. That's the other reason I think that he's still there. But anyways.
Yeah.
I just, like you said, proof of life is the perfect way to put it. And it's the reason that people like the Kings, or teams like the Kings, and people in the Kings front office look at Joathan Kuminga and go, hey, if we're rebuilding this thing, there's talent there. Like you see it.
It is very possible that the Warriors have just bungled this whole thing with him as a development product.
No, they have.
Prospect.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
They
it's
have.
very
I don't think
possible
it's a question.
that he is better than he thinks he is. But the problem is, I look at him in the same way I look at like a quarterback that goes to a really bad team, and in his first 3 seasons he sacked 50 or 60 times a game a season, and then he's ruined. He's shell shocked. He's never going to be that player. And I also look at players like, it's very clear in the NBA, you figure out your role, you survive. You don't figure out your role, you're out of the league. We're 5 years in, man. He still doesn't know. He hasn't been able to carve out a niche on his team. And it's the same team for sure, but he hasn't been able to carve out any sort of niche there.
Sure.
So it's tough.
I understand. I understand. And like I said, I think I'm out on him as a player, particularly for the Kings. But I understand the logic. Like, I understand how somebody would talk themselves into it, especially watching him in that game last night. It's like, man, that's a team that thought they were like fringe contenders until Jimmy Butler got hurt. And then he goes in and he was just very clearly like the best player on the court when he was playing, when he's the best player on the court for them. So, and then Steve Kerr said, yeah, he's definitely going to be part of the rotation as they go on this road trip. It's just, I thought it was either going to die, the Kuminga watch thing, or end. And it's very much not going to. It's very much going to stick around. Did you see what Mike Dunleavy Jr. said at his press conference before the game?
It was wild.
He got asked about Joathan Kuminga's trade demand.
First of all, what was he doing a media scrum? I'm just confused.
So it was a press conference.
Yeah, but just because?
I don't know if it was because of the Jimmy Butler injury, like Bob Myers did one after the Kevin Durant injury.
Oh, okay.
Trade deadline coming up. Maybe there's, I don't know. But he got asked about Joathan Kuminga's trade demand. And his response is, quote, I'm aware of that. In terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand.
Sick burn,
Damn,
Mike.
Dude, come on. It reminded me, we were talking about this earlier. It reminded me of when somebody asked, I don't remember who it was, but somebody asked Mike Brown in a media scrum during the preseason about, is it Jalen Slauson?
Yeah.
About Jalen Slauson as a two-way player, meaning offense, defense, and being a two-way wing. And Mike Brown responding like, yeah, he's a two-way player. He's going to be in the G League, and he might be up with us sometimes.
Yeah.
Taking it literally like that. It reminded me of that.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to Dunleavy for using the word demand like 4 times in one sentence and using it in different ways. So that at least was interesting. My response, Kyle, would be, if you have a hostage, you should probably provide snacks.
They provided him $20 million.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you don't provide snacks and water and maybe a bucket for him to go to the bathroom in,
Mm-hmm.
then he's going to end up being like the skeleton on Pirates of the Caribbean that's chained to the wall and it's just a skeleton.
Yeah.
Because
I know exactly what you're talking about.
you just starved him to death and he's no longer in existence, which is pretty much what they've done here. I mean, the kid hasn't played for weeks. Like, the whole thing is just the most ridiculous thing.
And he goes out and has 20 on 7 of 10 in 21 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All that did was tell the owner, I was right. The owner's walking around, I was right. I was right. See, we saw it. Like, play him. Okay. The Kuminga watch thing could continue.
Oh, it's going to.
Kuminga watch.
It's not going anywhere.
I am so out of the Kuminga business. I honestly believe, I will tell you this, it is the one thing that I think the Kings have completely botched this season is they got hooked. They got hooked all the way back in June, July. And it slowed everything down. 3-team trades have been discussed with multiple teams for the Kings to get Kuminga. They've turned down the offers of Devin Carter and Dario Saric with the first-round pick. They turned down Malik Monk and a protected pick for him. They turned down DeMar DeRozan for him. Like, you don't have anything else to offer. And the Kings at this point are like, we're not giving you a first-round pick anymore. That ship has sailed. But, like, they've also gone through all of these other pathways trying to appease the ever-moving goalposts that Mike Dunleavy sets up and then move somewhere else. It's like, oh, now we don't want we just want expiring contracts. Oh, now expiring contracts really probably aren't the thing because Jimmy Butler just got hurt and now we need a player.
Yeah, right.
It's like, just if you need a player, then just pull the trigger.
But they don't just need a player, is the thing.
No.
So I'm with you, man. If I don't know. I don't, like I said, I don't want to rehash the conversation we had for 2 hours yesterday, but you watch last night and you see the type of scorer he can be, the type of rebounder he can be, and you see the size and you see the athleticism. And if you are a Kings team that is trying to inject youth, size, and athleticism into their roster, I'm just saying I understand.
Yeah.
Would it be what I do? Not necessarily. But I understand why they're intrigued. And it would have been super easy when I saw on Twitter that he was checking into the game in the second quarter. It's like, man, great. This will be easy. He's going to go in there. He's going to play a few minutes and probably not play great because he hasn't played in 2 months or a month and a half or whatever it is now, a month and 2 days at that point.
Yep.
He hasn't played in a month. He's not going to be great. And it's going to be easy to be like, yeah, see, this is what. He went put up numbers. I don't know. Shout out to Joathan Kuminga. I'm rooting for.
Yeah.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Second hour coming up in a second. I have some 49ers notes that we didn't get to yesterday. A free agency thing and some injury stuff. And then Bills owner Terry Pegula today in their end of season press conference said the reason they fired Sean McDermott is their head coach is because they hit the proverbial playoff wall. Have the 49ers reached that point? We'll talk about that next on the Insiders, the ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
Yeah, the Kings have had a few of those this season. Why not go get Kuminga? You could do that here too. What's going on? Anything else happening in this crazy ass chat? You guys got anything for us? Well, he hasn't yet. But also, if he does, it's going to be because he's losing contracts. What is the holdup with JK? I think you saw it all last night in a nutshell. You have a coach who doesn't want to play him. You have a GM that just keeps changing his mind on what he really wants. And then you have an owner who cheers like parents at a 5-year-old soccer game when they kick the ball far. That's what you got. Ooh, Steven Castaneda. I think we'll get to all that tomorrow or Friday. Probably Friday. Rams or Seahawks this weekend. I haven't made my mind up yet. Wheezy. That's tough. Mm-hmm. The funny thing is that if Joathan Kuminga comes here, he might be able to be the offense player he wants to be, but you're still going to have the same demands on him that the Warriors do. Please play defense. Please get better defensively.
Yep.
But I think it would be a lot easier to get Zach LaVine to buy in on the defensive end if Zach LaVine was allowed to shoot enough shots where he was averaging like 27 a game. I just think he'd be a better defensive player. He would be motivated to stay on the court and to go play better defense. But when you're standing around waiting for the ball because like other players are dribbling the air out of it the whole time, and I mean, it goes for everybody on this team at this point, except for the young guys. They actually, you watch them, they play the game the right way. It's fun to watch. Yeah, Zebra, I think you're talking about Domas. He looks rusty. He's moving fine. He's moving fine, but he's not moving at the NBA speed he needs to move at. On the defensive end, for sure. Matt, I have not lost hope that the two biggest contracts will be moved this season. I mean, I don't think you're going to be able to move both of them, but I certainly think you're going to be able to move one of them. Whether that happens or not, I don't know. What's up, Katrina? I think you can move one. And I think they've come close on one of these guys already. And we'll see what happens. Now, this is a good question. You spelled Sabonis wrong, but...
So many. Ew. Probably nobody right now. Yuck. Okay, here we go.
Probably.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you until noon, and then we will hand it off to D'Lo and KC. Those guys will take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We'll get to your calls in a moment at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We'll continue to have the Kings in the conversation, but I have a couple of 49ers notes. A couple of these are from Monday, in case you missed it. Jauan Jennings was asked about returning to San Francisco. He's an unrestricted free agent this year. According to Nick Wagner of ESPN, got a little emotional when talking about his time in Santa Clara and it being home since he was a 7th-round pick in 2020. Got asked about the franchise tag, which I think is a
way
insane $28 million for 1 year.
Nope.
Not a chance. He would, I think, probably be like 28 for 2 would be a better.
Yeah.
But
and I think even that's a little high right now just because of the season that he had. I mean, the numbers that he put up.
Sure.
Yeah, at 225.
But that'll be an interesting thing to follow because I think he proved this year, okay, he's not like a number one, which is the type of money he wanted in the offseason. They had a little bit of a contract dispute. They came to terms on an uptick in incentives that he did reach. He's going to explore the market. Jauan Jennings is. But I wonder what the desperation is for San Francisco to get him back.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a number 1, but I think he's a really high caliber 3 who can be a number 2 receiver in a pinch. I'm interested to see how that all shakes out, whether the 49ers are just done with him or if they say, yeah, this is a guy that we need. Here's a 3-year, $45 million deal.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting in how they handle it too. I know Matt Barrows said somewhere else today that he wonders if Jennings' value is higher to the 49ers is higher than other teams. And I get that, especially I'm going to like the Kittle question plays into the Jennings question for me.
I agree.
Because, again, Kittle has been a very, very good touchdown scoring tight end for you for a long time and a guy who lives in the middle of the field. He's going to miss significant time. Like, whether it's the whole season, we don't know, but he's going to miss significant time next season.
More on that in a moment.
Go ahead. Okay. And so for me, I want Jennings back because I think he is a good security blanket for Brock Purdy. I do think that, like, there's a question mark about there's a question mark about whether Jennings can take some big leap, whether he's a like true number 2 or any of that stuff. But at the same time, he knows the system and he, the durability factor. I think he was able to fight through things this season that showed you that he's a team player. And I know the incentives helped, but I would personally keep him around.
Yeah, I would too. Now, as far as the leap, I don't think it's there. He turns 29 before the start of next season.
Yeah.
But he's super reliable. In 15 games, 55 catches, 643 yards, 9 touchdowns. Average, what is he at, 43 yards a game? Like, yeah, man, I will take that on my team for sure. It's just a matter of what it's going to cost. But I don't think there's going to be a fat contract out there for him where he goes and signs with another team for just way more than the 49ers are willing to pay.
Yeah.
So that'll be an intriguing offseason storyline to watch, along with Eddie Pinheiro, who's going to be a free agent, which I imagine the 49ers, if they're going to use a franchise tag, that's where they would go with it. We're not going to get super far into the weeds on that yet because you mentioned George Kittle.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan gave a glowing update on George Kittle in his press conference after, was it on Monday? Whenever he last spoke. Then George Kittle gave a glowing update about his Achilles tear at locker room cleanout day. I thought it was interesting that Kittle was even there to talk despite the injury, but he said surgery went great, obviously, as it always does. He said where the tear is, there's more blood flow. It's up near the soleus, which according to my quick Google search is like a higher point on the calf.
Okay.
It was where the tear is. So there's more blood flow. It's faster healing.
Okay.
And he told Eric Branch that he expects to be back, quote, well before November. Whew. That would be insane. And if that's the case, it goes to what you're talking about. Like, I think the 49ers maybe operate a little differently this offseason. If they go, man, we're getting Kittle back end of October, maybe early November, giving him a chance to actually ramp up if we're going to go back to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Give him a chance to ramp up before December, January. So that'll be another thing to watch. I think if we get that update on George Kittle, like during the offseason program, they're like, yeah, hey, got an outside shot to be ready for week 1. That's what I'm keeping a very, very close eye on. I don't think they're going to rush him back necessarily, given the fact that he's going to be 33. But That jumps out to me. And it's not, maybe get him back for the end of next year. Like Shanahan was really optimistic. Kittle was really optimistic. So that's going to be another thing I'm watching throughout the offseason. Before we get to what Bills owner Terry Pegula said about Sean McDermott and firing him, which I would love to get into, let's get out to the phone line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. TC is on the line. What's up, TC?
Hammer Kyle, what's up, bro?
Chilling, bro. What do you got?
Hey, listen, so I kind of want to make a twist. Like I said before, I got to make it quick. With Doug Christie, that's what I was saying from in the beginning when I said the roster politics. I don't really care about that. You touched on that too, Kyle. As far as bench, I don't care what you're doing, bro. If you're not playing how much of the play, you're on the bench, big dog, and I like that. So Doug can't keep going back and forth. Now, as far as Scott, I love Scott, but we can't we're at a point where we can't get tied up on giving people away on pennies on the dollar. Mm-hmm. It's really about giving people away to move on with our future. So if that calls on to just give Zach away, not give him away, but give him away for something just to get him off the team to move on with your future, you have to do that, bro. You can't get caught up in the league and what everybody is saying. In my point, that's all I got.
I agree with you, TC. Thanks for the call, man. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, it's addition by subtraction with the Kings.
Yeah. But the problem is, like, some of these players you can't subtract. Like,
yeah, no, I understand that. Like, I fully understand that.
Yeah.
But I think what TC's saying, and I totally agree. Don't do what the Warriors have done with Joathan Kuminga and go, yeah, we could get off this player, but it's not like quite enough. And we kind of think there's enough talent there. We think we could get more. So we're going to nah, you can't do any of that. If somebody calls and they're like, hey, here's this salary for Zach LaVine straight across. Sure, man. Do it.
Yeah.
I'm totally with you. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the phone line. Let's get out to Don. Don, what's going on? Hey, Don, talking to you.
Going?
Doing all right, man. How are you?
Hey, I got a couple questions about the Niners.
Great.
I can already see it the way it's going to go. I think we're going to roll back with all our old players who tend to get hurt a lot.
Okay.
Shanahan's not going to change much. I think we're going to come back with the same defense. It's we'll draft a couple guys who we don't play, and I think the same thing's going to happen for next season. The question I have is, when do you think York will go, okay, I think we've fallen behind Seattle and the Rams enough. Mm-hmm. I think we need wholesale changes, like with the Bills. Shanahan, you're gone. Lynch, you're gone. We need to change. We can't be afraid of going, getting the wrong coach or the wrong GM. We have to change, or we're going to keep on falling behind.
Thanks, Don. Appreciate the call. Yeah, that dovetails perfectly into what I want to talk about right now.
Yeah.
So Bills owner Terry Pegula, and we'll get to Don's question here, but asked why they fired Sean McDermott after 9 seasons. They've had all this success going to the playoffs and all this. Hey, why'd you fire this guy? And he said, quote, I felt like we have hit the proverbial playoff wall. To answer Don's question, I don't think the 49ers have hit that wall yet. Or at least I don't think they have, and I don't think the 49ers feel like they have. They are 1 or 2 plays away from being 2-time Super Bowl champions in the last 6 years. And that again, you as a fan, or us as fans, might be like, that's not good enough. Win the Super Bowl or get out. I understand that sentiment, and I understand that there are people who are frustrated or people who, not that Don was frustrated, but he said, hey, when do we reach this point? Like, we make these wholesale changes. We're so far behind the Rams, so far behind the Seahawks. I agree that at some point you reach that point. I don't think the 49ers are there. Do not underestimate how badly Jed York wants stability.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, there was the tumult of the Jim Harbaugh exit in 2014. There was the Jim Tomsula hire in 2015 that was a mess. There was the Chip Kelly hire in 2016 that was a mess. And then 3 years later, under Kyle Shanahan, they're in the Super Bowl. And then 2 years later, they're in the NFC title game. And then the next year, they're in the NFC title game. And then the next year, they're in the Super Bowl again. And then 2 years later, they're back in the divisional playoffs. This is a run of success that to the people making the decisions matters a lot. they don't have a Josh Allen that they feel like, or that makes a team like the Bills feel like, man, with Josh, we can't get over the hump, and that's a coaching problem. Maybe they get there eventually. I don't think they're there right now, especially because ownership can look and go, yeah, before we do that, we're going to investigate this electrical substation business. Like, we're going to figure out why the hell all our dudes are hurt, and then we'll evaluate. Like, I think we're 3 to 5 years away from that conversation happening in the building.
I think you're probably right. And I'd also say, like, he just put up his best coaching job that he has.
That's a great point.
I mean, since he's been in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this team had no business being in the second round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Absolutely no business. No business winning 12 games.
Yep.
I mean, and it's not, sure, their schedule was weak. They lost everybody. They lost their whole entire team.
Mm-hmm.
Starting wide receiver, gone. Other starting wide receiver, gone.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that you thought was going to replace one of them played like 5 games.
Mm-hmm.
Tight end, gone for a bunch of the season.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just go down the list.
Your backup quarterback for a bunch of the season.
Yeah, what, 7 starts for Mac Jones. You lost your star defensive tackle in week 4? You lost your star and your star defensive end. Sorry, your star linebacker in week 6. Like, this thing was a train wreck. And like, look, football is one of the true sports that you can go into one off season and totally like build out your roster in a different way and move forward. Like, you can make wholesale changes, which they did this last year. And they did play a lot of the young players. So I know he said, well, you're not playing the young players. Man, they played Ricky Pearsall last year. They played him this year. They played Upton Stout this year. They played all kinds of young players all over the place. Some of it was out of necessity, but this year of growth for some of those young players is going to mean a huge amount for them next season. And you have another draft and you have another free agent class. Like, do they have issues? Yeah, they've got issues. Like, you can't trade Debo and lose Brandon Ayuk in the same season and have them go for 0 catches for you and think you're going to be okay, especially when you pinned all your hopes to Ricky Pearsall, who couldn't stay on the field, and Jauan Jennings, who was broken half the season and kept going out there. And that's one of the things that the stats that they put up, like, I think it was 8 of the interceptions between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy were on throws to Jauan Jennings. Why do you think that is? There's a good chance it's because Jauan Jennings was just a tick slower than he has been the last couple of years because he was so beat up.
Or he was the only option.
Yeah, that's the other. That's
so
the other
defenses
thing.
Are great. We're gonna slide towards 15. Yeah, man.
I think that's it. Excuses and their reasons. There are reasons the 49ers didn't go win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And I'm interested to see what this year's draft class looks like next year, because you saw improvement from CJ West and Alfred Collins. D Winters, a third-year guy, you saw improvement from him. Upton Stout got significantly better as the year went on. You started to see those improvements defensively. All right, now what does it look like with Fred Warner and Nick Bosa? What does Bryce Huff look like across from Nick Bosa instead of across from Sam Okuwanu? I'm interested. What does the run defense look like with Michael Williams back in the mix?
Yeah.
And if your thought process is, well, they're just not going to be healthy, so you can't say when they're healthy, all right, well, then quit watching. If that's like, you have to assume that, all right, yeah, they're going to be healthier next year. And if they're not, then we'll have a different conversation. But that's what they're banking on. And I think you hit the nail on the head. They won 12 games. They went to the playoffs. They won a playoff game in a year where they had no business doing those things.
Nope.
If anything, Kyle Shanahan bought himself another year or 2
or 3
in this season. So sorry to everybody that's ready for the post Kyle Shanahan era. I think you're gonna have to wait for a while. All right, I want to have a conversation about being a hater. We'll do it next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
Drew down, the worst thing that could have happened to the Niners would be that they're winning a Super Bowl. I don't think that that's the worst thing that could happen, but I would say, like, one of the worst things that happened for, like, the Washington Commanders, I think, was that they went all the way to the NFC Championship game last year. And then this year, the expectations were so high, and they couldn't live up to any of it. And that was brutal to watch. So, like, expectations are a good thing, but they also can turn a season that could be a positive and could be a building season into something different. Hmm. Boy, I am glad we cover sports and not politics.
Same, bro. Yeah, man. Like, no, I'm out on Keon Coleman.
The Keon Coleman aspect of this is weird too. Did you see that?
Yeah, he just fried him.
Yeah, like they blame that as part of the reason.
Yeah.
Hired the coach was because the coaching staff pushed for him, and no one else came in. The GM didn't want it.
Like, man, all right.
I'm old enough to remember George Karl pushing extremely hard for Willie Cauley-Stein. First of all, that didn't work out. Secondly, that's really not a good way to build a relationship with your all-star center.
Yeah, it's a tough go.
When you're pushing for them to go draft another center, and then another one, and more with Pavianis. I don't know. Sky Moore's gone. Sky Moore is really good as a kick returner.
How dare somebody besmirch the good name of my guy Sky Moore? All right.
That's funny.
I'm going to do a funny thing. I don't think he was. Ridley was 2017? 18?
Hmm.
All right. Here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320 is the phone line if you'd like to join the conversation. Hey, Mitch, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. Hey, Mitch, we're not going to you yet. I just wanted to make sure you're paying attention. Lock in, all right?
Yes, sir.
My man. All right. We'll get to Mitch in a second. If you missed it yesterday, we went to go to Mitch, and Mitch was like having a conversation with somebody else.
He was. Like,
And then he tried to call back, and I felt bad because I wasn't not taking Mitch's call yesterday. He tried to call back, and we had somebody else on the line, and then we went to break, and it was just a whole thing. So we couldn't get to him yesterday. We'll get to Mitch in just a moment. Plus, any of your phone calls at 916-909-1320. I had an epiphany yesterday.
Yep.
Actually, I had this epiphany a few days ago.
Kyle Epiphany.
Yeah, you can call it that. I'm a sports hater. And what I mean by that is when I don't have a rooting interest in a thing, I find the thing to root against. I have a hard time being like, this happened a lot in baseball. The A's are out of the playoffs. Who do I root for now? And I have a hard time being like, I'm going to go root for the Padres, or I'm going to go root for Cleveland. Like, I have a tough time doing that. So I find a thing I don't like. The Yankees, for example. All right, cool. When the ALDS is on, I'm just rooting against the Yankees. Who are they playing? Toronto?
I don't care.
Toronto?
Yep.
Great. Big Toronto guy this series. And then whatever happens in the other division series, couldn't care less. Oh, Yankees won that series? Okay, I'm rooting against the Yankees in the ALCS. Who are they playing? Cleveland? Great. Go Guardians. Like, that's just kind of how I do this. So, 49ers out of the playoffs. Cool. What am I hating on? I have not, like, I'm going to root against the NFC West. But like the divisional playoff game, nah. Like, I'll probably pull for the Rams because I think they have a better chance to lose to whoever comes out of the AFC. But I don't hate any, like, I don't have there's no villain in the NFL right now. There's no Tom Brady. Like, I think probably the Eagles are the closest thing we have. And even they were just like a mess this year.
Yeah.
And they were a mess 2 years ago. They won a title between there, but I guess it's probably the Eagles. But like, no Patrick Mahomes, no Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
I don't hate the Packers the way some people hate the Packers. Like, I don't know if I'm just getting old and I'm maturing, or is this just where the NFL is that, there's no, and same thing in the NBA.
Yeah.
Like, the Kings aren't going anywhere. Golden State's not going anywhere. All right. Who's the villain?
I think we can hate the Lakers, but you also look at the Lakers and go, man, okay, you got LeBron, you got Luka. After that, it's not very good.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if you had Austin Reeves back, then sure. But
what are they, one and done?
Yeah. Well,
in the playoffs?
Maybe, and even that, they're on a like total borrowed time with LeBron. So
yeah. So what if they get to the playoffs? Cool. I'm rooting for Minnesota against the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lakers are. I don't hate Oklahoma City. I've got nothing against Oklahoma City. Maybe they'll get there.
I'm kind of with this. Like, I root for chaos. I do.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't know if I'm rooting for the Broncos, but yeah,
no,
I mean,
no chance.
I don't think I want to see Jared Stidham in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, because I don't want the NFC West to win the Super Bowl.
Well, I think the NFC West is probably going to win the Super Bowl either way. I'm pretty sure. See, now you do. You do hate someone.
No, but that's it. Yeah, no, I do. And that's what I like. That's just, but that's my fandom coming through.
Yeah.
That's not a neutral observer. If that's the Saints and Falcons, ew, in the NFC title game, gross. If that's the Lions and the Bears in the NFC title, I don't know. I guess you just root for an underdog. But there's no dynasty. There's no Patrick Mahomes to root against.
Yeah.
Or Chiefs to root against. There's no Tom Brady and the Patriots to root against. It's just, I don't, and I think it's a good thing.
I think so too. Like we started talking about this, like we started to feel that way about OKC, where it's just like, man, they just look inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're just gonna roll and
Less
win
so
another,
now.
and just all of a sudden they started losing a bunch of games.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're winning again, but they got to 8 losses like super quick,
Mm-hmm.
and you're like, man, they are mortal. They're not just some team that's gonna, run through the entire league all season long and win another chip with no just go 14-0 or whatever it is through the playoffs, 12-0, 16. Okay, 16-0 all the way through the playoffs and just win it all. I don't know that I believe that anymore. I think there are teams that can beat them. I
certainly don't.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, how are they going to pass San Antonio?
Mm-hmm.
They haven't been able to do it this season.
They beat them once.
Yeah.
But yeah, if they play Denver, Minnesota has been playing really well. It all of a sudden looks like halfway through the year, Oklahoma City. And if Oklahoma City gets there and wins another title, then maybe next year is the year it's like, all right, I'm sick of these guys.
Yeah.
Because that's just kind of the process is Golden State wins the title in 2015. It's like, oh, wow, look at that downtrodden franchise. Won a championship. That's cool. Then they win 73 games. It's like, okay.
Wait a sec.
Okay, hang on. We got to get LeBron one in Cleveland. Okay, LeBron one. Oh, now Kevin Durant's with the Warriors. Cool. Oh, now we hate that. Like, there's always like somebody we're in a transition period, I think, in both leagues.
Yeah.
I think we're also in a weird transition period. You asked me a question or you said something about the NBA that I want to get to, but I think we're in this transition period in the NFL where we're going back to normal. Tom Brady and the Patriots' dominance made us think differently about what dominance looks like and just like NFL inevitability looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And he was around for too long. You're supposed to have a run of dominance that lasts like 7 years. And then you're supposed to be like, okay, yeah, they're in the mix, but really, it kind of fades away. And then there was supposed to be this space of time that led into Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. Dominant for what was it? 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 7 years. And then, now they start to kind of fade away and they got smoked in the Super Bowl and now they didn't make the playoffs this year. And okay, now there's supposed to be like space between those dominant things. But the Tom Brady thing went so long that it bled into the Patrick Mahomes thing.
Yeah.
And the discourse became, okay, whoever has the best quarterback is just going to win. And I don't think that's the case in the NFL. I think the more normal version of the league is, okay, you're going to have your Drake Mays and your Joe Burrows and your Lamar Jacksons and your Josh Allens, and you're going to have these quarterbacks that are all really good. Matthew Stafford. You're going to have these Caleb Williams. You're going to have these quarterbacks that are good. But you know what? Hey, if you don't have a top 10 to 12 defense, you're not getting it done.
Yeah.
You don't have a really good offensive play caller, you're not getting it done. You don't have a requisite level of supporting cast around your quarterback, you're not going to get it done. I think that's how it's supposed to go. And so I think in the NFL, we're just shifting back toward something more normal where it's the thing of, it's been one of these three quarterbacks in the AFC Championship game for the last 26 years. I just don't think that's going to go. I don't think that's going to fly anymore.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to start seeing a little bit more parity, and I think that's good.
I think it's good too.
And then at some point, maybe it's Fernando Mendoza. Maybe Fernando Mendoza is the guy that by 2028, it's just like, God, I don't know how you beat this team. And that sounds weird to say about the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, too, I think that parity has been the name of the game in the NFL for a long time, outside of the fact that Mahomes won a few chips. But there have been plenty of other teams that have got all the way there. There have been plenty of teams that either come up short or they figure out ways to win. Like we've seen all kinds of different looks in the Super Bowl. How many years in a row are we looking at a different Super Bowl champion? Like it's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a good thing for a league. Like dynasties are cool, but they're cool for like one city.
Yeah, right.
It's like really, really. I think the worst thing for the NBA, like in all honesty, the worst thing was like 5 years straight of Cavs and Warriors.
Yep.
It was just boring.
Yeah, and it was 5 years straight of Cavs Warriors where everybody knew going in that that's what it was going to be. Everything else was, all right.
Yeah, you're just waiting for the inevitable matchup in the playoffs. And look, I was there for a bunch of them. I still thought it was like, okay,
but is it,
like the allure has worn off.
As somebody who was rooting for the Warriors.
Yeah.
Do you not, and again, this is not complaining, but this is just to say that why it's not great for the league. It's not like, hey, I'm locked in for all 82. It's like, no, none of these games matter.
Nope.
Oh, they lost by 20 last night? Who cares?
Yeah.
Oh, they won by 30 tonight? Who cares? One's Christmas Day against the Cavs. Cool. Lock in because that's a finals preview. That's not fun.
Yeah. I
None
totally
of the playoff
agree.
series matter. You just go, and again, not complaining. I'm saying just from a league standpoint, for what the NBA is looking for, they want Detroit fans to be like, "Hey, we could win the title this year."
Yeah,
they want the Knicks involved. They want the Cavs, Oklahoma City, Denver, Minnesota, they want all these fan bases locked in every night because every game's going to matter. Seeding's going to matter. Hey, if we can, this trade, the trade deadline, we can make a move and we could get up to that level. That's what the league wants. They don't want a bunch of fans looking around and going, "Oh, my team's not going to even make the finals, much less win it."
Yeah, because you have to be a different breed. I mean, like Jesse, you've got to be someone who's willing to take a whole bunch of punches, like to be a Miami Dolphins fan and to stick it out. I mean, that's brutal. You haven't won a championship since the early 70s. Like, it's just horrible.
Haven't won a playoff game since 2001?
Yeah. I mean, that's 25 years.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But that's, I think that parity is a good thing. And I'm not saying that all dynasties are bad, but it's certainly to watch the 49ers like have this cycle where they're really good for a couple of seasons and they're really bad for a season. And then they bounce back and they're really good again. And then we had an unexpected really good season this year, but it's setting up for a couple of years that might be even better.
Sure.
And so, I mean, we
worse.
don't know. It's possible they get worse, but it's also possible that they see the same pathway that we do. It's like, all right, go get a star receiver, bring in someone to help out McCaffrey in the backfield,
Sure.
Find your left tackle.
There's a path forward.
There is a path forward. Yeah.
Mitch, you still there?
I'm still here.
My man. All right. So let's get up to the phone line. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320. Mitch, who's your least favorite team in the NFL?
Because I like so many. Definitely the Jets. It's so comical that Moore went back to the college ball. Probably makes the same amount of money.
Yeah.
He's going to be a good quarterback. Next year's draft's going to be great.
I agree.
And you're making me feel old, Kyle, because I remember when the Dolphins won the Super Bowl 3 years in a row. Larry Zonka, Jim Kick, and Murky Morris. Thank you so much. All right, I know you like it quick.
Yeah.
I think it could be.
It's not true.
Who can I like the Drake? Who can I like the Drake? I'm sorry, New England's been in the Super Bowl 11 the most, and they already won the most Super Bowls. But Drake is gonna be good for quite a while, so we're gonna have to put up with Boston. I don't want to see back up Sam Darnold. It could have been Sam Darnold and Caleb. I wish I had been so by.
Your USC guys.
I know. Sam Darnold is gonna win that Super Bowl, baby. And with the Kings, I got a little classic from the White Man Can't Jump. The line. I'm blanking on the girl. Rosie Perez.
Yep.
Sometimes when you lose, you win. So Kings, play the Utes, and keep losing.
That's right.
My
Right.
man, Mitch, that's a great call. That's a great call from Mitch in New Jersey. Shout out. Appreciate you waiting, Mitch. The Patriots thing that Mitch just brought up is interesting because he's right. I used to hate the Patriots. I never wanted the Patriots to win, except when they played the Seahawks in that Super Bowl. Shout out to Malcolm Butler. I never wanted the Patriots to win because I was just kind of sick of them. I'm not the person that's like, I just appreciate greatness. Hell no. You win a couple, I want to see you lose. I don't want to see any more. So, as an outside observer, I mean, I don't hate the Patriots, though, because I'm not watching Mike Vrabel and Drake May be awesome and going, God, I hope that team loses. Because it was Belichick. It was Brady. It was that group of people that I was thumbs down on.
Yeah, it's a new group. I'm with you.
Yeah. I thought for sure when the Patriots started winning this year, and it looks like, oh, the Patriots are going to be about it. The Patriots are legit.
Mm-hmm.
I thought for sure, if you would ask me 2 years ago, hey, the Patriots are going to be really, really good in 2025, I'd have been like, hate it. Let's not. But I can't.
Yeah.
A very different group of players. And they're fun. They're good. Mike Vrabel's awesome. Drake May's really good.
Yeah, even like early in the season, I think people thought that I hated the Colts. I don't hate the Colts. I just didn't believe in the Colts. They might be better this coming year, and they might be able to continue this thing. But I also kind of saw I've seen that show before. It's happened many times in the league.
Totally. And
you're just waiting for the bubble to burst.
Honestly, that was the 49ers season.
Yeah.
Just a different context.
Uh-huh.
But I was very adamant. They're fine. They're good.
Mm-hmm.
When you have a bad schedule and you win a lot of games, that means you're at least above the bad teams.
Yeah.
They're good, but they're not a Super Bowl team. That's not hating. That's
No, it's
just
just
watching.
being realistic. Like
Yeah,
we were talking about it earlier,
Yeah.
and I said, "You're Detroit Pistons. Like they feel a lot like the Cavs from last year."
I disagree.
You can disagree, but they feel like a team that is playing above their weight right now, and that's fine because they're young and they understand that they're trying to win as many games as possible in the regular season, and that matters when you're young and you're trying to build something. But they also look like a team that is more like a 3, 4, 5, 6 seed than a 1 or a 2 seed in a standard year. And you're getting some advantage because Boston doesn't have Jason Tatum. You're getting a little bit of help from the fact that the Pacers lost Tyrese Halliburton for the season. So
Cleveland has regressed significantly.
Like significantly, they've regressed.
The Knicks can't figure it out right now.
No, it's an issue. Like, so I think that they're taking advantage of all that, but it's not their fault, and it's not that I don't believe that they're a good team. It's just I don't believe that they're a 60+ win team that is a title contender. Not at least this season. Maybe next year, maybe the year after. That's fine, but you usually in the NBA have to put in your dues.
I agree. My pushback for the Pistons. If you're not in on the my Pistons bit, I said last year that they were going to go over their over. I think their win total was like 21.5.
Yeah.
It was a very, very low number. And I was like, man, because they had won 14 games the previous year. What was their win? 25.5 was their number.
Okay.
And I said, they're going to win more than that. They have young players who are improving. I like the veterans they brought in, Tim Hardaway Jr., Tobias Harris. They got some adults in the room. I think that's going to be a better team. And then they went and won 44 games. So that's it. They're my Pistons now. So that's the bit. I don't necessarily disagree that there's like a typical, it's not always linear, but there's a path teams have to follow. They were a first round exit last year, and they gave the Knicks everything they could handle in that first round series. And now it seems like they have a bunch of young players who have taken a leap together. Jalen Duren, Cade Cunningham, Isaiah Stewart's been awesome this year, where they might have just fallen into this the rare time where you make the playoffs once and then you contend the next year.
Yeah.
That would be my I'm not ready to say they're last year's Cavs just yet, but I think in the East, like, you have to have them as contenders.
Yeah, I mean,
there's who else in the East are you like, yeah, they're definitely better than Detroit?
Well, see, I think that's the problem. You're looking at the East and you're like, man, Boston without Jason Tatum, with Nemias Queta and Luka Garza as their center rotation. Like, I like, not being a jerk, I just don't believe that they're a true number 2 seed. I think Joe Mazzulla is doing an incredible job of coaching. But then they're, like most of the East, I feel the same way about it. Like, I don't think you're that good.
Yeah. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Damon Barling going to join us next for the handoff here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Even Orlando's they just can't take the leap for whatever reason. You go out, you get Desmond Bane.
Damon Barling.
What's up, man?
Chilling. How are you?
Good.
Boy,
Oh, no.
That's never a good thing.
I forgot to do a read. I got to do it coming back.
That looks like a good beverage.
Yeah, it's like a fruit punch and
Oh. Yeah, man, Paolo's not having a good season at all. That's an interesting team.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Turn my mic on. I can't wait for championship weekend. It's my favorite weekend in the NFL. My plan with Underdog Daily Fantasy, which you should be playing, is to have a lineup on the AFC Championship, a lineup on the NFC Championship, and then I do a mixed bag lineup with I try not to do just mixing and matching the two separate lineups. I maybe take maybe some like long shots and put them together into a mixed lineup. So I'm going to be locked in with Underdog, and you should do the same. I don't have my lineups just yet because I want to make sure that I'm getting them right. We'll give out those lineups a little bit later in the week as we get closer to game time. Got to look at injury reports, got to do that whole thing. But it's super easy. You know the deal. You jump on the app, you pick higher or lower on player stats, and then you can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can do that right here in the state of California. So lock in now. Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KYLEM. That's KYLEM to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KYLEM, KYLEM. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. It's time for the handoff. Damian Barling is here, everybody. Hey.
That was a rather dramatic read, no?
Oh, I crushed it, though.
Oh, no, you didn't. No. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. It was just very, very drama-filled.
Yeah. I try to do that. I don't know.
I like it. It's fun. Why not?
Have you ever heard Abe do a read?
I've heard
Abe Rock.
Yeah, I can't make sense often. When I hear Abe do something, I often don't know what's going on.
Oh, same. That's why it's great.
It's always quite the experience, though. Like anytime I'm in Complex's office, like watching Complex not react to Abe is amazing. Because I'm looking around like, what's going? And Complex is just like, you just get used to it.
Character.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, he's a cartoon
Yeah,
character.
he's awesome.
He's the
Abe
best.
is so terrific.
Oh, yeah, he's super fun.
I have no
so
idea.
Terrific.
I have no idea what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that I know by the time he's done talking, it's like I know what injury attorney I need to go to.
Yep.
And I know that I want some Wendy's. And that's it. That's just like, that's what I know.
Yeah.
Damn, all right.
That's it.
That's good work, Abe.
Give me a burger for $2 or whatever he said.
Oh, yeah.
Damian Barling's here. No KC today on D-Lo and KC. That's coming up in just a few minutes here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We were talking a little bit before you came on. Is there a villain right now in the NFL or the NBA? Because I was explaining, I'm a sports hater. When my favorite team is no longer involved, I find a thing to root against. Yeah. And then I just root actively against that thing. Outside of the NFC West,
example like
the Patriots.
LeBron was someone you root against.
LeBron. For a lot of people, the Warriors.
Yeah.
The Tom Brady Patriots, the Patrick Mahomes Chiefs.
Yeah. Is there a villain? There definitely is not in the NFL. Like any Patriot hate is just carryover.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. It's just carryover from Belichick and Brady. Mm-hmm. But probably more specifically Brady. In the NBA, no, I don't think.
Is Oklahoma City getting there?
No, because I just don't think people care enough.
James brought up the two names that I think are the right names.
Okay.
Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green are the like individual villains of the league.
Okay. Dylan Brooks for sure. I guess Draymond Green still is. Yeah, sure.
They're not on teams of real consequence. So it's not like, oh man.
Yeah.
They're it's like, hey, you just kind of look like an a-hole. When you're being the villain, it's like, all right,
and
man,
your team's not very good.
Yeah, go get ejected. You're down 20. Like, see ya.
Sure.
So it's a weird.
I don't know. I mean, yeah. I don't know that there is like Dylan Brooks is someone that you'll boo, at the Golden One Center or any opposing arena. Same is true for Draymond, but yeah, I just don't know that there is. If OKC hadn't hit that weird spell where they went 500 over the course of, 12, 13, 14 games, whatever it was, I wonder what the conversation would be like. Like if they were truly on the road to 70, 71, 72, 73 wins, what would the conversation around them be? My gut tells me is people just aren't invested enough in Oklahoma City. Like you don't hate them. The Warriors gave you reason to hate them quickly.
Yeah.
They started out the season, the two teams started out the season after their championship with the same exact record. But Steph's dancing, Steph's overall joy for playing basketball wore off really quickly when it was like, oh my God, this team is really good.
Yeah.
SGA doesn't have that physical reaction, you know, to playing back.
There's the fouling stuff.
J-Dub isn't Draymond. You know, there's no equivalent in terms of players. There's no equivalent as a collective. It's Mark Dagnall. Like, you knew who Steve Kerr was. Steve Kerr was a Bull. He was a Spur. He was a champion. Like, you know, even to a certain fan base, maybe he drew a reaction. Mark Dagnall. He ain't gonna draw. How do you spell his name again? Like, that's the only, that's it.
You can't say his name and you can't spell it.
Yeah, like, and so I think the long-winded, I don't think there is. I don't think there is.
It takes an individual too, right? Typically.
Because even LeBron, I think,
it takes greatness
for a while.
It takes greatness. Like you either have to be a Dylan Brooks, Draymond Green type, or you have to be great. Like the thing with Steph was, like, Steph, you know, he would do the do the dancing, and he would do the, you know, the facial expressions and all that. But it probably isn't the case, but it felt like he was shooting 60% from three.
Yeah.
It's like it was already in that second year. Oh my God, he's great. Like he was trekking towards, you know, a unanimous MVP selection. Like he was great. LeBron James, if he's not the greatest player we've ever seen, he's the second greatest player we've ever seen. Like he had a stretch that like he's so great. People now are celebrating the fact he's having a good season. They're just celebrating the fact that it's not as good as his seasons before. Yeah. Like he's still better than a very, very large percentage of players in the league, but he missed out on the All-Star. He's he's almost certainly going to miss out on All-NBA. Like all of these streaks that defined his greatness are coming to an end, and now you're going to have people celebrate it. Like that Bus family article on ESPN from Baxter Holmes this morning was insane. And the stuff that's you'll have to card out. I don't know that I've ever read a longer article.
Okay.
I've read books. I've read essays. I don't know that I read an article that long before.
Baxter Holmes is known for that.
Oh, but he's a great writer, right? He's a great storyteller. And this isn't a shot at the article. It was very clear, like, who the primary sources of his information were. Like, it was very clear by, you know, the tone of the article and the people who were directly quoted. But the stuff that makes the rounds are the Jeanie LeBron things, the shots at LeBron, LeBron's out of control ego, the clutch sports stuff. Like people have for so long, someone in the midst of all of that, Terry Rozier, was it Dante Porter, Michael Porter Jr., Jonte, all of those gambling things. There was someone on the peripheral of the LeBron James circle, and they wanted every Sports Center thing, every article had LeBron's picture because they desperately wanted him to be involved in some sort of scandal because of his greatness.
It was Boobie Gibson reaching out and asking if he's going to play or not. Wasn't that it?
Oh, maybe.
Or was it
Damon Jones? Damon Jones.
My bad.
Damon Jones.
Just got done scrolling to the bottom of the article.
Yeah, I told you, man.
Holy crap.
That thing is a monster. I came across the tweet for it while I was walking Sprout. My walks with Sprout are 2+ miles. Like it's a solid hour, and I open it and I'm like scanning this
6
like
miles later.
Oh man, this is a hell of an article. And I'm like, all right. But it kept drawing me in. I was like, I gotta finish this later. It's like, man, I'm still scrolling. It's not it was a large chunk of the walk this morning that I had my face down in my phone like a jerk reading this article, because there was just like note after note after note Then it gets to LeBron stuff, and LeBron stuff it's essentially a paragraph about Jeannie's insecurities and all of this stuff. But you open up Twitter, and that's the stuff you're seeing. You're seeing the Jeanie LeBron stuff.
James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Damon Barling here. It's the handoff. D'Lo and KC coming up next. Just D'Lo today.
That's a reset, kids. That's what that's what that's called.
Yeah. That's when, hey, I don't have a direction to go, so I'm going to reset and then go into something different.
We do radio stuff
yeah,
here.
Man. Come
That's
on.
what we do.
So, Kings lost last night.
Yeah.
I felt like last night, and I'm interested to see where you land on this, because I think James and I agreed here. It feels like last night, well, I guess it kind of started the previous game, but last night was the real turning point of, all right, if these vets aren't doing what Doug wants or needs them to do, specifically on the defensive end, which he has made his basketball identity since he was a player. It's going to continue to be his identity as a coach. You're just not going to play.
Good for Doug.
Like, finally.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that we're here. This makes the Kings so much more interesting to me.
Yeah.
A, because who's going to play at the end of games? How do they react? And C, B, how do they react? C, like, we get to see Dylan Cardwell close games. We're going to get to see more Neek Clifford. We're going to get to see more Max Reynell, although he didn't play a ton in the second half either. But it's like, okay, you're finally establishing these principles that you've been saying you want to establish, but not doing anything about it. And that's a really important turning point, I think, for me.
Yeah, I'm with you. It was, I think we were watching specific, the Domas, Dylan, Max situation with Domas's return, and how would that evolve, like, with the more time that Domantas Sabonis gets on the floor. Well, 3 games in, it hasn't evolved at all. Dennis being back, how would that influence what's going on with Malik Monk? So far, clearly Malik is doing something that Doug is happy with.
He is doing so. I don't know what it is either, but he's doing something. And I actually
trying.
I want more.
I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but it might just be that.
I want Malik as a primary ball handler off the bench. I'm done with whatever's happened like this season. I just don't understand it.
I'm done with Dennis. I was really frustrated with Russ last night. I thought Russ was obviously Russ did some good things, but he did a couple of things I was really, really frustrated with. And there was one specific play, and I racked my brain on the way here trying to remember who it was, but I think it was Neek. It was essentially 2-on-1. It was Neek and Russ, and I think Neek had the ball. Could he have hit Russ as a trailer? Maybe. The window to do it was really small, but he tried to go up for the shot. He missed. Russ was following him in, and you could see Russ's frustration with the way that play developed, and he didn't run back on defense. And he kind of did you could like if you were like, that's what it looked like.
The heavy sigh.
And what happens? The ball comes off the rim. It gets pushed down the floor. I think Zach LaVine commits a foul at the rim to make them earn the 2. But it was like, Russ, come on, man. Like, you can't do that. You can't do that, period. You really can't do it if it's Neek. And you can't do it if it's one of the young guys, right? You can't do that. And he had a couple of plays last night where I was like, yeah, Russ, you're better. Like, you're better than that. Like, you have not. There are very few moments this season that you have shown this time. And Russ isn't one of the guys' minutes who are in and out. Like, Russ is right. Like, Russ doesn't fall into the Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis category right now of guys who might not play in the fourth quarter. Like, he's still playing. He's still a strong component. He can't have, to me, he can't have moments like he had last night where he is visibly you could be frustrated, and you can tell, hey, like, he's done it with Max. He's done it with a number of guys. Hey, when this happens. He talked about, I don't remember what team that they played, but he was talking to the young guys on one of the teams that they played recently. I think it was Washington. He was like, I've been in this league 18 years. That's part of my job. Okay, great. But with the Kings, you've got to, if Neek did something wrong there, get back, dead ball, pull Neek aside. Again, you've done it before. Like, hey, you could have hit me at the 3-point line. You could have hit me at the foul line. You should have pulled the ball back. We didn't have that 2-on-1 truly. You should have just pulled back. He was with you step for step. Whatever you think should have happened there, tell him. But don't react like that. Like getting visibly frustrated where your home crowd, where your viewing audience sees that, it's a bad look. It's something I've talked about this before. Like I have to, like, I try not to visibly show frustration when something goes wrong on the stream because it doesn't benefit anybody. Like mics go off, stream goes off. Hey, we need to do this better. We have to be better at this. We have to be better at this. That's not even being an 18-year vet or anything like this. That's just talking to my teammates. We've just got to be better at this.
Yeah.
And I thought Russ had a couple of moments where he should have been better at being the vet last night.
I can see that.
I agree 100 times over. Like there were probably 5 or 6 spots in that game last night. And he's not the only one. Like I mentioned this earlier. There were other players who did it too. But that team last night got to the point where guys are inbounding the ball to other players because they don't want specific players having the ball. I was watching. I'm like, I don't understand what's happening. Like the infighting that looked like was playing out on the court, but also Russ had a play where he turned the ball over right near the top of the key on a ball where he was forcing it, and he had a wide open Neat Clifford on the side.
Yep.
Then he went back near the half
gambled.
court line and jumped up in the air, and it was like,
yeah,
bro, you
caught
can't compound
Yeah.
a mistake with a bigger mistake and just give up 2 points.
Yeah.
So yeah, like really but I think a lot of times Russ is frustrated with himself, and it plays into it.
Yeah, I agree.
For sure.
I think that's true. I don't think that's what happened on a couple of plays. But the play that you just outlined, that's kind of a Russ thing. Like Russ will, he'll try to make up for something quickly. And oftentimes it results in the second mistake.
Yeah.
We've talked about this before. Like I'll be the first to point it out. If Russ turns the ball over, expect him to turn the ball over again pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It's just the thing that he does. He'll settle down after that. But like, if you look and find, man, Russ had 4 turnovers last night. At least 2 to 3 of them are all going to be in a span of like 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah.
That's just kind of and he knows it. He pointed it out in Denver. Like, nah, like you gonna get exciting 3. You're gonna get a dunk. You're going to get a turnover. You're going to get a gamble on defense. Like, you're just going to get that with me at this point.
Yeah. You're listening to KFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app. And yeah, I think that's just we weren't going to learn anything new about Russell Westbrook this year. And I think that's just, what I'm interested to see is, does that compound now? And does that become the norm for Russ over this stretch of games? Or was last night he had something going on, or he got in an argument with somebody before the game, or had a specific conversation with somebody in shoot around, and then they didn't do that thing or weren't doing that thing and he's frustrated? I'm interested to see now, okay, does that carry over tonight?
Yeah.
Or do we get a more quote unquote normal version of Russ?
Holding your emotions in gameplay is tough.
Yeah,
because in situations like
I can't
you're
hold my
talking
emotions
about,
on a radio show.
but that's your game, right?
Right.
And you think like, you make a mistake going to commercial, and before the show you had told yourself, when you go to commercial, like, do this.
Damn, it's like you're in my head.
Yeah, I mean, like, no, because I know how you think. Like, but you don't want to. You can't react in that moment. It's like if you and I are doing a show together and I mess something up that you and I talked about before the show, it serves no benefit to react during the show in the moment, because we've got 2-3 hours to do. We've got to get through that. And then everything goes smoothly. It calms down and you get to 4:00 and you've got to decide whether you go back to, hey, at 12:15 when the show started, you did this. Like, it's a tough thing to navigate. And in a game we have commercial breaks. In a game, you have dead ball situations. You've got to communicate to your guys. Like, hey, we went over this. We went over this specifically. This specific instance that just happened, we went over this.
Yep.
We can't keep making the same mistake. And it feels like, to go back to how all of this originally started, that's what Doug is doing. We can't keep doing this.
Yep.
I've given
Finally.
everybody opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. We're creeping in on the trade deadline. Scott may have told him, hey, man, phones are cold. Great. We're going to make a change then, man, because we're not doing the next, 30 some odd games like this.
Yeah.
I think even like last night, it reminded me a little bit of when the 49ers were playing Philadelphia and things started to go wrong with Philadelphia and you just saw them imploding on the sidelines.
Yeah.
It was AJ Brown. It was like, but there were other guys they're yelling at each other the whole time. Like,
and that's an
God.
example of the group who has been over all of this stuff before.
Yeah.
And just couldn't execute it.
Yep. Yeah. So I watched them unwind last night and I'm like, boy, there are so many issues. And then to watch Doug respond the way he did. Okay, you're not going to play in the fourth quarter. Okay, you're going to play 7 minutes in the second half. You're going to play 5 minutes in the second half. I don't know, again, that I saw something visually that Domas was doing wrong other than they weren't good defensively when he was on the court.
There was a lot of going back to I'm sorry I keep harping on this. Like I feel like I track body language a lot. There was a lot of Now I don't now Domas had a couple of plays where I think he was frustrated with himself.
Sure.
Like like he was missing shots at the rim. Like he had a rough night yesterday. And Domas is a guy who, when his night's bad, you know it.
Yep.
Like you see it, and it's not going to be one of those things where, like I don't remember if I said it on the handoff or I told Kenny, like Dylan Cardwell is going to have a game where he's 1 for 10.
Yep.
He has 16 rebounds. And everybody who leaves the Golden One Center remembers exactly what he did that night.
Yeah.
Like they remember it. Like Domas, you watch it and it's like you immediately see, oh, he's having a bad night. And he doesn't, it's like when he's particularly around the rim, when he's bad offensively, there's nothing else. There's nothing else what you point to. He's not a defender. It's not like, oh man, Domas was great at the rim against Jokic tonight or Chet or whoever. Like that's not really who he is or what you're going to get from him. So when it feels like like last night, when it's bad on the offensive end, you're going to get nothing. And he missed in a really short span. He missed like 2 shots at the basket, like
right there,
layups.
Yeah.
And he did and again, I don't think he was doing it at a teammate. I don't even think he was doing it at the officials. I think it was like, I can't, God damn it.
He has the games too where it's like if he has 3 or 4 turnovers in the first like 15 minutes of the game, you're in for 7 or 8. You're not. I mean, like when the ball is like bobbling in his hands, it's over.
He feels like Domas feels like a guy who gets in his head quickly.
Yeah,
like the turnovers, the missed shots. I don't think missed shots bother him. I think missed shots at the basket bother him. When it's a layup, when it's something right at the rim, I think that gets to him.
Yeah.
And that's where he very much gets in his head.
Yeah. Real quick, just a quick 49ers note. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan talking today said that just confirmed all the reporting from earlier this year that Brandon Ayuk's played his last snap with the 49ers. In case anybody had any doubt about that.
I
did not.
Genuinely. I hope bro's okay. Like,
same.
That was like, that crash out was really weird. And to just, in the NFL, to just trick off money you're owed is super concerning.
Especially coming off an injury.
Like, it's not the 49ers' responsibility. It's not.
I agree.
But it's like, hey, are you okay? Or like, and maybe more specifically, is your client okay? Like, this isn't something you do in the NFL. Like, he has guaranteed money on the books. We're asking him to get himself healthy. And he's walking away from that. Because understand, if he's walking away from that, we're walking away from him. And I want to be clear, this is what you want. This is what he wants. And you have consulted with him and you have talked about this. I don't know what the agent's response was, but we know what the 49ers response was. And it's just like, I joked the other day, could you imagine being Brandon Ayuk thinking, get me out of here, man. Mike Tomlin loves me.
Oh, damn. It'd be tough.
right? Because Pittsburgh was the team he was most
Yeah.
closely associated with, and now it's like,
So
now what?
I've refused to have a real like hard take on this whole thing because of what you just said, Damian. This is not, he's not been acting rationally and behaving in a way. The Niners say, we're going to waive your guarantees. And he tells the NFL Players Association, don't worry about it. Don't even appeal it. That's how bad I want to. But you always say, read the quotes, read the stories, and figure out who it's coming from. And that'll tell you the real story of what's going on. We have not heard word one from Brandon Ayuk's camp.
Yeah.
There has not been, if this was something egregious where the Niners were asking him to do something that was just beyond the pale from a recovery standpoint, we would get Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, somebody from, I think it's Rosenhaus's agent, I think.
Oh, that's right.
I think Rosenhaus's agent or Mulligetta.
No, I think it's Drew Rosenhaus.
He has a big name agent. We got nothing of like, source said the 49ers asked Ayuk to do A, B, and C, and he refused, and it led to, there's been nothing from Ayuk's camp. And to that point,
Ryan Williams of Athletes First is who I have listed as his agent.
So he has a real agent.
Yeah.
Who could go out to Schefter, whoever, and say, hey, this whole waiving guarantees thing, no. This is what we haven't seen that.
Yeah.
Well, on top of that, that agent extended himself with the negotiation because that did not go well. And Ayuk made just flippantly joked about it afterwards about how he blew, it was his fault how it all played out. And then he should have just taken the deal earlier. That all looked bad on his agent. And then you get to the next year and this is what's happening. I think his agent's like, why would I sit here and put a bunch of time and energy into you? You just blew off $26 million in guaranteed money.
Yeah.
Now I'm not getting paid. And oh, by the way, you're not going to get anything on the, with your new team. You might get a little bit of money to a make good, but you just went from an A-list to a D-list client that quick.
Yes. And to that point, you're going to probably get a 1-year prove-it deal.
Yeah.
You're going to make a few.
Man.
And this is...
Can it get worse?
Of course it can. Something bad can happen.
Yeah.
Well, oh God, that's not what I meant. And it could. I meant from a 49 in the 49ers Ayuk relationship. So you have essentially, and the NFL is so difficult to figure this out, and this feels like an extreme step, but you have essentially broken contract if you're Brandon Ayuk, and the 49ers have said, all right, fine. The rules, the collective bargaining agreement allows us all to walk away from this at this point. We're not going to fight you on it. You're out. I'm out. Fine. He got a $20-some-odd million guarantee. I'm sorry. He got a $20-some-odd million signing bonus.
Yeah.
Do you fight to get that back?
I don't know.
If you voided the years of the contract, the signing bonus,
there's a clawback.
It's for the contract that you signed. If we're not honoring the contract anymore, do you owe me $25 million?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or the Niners go to hell with this. Right.
That's kind of what I feel like they're ultimately going to do because that money's not going to do anything for him either way. So it's like, all right, man, let's just wash our hands of this.
Or they violated a bunch of his contract for this year and took the money and didn't pay him. There's also that possibility. That they already went through this step and it's like, hey, we have to recoup some of this money. You're not getting your standard contract for this year because you owe us bonus money. And so this is what you're going to make. And sorry about that, but you're bad. According to our friend Matt Mayoko, Kyle Shanahan acknowledged that Gus Bradley is the main internal candidate for the 49ers DC position.
Not a surprise.
Yeah, they will interview others outside the building before making the call on who replaces Robert Saleh.
Not a surprise.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be shocked if Jim Schwartz is involved or Raheem Morris.
Two names that we brought up yesterday. Jim Schwartz is in the cycle. He's getting interviews. Yeah. Yep. Raheem Morris, the same.
Is he?
Yeah.
Good for him. Hell yeah.
Yeah. He at least had one.
Yeah.
Gus Bradley probably a guy that'll be around for a while.
He's never being a head coach again.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah, you remember his Jacksonville years? It was
no, I try to
mess.
block anything that involves Jacksonville out of.
He was a disaster as a head coach. I just wonder. This goes back to my main complaint or criticism about Kyle Shanahan. Is I feel like it's a lot of sticking to a certain thing. And he said they're going to interview external candidates and maybe somebody else knocks their socks off and they're like, wow, that's what we need to do with defense. But I think he has an idea of what their defense needs to be. And Gus Bradley ran the Legion of Boom defense from 2009 to 2012. And he runs that scheme and he knows that scheme. So cool, here we go. This is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
And not that I've seen people being like, wow, what a disaster if they hire Gus Bradley. I'm not going to go there necessarily. But I also, it makes me wonder in a time, in a period where I think the 49ers need to be making some adjustments to how they operate defensively, offensively. Like, you need to be ready to turn the page to a new version of 49er football that may not involve George Kittle or Christian McCaffrey or Trent Williams. Like, Kyle Juszczyk, what is your team going to look like? And if they're like, yeah, Gus Bradley's going to be the guy, unless somebody else totally blows us away, it gives me reason for concern that they would be willing to do the same on the other side of the ball.
His title was he was assistant head coach.
It's my favorite title, assistant head coach of defense. Mm-hmm.
Is you're serious?
I'm so serious.
Oh, I don't think I've ever heard of that before. Okay.
Oh, no, nobody has.
I've heard of
assistant
to the.
So
that's that, right? That's because the question was, and I guess the question still stands. What exactly do you do in that regard?
I can tell you.
You get paid more.
Assistant head coach of defense. Never mind. I can't tell you what he did because the biography, which goes into like his career, starts with Gus Bradley is in his first season as the 49ers assistant head coach of defense. Don't know what that means. I think it's ostensibly, if I understand this right. He runs
of assistant head coaches of defense.
Hey, that is one name long. It's Gus, who kind of looks like what I think I'm going to look like in about 30 years.
I think that might be true. I've got a long list of defensive coordinators. I have one 49ers assistant head coach of defense.
I think it's the same role like Brandon Staley played, where you come in, it's another set of eyes on what you're doing defensively. You run some meetings. I'm sure he's in charge of some specific like game day things they do.
Hey, what hotels did you stay at, bro?
Yeah, I don't
like that.
But I think they brought him in specifically for this.
Yeah,
because he knows their
knowing
scheme,
that Robert Saleh was almost
Saleh
certainly going to leave,
probably
in a year
one
or
and
two.
done.
Yeah.
Here's a guy who's in the building, and here's a guy who's probably not going to be a head coach again. So I think he was brought in for this purpose. And unless Jim Schwartz is available or Raheem Morris doesn't get a head coaching job and Kyle Shanahan wants his guy Raheem in the building, I think that they brought in Gus Bradley this year for next year. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I think it's also a guy that, number one, he's already had some weird titles. So if you do end up bringing in one of those other guys, it's not like he has to go somewhere. And you can have some continuity with your defense where one guy's there that's been there. Yeah. Should be interesting.
I guess. I don't know.
I mean, he doesn't.
He's fine. I think it's fine.
Yeah. You have to be really bad to mess up this position. And Kyle has seen that. The 49ers have seen it. The good thing with Kyle is he appears to be like, hey, man, sorry this didn't work, but you got to go.
Yeah.
He did it to Steve Wilkes. He did it to
well, Nick Sorensen stunk. Nick Sorensen, but to Nick Sorensen's, I guess, credit or in his defense, he wasn't ready to be a DC. They lost out on like 3 or 4 other guys and were like, oh, fine, you do it.
And he was in-house, right?
Yeah. He was the safeties coach or Nichols coach or whatever he was. So Gus Bradley's at least been a defensive coordinator before. But it goes, you can complain about Doug Christie all you want. You can think he's doing A, B, and C wrong, and he should have this rotation, and this guy should be playing more, this guy should be playing less. But the fact of the matter is, you need talent to be any kind of coach. And the 49ers defense needs more talent. They could have the best, they have one of, if not the best defensive coordinator last year, and they had trouble getting stops because they just didn't have the dudes.
Yeah, but they didn't have trouble winning games, though.
No, I understand that.
They got my thing with them. Now, I don't want to say it's been this case all year. It really over the last the final like 5 weeks of the season. This when they got into that tough stretch of games.
Right.
Maybe you can't get stops, but can you get the stop? And they did it. Like they did it against Chicago. They did it against Philadelphia.
I don't think
didn't really factor in the Seattle games.
Sure, but it didn't factor in the Seattle game. So the best team they played mowed them down. They played the Rams. The Rams had no trouble moving the ball. Like I don't think it's sustainable to go, hey, hang on by the edge of your seat. Can you get one? Like that's not.
No, it's not sustainable for the long term. But there is context to why they were in the position they were in. Like they need to get better defensively, but they'll also get better by health.
That's what I'm saying.
They'll get better internally. Yeah.
Yeah, that's sorry. That's what I'm saying though.
Oh, okay.
Is
I misunderstood.
Warner back, Bosa back.
Yeah,
that'll help.
Yeah.
Sure.
But I think you need to get better at safety. We talked about this the other day. Does the pass rush help Renardo Green be a better player?
Yeah.
Can you bolster your defensive line rotation even with Bosa back? Can you do young players continue improving? Because if they don't, it doesn't matter who the DC is.
Yeah.
Like they're probably going to be in a position where it's like, can you get one stop?
There's a great quote here from Lenore about Gus. He says, Gus helped us a lot just figuring out the stuff in the strike zone areas. He was in charge of the red zone. He just has so much knowledge for us, which is interesting because that's where they were really good.
Yeah.
It was that, like you get to the red zone and that's where they stop people.
Who was the red area? Was that Tom?
Yeah,
was that Brady?
That's been a thing. Tom Brady never calls it anything else.
Yeah.
I heard red area before, but it's like Chris Biederman and I do a bit on our podcast where we'll do like football guy stuff. And it's like, you have to call it the football and you have to
the National Football League.
Yeah. Right. Like, and if you take care of the football, like you have to, right. There's just like little football guy terminology. Red area is one of those. Tom Brady has never called it the red zone in his life. Apparently.
I feel like that was probably something they did in New England, probably something he did as a quarterback, probably something they did in, film.
Yeah.
And it just carried over to TV.
Yeah.
Well, that, and I think for a specific segment on your podcast, the red area would be a great, like, branded segment.
I don't want to talk about
Let's get to the
podcast.
red area. Maybe it's like the injury report. I don't know.
We'll workshop it for sure.
There you go.
Good news, Damian.
Great.
Kuminga watch.
Hey!
It's not going away. 20 points in 21 minutes. I see the vision again.
I have seen the
I'm
light.
excited. I'm excited to discuss this because I am not an idiot, man. I might play one on the radio from time to time. I might make some stupid predictions or have a bad take. But don't talk to me like I'm an idiot. Don't treat me like an idiot.
What do you mean?
And Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors.
He's back in the rotation.
Some of y'all are falling for this. Some very well-established reporters are falling for this. Joathan Kuminga played. I was monitoring that effing game far too closely, given the fact that the Sacramento Kings were on.
Yeah.
Following it too closely.
Yeah.
When did Joathan Kuminga enter the game?
Second quarter.
Second quarter. Started the second quarter. It was 41-28. The Warriors were down 41-28.
13 points.
When he entered that game.
Yep.
That was strategic. They knew they were ass that night. They knew they didn't have it. So what'd they do? They're going to throw Kuminga out there. I'm going to be honest with you. Wouldn't have thought nothing of it other than, all right, we'll see what this winds up looking like.
Proof of life.
That's it. Wouldn't have thought nothing of it if I hadn't read that article. And I don't remember everyone, Slater, Sam, they're all writing about. So forgive me for not attributing it to the right person, but it was brought up. Yeah, when Kuminga played, he had, maybe it was in reference to his best game of this such and such. They lost by 17. Boy, if that's not telling. That was in the article. That, I swear to God, the fact that Kenny walked in here, and I don't want to talk too much about Kenny because he's not here, but the fact that he walked in here and said Mike Dunleavy is like, oh, he's a nondescript character in this whole thing is such trash. It is such absolute garbage. Because who do you think fed that reporter that line? Oh, he's out here getting points and games don't matter. In games that don't matter. Oh, he's out here getting points and we can't win with him. What happens? We're down 13. Yeah, put his dumbass in there. Don't tell me that wasn't strategic.
Was the guy feeding the line the same guy who said, yeah, I heard about his trade demand. In order for there to be a trade demand, there needs to be demand.
You are actively devaluing your own player.
He's torpedoing him.
You're actively devaluing your ability to trade him, which leads me to, and I think this is my final conclusion on the Kuminga thing. This is nothing more than a pissing contest, and they're perfectly fine winning. They're not going to trade him.
Oh, winning.
Not to play him.
Quote,
not to, no. Yeah, a measuring contest.
Yeah.
That's all this is. We've got nothing. And I don't know why Malik or DeMar wouldn't be far more appealing to them now, given that I get why it doesn't make sense with Jimmy Butler there. You don't have Jimmy Butler, especially with DeMar.
Because, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, especially with DeMar, you can, I don't know the machinations of this, but you can do whatever you want next year in terms of the partial guarantee. You got Jimmy coming back, if, according to Mike Dunleavy, we'll say the middle of next year. Then you just do whatever you do when Jimmy's 58 is gone. But the idea that like DeMar wouldn't help them right now is crazy to me. And they're perfectly fine just saying, nope, this isn't a players league anymore. We're going to do it our way. All right, Mike, whatever you say.
Yeah,
because in about 3 years, 3 to 4 years, depending when Steph's done carrying your sorry ass, you're going to be the laughing stock of the league because you're going to suck.
But at least other picks. It's not about basketball.
It doesn't feel like it.
It's not. Somebody who knows people over there and talks to people over there, sent me a clip of our show yesterday of us saying, like, what are they doing? Like, it's so hard to figure out, like, what in the world they're thinking. And I got that clip sent to me, and that person said, they're not. They're not. There's nothing to figure out. They don't know. There's not some strategy. There's not some thought process. They want to win on a spreadsheet. And they're not going to get whatever value they think they're supposed to get. So they're cool just letting it ride out. And if it rides out and they say no to his team option, he's a free agent, they're going to go, it was his fault. We win. And that sucks.
Congratulations,
they did
guys.
Raise the banner.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to raise the banner because D'Lo and KC, just D'Lo today. D'Lo and friends?
Yeah, Hammer.
D'Lo?
Jake will be with me. I got Jesse,
Hammer?
always.
Jesse?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. All right. D'Lo and KC next. For James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. Shout out to, you know what? No, not shout out to Jesse Tapia. Didn't help us out today. James and I are back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Till then, drink water, be nice people. Woo!
Bye, friends.
See you, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys.
Scooter, let me tell you, I hate that guy. No, I'm just kidding. Shut up, Kyle. What's up, Steven? No predictions right now. Always good, Russ. Always good. What's up, Germs? Johnny G. Dr. David, shout out. David Jackson, she's busy working and doing nursing school. So yeah, she's too busy to deal with me. Young Sav, this is best case scenario. If Herbert can't make it work this year, then I'm sorry, he's just mid. But like I thought it's perfect for the Chargers. Fake Stephen Brown almost got me. What's up, Michael? Lazy. What's up, Jalen? Jack Davis. Kyle, tough day for our Sharks yesterday. Right? Or was that the Lightning game a couple days ago? I was watching the game yesterday.
My bad, everybody. I don't even know why I have this open. Go here.
Jack,
What's up, guys?
10 out of 10, no excuses for Justin Herbert. Mike can call an offense. Like, you might have questions otherwise, but Mike can call an offense.
Shout out Securing the Bagley. That little tweet you sent me kind of made me chuckle. I like Mike McDaniel. I'm sad that he won't be on camera a lot because get the occasional, hey, has anyone ever told you look like? I've been told.
What do you think that interview was between like him and Harbaugh was like?
Oh, I can't even imagine. Oh my God.
So
that must have been
call offense and stuff. Oh, yeah, all right.
That must have been the greatest interview ever.
What's
Absolutely
up, the Raider?
ever.
Shout out Madrid.
Young Sav, what up, boy? I like that hire for your boys. I like Mike McDaniel. I like him.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey. One more time. Hey, Young Zell. Hey. Young Zell, I see you in the chat, man. You can't run and hide. What do your boys got to do for a new intro song? I'm saying just hypothetically, what if some moves are being made and we need a new intro song? What about that? Don't run and hide, Young Zell. I know you in there. Come on, man. Shout out to that boy, Young Zell. Always working for us. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, January 21st edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
KC is out today, expecting him back tomorrow, and we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Alongside
what are you doing with him?
my EP. Stay riding with me, baby. Stay riding with me, man. And we've got quite a bit to talk about. My man, Jake Gadon, CBS 13. He's going to be with us coming up for his weekly visit at around 1:47. And then my man James Ham of the Insiders will be back, hang out, talk Kings basketball. Kings are back in action tonight, by the way. Second night of a back-to-back for them. They'll take on the Toronto Raptors, who beat the crap out of the Golden State Warriors last night. And we'll talk more about that game because I have a lot to say about that Joathan Kuminga situation and how the Golden State Warriors handled that and his reintroduction into the rotation last night. But we'll start, of course, with your Sacramento Kings. They dropped their second straight to Miami. This is a I'm not going to go be dramatic and call it a turning point for the Sacramento Kings. I don't think it's a turning point for them, but there was an interesting stretch, a week or so ago, week and some change, where we saw the Sacramento Kings beat 3 straight playoff teams, right? We saw them beat the Lakers. We saw them beat the Rockets. We saw them beat, was it Phoenix? Can't remember who.
The Lakers, right?
The Lakers, the Rockets, and someone else. But we saw that, and the streak gets, the 3-game losing streak ends, or excuse me, the 3-game winning streak ends. With Portland, it was the Knicks. Sorry, of course, they beat Mike Brown. Everybody, everybody is. I forgot they were a playoff team. The way that they're playing right now, and then they followed it up by beating the Wizards. So it was like, okay, all right, because I know a lot of us felt like, this would be the most Kings thing ever to beat 3 good teams in a row and then lose to a team that is one of the few in the entire league that has a worse record than they do. But they were able to take care of business against the Washington Wizards. Ran up against the Blazers, got beat, and then I started like, all right, now you've got your 2, you got 2 more tough games to close out this homestand, and that's not something that was talked a lot about heading into, gosh, what is it, a 7-game homestand? There wasn't much talked about in terms of like the degree of difficulty of the schedule because the Kings stink, so it didn't really matter. The degree of difficulty, the strength of schedule, it didn't matter. Because the Kings aren't good. The Kings could lose to the Lakers. They could lose to the Wizards as easily as they could lose to the Knicks. But once they got through those first 3 teams, it was like, okay, you got through the Wizards. Like, all right. Let's see what happens against Portland. They fall short against Portland. And then you have last night's game. And last night's game didn't feel close. Like it was... I never thought the Kings were going to win last night's game. The Miami Heat is such a unique it's such a unique collection of individuals.
It's a solid group of number 2s and 3s.
Yeah, I mean it's truly just a
Norman Powell's been one of the best players on their team this season. That's probably not something that should be for your team.
And that's not a shot at Norman Powell.
No, Norman Powell's not that guy.
Yeah, it's like Norman Powell and Bam Adebayo are taking turns at being like the number 1 on a specific night, or they're just both putting in strong performances. But that's kind of what you get from the Miami Heat, is just a bunch of strong performances. And they have been playing, like, if you haven't been paying attention to the Miami Heat a lot this year, like, one, I don't blame you. Why would you? You're a Kings fan. You're locked in on what's going on here. But the Heat are getting up and down the floor. And all of these teams that are getting up and down the floor, they're plus or minus 5 games over 5, 5 games over or 5 games under 500. That's just kind of the world that you're living in. But they're scoring, like the Heat scored 130. They scored 130 last night. That's normal. That's very normal for them. They're going to get points. And they hit threes at a disgusting rate to start the game. They were 15 of 24 from 3 in the first half. Now, they wound up finishing 21 of 42. Like, they cooled down significantly from behind the arc. But 15 of 24 to start, and you go back and you look at the way that second quarter went. They gave up 39 points in that second quarter, but they scored 45. And a lot of that was, the 3-point shot. So it was just quarter after quarter, it's just winning by a little bit more. The third quarter was a little ugly. Miami wasn't hitting shots. Sacramento wasn't hitting shots. It was kind of the one moment where it was like, okay, the Heat have significantly cooled off. And you had to know they weren't going to continue. We talk about this well, we used to talk about this all of the time when the Sacramento Kings were getting up and down the floor when they were if you can remember back when the Sacramento Kings were actually taking a lot of 3-pointers, where they would hit at a huge clip in the first half or for a stretch or for even for a quarter, especially if it was, in the first half of the game, be like, yeah, they're probably not going to keep this up. So what type of grimy way can they win? The Heat cooled down so much in the third quarter. It was a moment where it was like, if the Kings can start hitting shots, if the Kings can make a little run here, regardless, and I'm not trying to give them a pass on this end, but regardless of what they're doing on the defensive end, Miami just might miss enough shots to get you back into this. And unfortunately for Sacramento, when the Heat went cold, the Kings just froze right there along with them. And no headway was able to be made in that third quarter. And so, again, it became a game where it didn't really feel like the Sacramento Kings were going to win. It didn't feel like they had a legitimate shot at winning, especially when you realize that run was never coming. So what are we looking for as the game progresses? What are we looking for? What are the things that we're looking at as Kings fans as this game starts to close? And I think one of the things that stands out the most is the distribution of minutes. Domantas Sabonis, in his third game back, did not step on the floor in the fourth quarter. Interestingly enough, Maxime Reno didn't step on the floor in the fourth quarter either. It was Precious and Dylan Cardwell who were holding down those duties for the final 12 minutes of the game. Zach LaVine played 2 minutes, and if I remember correctly, and y'all tell me if I'm wrong, it was kind of a trash 2 minutes. Didn't Zach go in late? I felt Zach, I think Zach LaVine entered the game with like 2 minutes left when they were down 15. I remember thinking, what is he doing? So by all intents and purposes, he didn't play in the fourth quarter. He didn't play meaningful minutes in the fourth quarter. And then you go to the final box score and you're trying to compute, well, wait, he didn't play this quarter. He didn't play this quarter. What do their numbers wind up looking like? And you have Zach LaVine at 22 minutes and you have Domantas Sabonis at 17, about 17.
Zach LaVine came in with 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. For Precious Achiuwa, they were down 124-109.
And that's all he played in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
Zach LaVine at $40-some-odd million a year essentially played in garbage minutes.
The other $45 million player didn't even play in the fourth quarter.
So you had $90+ million sitting on the bench in the final fourth quarter. And do not get that remark twisted. Good for Doug Christie. That's something, we often look at the starting lineup because that's where the names are called. That's where, the big introductions are given, Scott Moak doing the big call and all of that. That tends to be what we focus on. The Kings sent out a private text, every time. Here's tonight's starting lineups. But Doug has regularly made it clear, if y'all want the story of this team, pay attention to who's closing. My bad, coach. I'm starting to pay more attention because we're starting to see Dylan Cardwell close games. Now, this is something that a lot of coaches don't do. But last night's decision as it pertains to Domantas Sabonis, last night's decision to not play Domantas Sabonis in the fourth quarter might have been just that Domas was, forgive me, he was trash. He was terrible last night.
He looked kind of out of place. Like he's not comfortable, I guess, is the term I use.
Talking with Kyle during the handoff, like he gets in his head. And he missed, we were in the group text last night, and he missed 2 shots at the basket when we started texting. And that's like he's doing the thing where his hands go up. And I say this, I often get frustrated with Domantas Sabonis because I feel like when he has those visible reactions, it's in reaction to a teammate. Sometimes it's in reaction to an official. I don't think any of that is true for Domas last night. I think he was frustrated with himself. He was terrible on the defensive end. Nothing was going right for him. Nothing. And I know, like, we can have this argument forever. Like, Domas is just bad on the defensive end, period. It doesn't matter what else is going on in the game. He's not good. But if you're not doing anything on the offensive end to offset how bad you are on the defensive end, you don't have any business being out there on the floor. And Doug Christie, I'm not going to try to get into the mind of Doug Christie. My opinion is he felt that same way too. And that's why we didn't see Domantas Sabonis in the fourth quarter. Now, why didn't you see Zach LaVine in the fourth quarter? That might be a different conversation. Because Zach LaVine was efficient last night. He was efficient in all facets of the game. He wasn't super aggressive. It's not like he was having a night that you're going to write about, but it's not something where I thought, man, Zach is terrible. He doesn't belong on the floor. But he wasn't on the floor in the fourth quarter. And he gets in with 2 minutes and 13 seconds left, and it's essentially garbage time, and that's what he's playing. But he finished 7 of 10 on the game. I think he was 1 of 2 in the fourth quarter. So up until that point, again, not super aggressive, but he had played fine. Most of the vets played fine offensively. Russ, Zach, DeMar. It was the little things that wound up costing them. Actually, of all of those guys, I feel like this should be pointed out. The guy whose game I loved the most, because I had mentioned with the insiders a few moments ago, I was frustrated with some things Russell Westbrook did on the floor yesterday. Of all of those guys that we just mentioned, though, Russ, Zach, Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, the guy's game who I loved the most was DeMar DeRozan. DeMar was ready to fight yesterday. Why? I don't know. I guess I'm just here for it. I'm not the guy who goes, man, you got to let him feel you, man. Hard foul. Take him out. Man, I'm going to take somebody. I'm not into all of that. But when DeMar committed a hard foul that he got caught for, man, it was like, hey, man, what's wrong with you? And I don't know, man. I'm trying to read. I think DeMar said do something. I might be reading his lips wrong. I think he said do something. And it's like, yo, DeMar's on 10 right now. And young brother, don't do it. Whatever DeMar is telling you to do, don't do it. You don't want any part of that. And I also wonder if that was DeMar's frustration with the organization just boiling over to the basketball floor. And I wonder for these vets how much that starts to happen over the course of the next 2 weeks or so.
I'd imagine DeMar DeRozan didn't expect to finish out the last couple of years of his career doing this.
Yeah, I don't think so. DeMar has never been on a team, at least to my recollection, like this. Toronto always had a certain level of success. I mean, San Antonio was San Antonio. He was, he was there while the run was still going on, not the championship run, but the plus 500, playoff run, all of that stuff. And Chicago was up and down.
Chicago was cool, and then
this,
Lonzo got hurt.
Yeah, it was never this down. Like, he's never been on a team this bad. I think the only team Russ can compare this Sacramento Kings to, as funny as it might be, is that Lakers team.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
That Lakers team was awful. Like, that might be the only comp that Russ has in his career for this team right here. But I say all that to say they have the opportunity to get back on the floor tonight. And they've got a second night of a back-to-back against the Toronto Raptors team, who's on a second night of a back-to-back. And so, there's no real, this is the 4th seed. Double check and make sure that that's current, because the Knicks losing streak has brought a lot of teams into the equation. But this is a 4th seed Toronto Raptors team. This is a team that has been tied to a lot of trade rumors because they have Well, they have high-priced pieces, but they also have a team where it's like, hey, the Knicks aren't what people thought. Maybe Boston, maybe the clock strikes midnight on Boston, and, whether right or wrong, we can get Detroit. Like, Toronto might be one of those teams. They might be one of those teams who thinks that they could do that and can get real aggressive here at the trade deadline and think, if there's ever a year to win the East, it's right now. Now, the counter argument to that could be because there's a lot of really good teams in the East. That could be the counter. But there might not be a juggernaut, despite the fact that Detroit Pistons are 31-10. The East just went through this last year. They just went through this with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Cleveland Cavaliers had a 60-plus win season, and they were had in the playoffs. A lot of people were waiting for them to be had in the playoffs, and it happened. Toronto stepping into the Golden One Center tonight thinking we got a chance to move up in the rankings. The Knicks are kind of free falling right now. They got Brooklyn tonight, which is good for them. Possibly good for them. Who knows?
Does the way Doug is managing Levine and Domas's minutes give you any, I guess, thought that they could be traded coming up?
It doesn't influence influence it one way or the other because I don't think the way Doug is playing them has anything to do with.
I got you. Yeah, because maybe I'm thinking too simplistic, but it's kind of like they're still good players. Like you're paying them a lot of money, find time for them on the court. So I just wonder.
I think that's all it is. Like I think more than anything, it's we need to field a roster, and if I can't get Zach LaVine or Domantas Sabonis to play the way that I want to, fine, man. I'm gonna play Maxime Reno. If it's not Max's night, I'm gonna play Dylan Cardwell. If it's none of their nights, I'm gonna figure out some way to make this work. And I think that's what we saw from Doug Christie last night. Part of me wonders if Scott hasn't given Doug a call like, hey, let's meet real quick. Hey, man, these phone lines are cold. And do what you got to do. If that's less Zach LaVine, if that's like coach the way you feel you need to coach over the final 30-plus of the games of the season, because I don't know that we're going to be able to move any of these guys. I thought it would be great if we were able to move one. I don't know that we're going to be able to do that. So coach how you feel you need to coach. If Zach LaVine isn't doing what you need him to do, sit his ass on the bench. If Domantas Sabonis isn't doing what you need him to do, sit his ass on the bench. Because for those guys, the dumbest thing that could happen to them this offseason is a story coming out that Domantas Sabonis wants clarity, or a story coming out that Domantas Sabonis wants out of Sacramento. Because I can assure you, I'm very, very confident a very large chunk of the league will not care. You want to talk about demand, and there having to be a demand. I do not believe the demand exists for any player on this Sacramento Kings roster. If Jimmy Butler can go down with an ACL tear, and there is no hope for Jimmy Butler to return this season, and the team that has well-established, they'll move. A team that is well-established, they'll gamble. A team that is well-established, we will make a move for a single stretch in the season, looks at a deal involving you and goes, no. That should tell you everything you need to know. Think about what we just said with Miami. Miami scores 130 last night. Miami scores 130 regularly. I think they're 23-21 on the season. They're getting up and down the floor. That's what they're doing this season. Their hallmark. Think about all these reports that are out there. Think about all of these stories that tied DeMar DeRozan to different teams, including the Heat. And think about what you watched last night. A Miami Heat team gets up and down the floor. Your Eric Spoelstra, arguably, maybe inarguably, the best coach in the league. Arguably, maybe inarguably, the best organization in the sport. You're going to go, DeMar DeRozan fits what we're doing. Now, granted, the road to what Miami is doing is probably leading nowhere. I mean, it's not sustainable long term. It's very similar, in my opinion, to what Indiana did, what the Pacers did the year before they went to the NBA championship, the year before they went to the NBA finals. They played a certain way. Rick Carlisle was like, I'm not going to tell these guys to play defense. I'm just going to tell them to score. Get up and down. Do what you got to do. We'll address the defensive stuff this offseason. We'll make a tweak here, a tweak there. We'll make an acquisition here, and an acquisition there, and we're going to be a lot better because of it. But you had your starting points with Indiana. You had Ty, and you had Siakam. I don't know that you have that in Miami. So I don't know, like, what the next step is for Miami. If the idea is, we're doing, if I'm making the comp that they're doing what Indiana did, I don't see a trip to the NBA Finals in their future because I don't see the blocks. I don't see the starting blocks. I don't see the ones. I don't see the pillars. Now, Bam, sure. Like, if you want to call Bam a one, that's perfectly fine. Bam Adebayo is terrific. But who's his Tyrese? Who's his partner in all of this? Because I know who it's not, with all due respect, and it's not the future Hall of Famer DeMar DeRozan. He does not fit what Miami is doing. So Golden State loses a player to his ACL. A team that has been tied to DeMar DeRozan does not at all play a style that is conducive to the way that DeMar DeRozan plays. And you start going through teams, what would Toronto need him for? Then you look at teams that need a closer, like, okay, you need a closer, but what do you look like the other 44 minutes of the game? If you need him for the final four, what do you look like for the first 44? And you realize that list starts to dwindle, and a small list gets even smaller. And the realization that the Sacramento Kings may be playing with the exact roster moving forward hits you. And I think that's what we're all facing right now. We will talk much more about this, and we'll talk about the player that has been most closely tied to the Sacramento Kings. And, of course, that's Joathan Kuminga and their jackass general manager, what was added again. So we'll get to all of that. You want to get in on the phone lines, would love to hear from you. It's just me today. I got Jesse with me, 916-909-1320. It's Steeler 1 KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Charismatic, I agree. DeMar could come off any bench in the league. But what team is making a move to bring DeMar DeRozan in and say, oh, also, you're going to be our sixth man, or perhaps our seventh, or just a bench guy? So are we saying at this point in his career that you cannot put DeMar DeRozan on the bench? No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you're a team that has to make a move for him, meaning you have to give up players that are currently on your roster to you essentially, Warren, you have to potentially strip some of your depth to make your depth stronger. And if the idea is to bring DeMar DeRozan on the bench, to bring DeMar DeRozan in and bring him off the bench, it's got to be a playoff team, right? So if it's a playoff team, you probably have like a decent level of depth there. You just have to decide, or maybe you have a contract that you're comfortable moving off because the player's not doing nothing for you. That could be it too. DeMar can absolutely come off the bench, especially for a good team. Bro, he absolutely is. What the hell is that? Come on, man. What is going on with these Abbeys in here recently? That's the real Stephen Brown, right?
No, that's the real Stephen Brown, but it's not Stephen Brown. Like, that's not his picture, I don't think.
No.
Yeah.
I meant
that's Stephen Brown.
Okay.
There's like the real Stephen Brown. I believe that's a fake one in the chat.
Yeah, we got to stop doing that. Okay, I shouldn't laugh. Yeah, I'm sure it has nothing to do with nothing. Domas is out tonight. Yeah, all right. I gotta.
Did it say why?
Knee injury management. It's the second night of a back. I'm trying.
Okay, no, it's second night of back. Second night of a back to back. Second night of back to back. It makes sense. It makes sense. I forgot second night of back to back. Makes sense.
I'm trying.
It's very logical
because I want to say it, but I'm not. Hey, man, didn't I tell you to delete this account? You guys need to stop it. Stop it.
We can send him to the abyss right now.
Nah, I don't want to do that. Just because I feel like it's one of. Stop it.
Yeah, it could be the one where you change the name or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Maybe.
You imagine Domas comes into post-game press conferences wearing do-rags?
That'd be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. The Raider, stop, man. Come on. Okay. This from our man Jason Anderson over at the Sacramento Bee. He said the Sacramento Kings have ruled out Domantas Sabonis for tonight's game against the Toronto Raptors due to left knee injury management. Precious Achiuwa, he's questionable. He has right ankle soreness. I'm going to be honest. I laughed when I read the first part of this tweet that Domantas Sabonis was ruled out. Left knee injury management, like, okay. And then I realized it's the second night of a back-to-back. He did just come back from a 27-game, 2+ month absence. So I'm going to stall him out. Everything that happens with the veterans right now is going to look funny, though. It's perfectly logical for the Sacramento Kings to be managing Domantas Sabonis' injury. He did not have a procedure on it. It feels like it was just kind of rest and see what happens. So I don't want to.
So is he healthy? Has anyone told us that?
He said all he said is he's not 100%.
Okay, that's
all he said.
Okay, that's what I'm wondering.
I just don't know how. I don't know.
Well, yeah, because he kind of, to me, it felt like we would get like, oh yeah, Domas can be reevaluated. We'll see what it is. And he kind of just showed up. Well, I think he was at practice once, and then it's like, oh yeah, Domas is ready to play and all that. So I wasn't sure if he was like 100%, but he says he's not. So I guess he's just wanting to be out there.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. Domas in these situations has proven to be pretty tough. Like, he generally doesn't miss basketball games. Like, if he's healthy, he plays. If he is any semblance of healthy, he plays. And so when he doesn't, it's a thing. And I'll stall him out. I think there's a lot of things that frustrate me about Domantas Sabonis. His availability and his willingness to play through injury or play through pain is not something that I'll I'll ever criticize him for. I think he does that regularly, and I think he does it well. 916-909-1320. But to Jesse's point, what exactly is he playing through right now? It's fine that you're not 100%. I completely understand. You just had a 10-week injury. What percent are you? Because it feels like we spotted him on the court before that Laker game, and then it's like all of a sudden he's back, and we never got an update. We never got a progression. We never got a reevaluate. We never got any of that. So it was just like, oh, man, maybe I can get through this, and you just started to play basketball? I'm not really sure. 916-909-1320. My man Ish on the line. Ish, what up, boy?
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. So just talking about the Kuminga situation.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy, Mike Dunleavy, so his job as a GM is maximizing his players' talent, maximizing the team. And what they've done with their asset, Kuminga, is started with Steve Kerr, who's benching him, giving him DMPs, which is already a mismanagement of the asset. Because as we can see with Kuminga, he is obviously not a DMP player, especially when you're dealing with the Warriors, who are trying to win as much as they can to get as much as they can out of the Steph Curry window. So they already messed that up. Then they have him on the shop window, and they are declining deals while not playing him. And now this GM who's trying to get his value up is saying, well, I can't find a trade, so there's not much demand for. They've botched this from the beginning. And Mike Dunleavy, by the way, he's not some super GM. He's the guy who's been the GM in this recent era of the Warriors, where they've been missing picks. They've been sort of meddling around, middle of the pack in the league, living off the last guy's success, Bob Myers, who was, by the way, living off the last guy's success, because it was actually Donnie Nelson who drafted Curry and Thompson, those guys. So it's like a progression of these guys, and it goes back to the owner as well, two-time listing. There's a real air of sort of cockiness and ego coming out of the Warriors front office, and there has been for a while, and it has led them down this path of messing up draft picks and sort of having Steph on this island where they have totally botched the back half of his career here with their moves. And I love to see it. I think Kuminga's going to be a king pretty soon here. He's going to just sort of fold his hand, and they've played this as poorly as it gets. So I am enjoying seeing it.
Ish, I appreciate it. Ish is always the rare, rational sports caller, sports talk radio caller who just calls and tells us what he sees. And a little Mike Dunleavy shade doesn't hurt, because it feels like people are their eyes are starting to be opened a little bit as to what this dude is behind the scenes. It is clear he has been the catalyst behind these nonstop negative stories about Joathan Kuminga. The verbiage in which this man uses at his press conference matches the verbiage that are being told to the likes of Anthony Slater and Sam Amick and any other Warriors reporter who wants to write or talk about Joathan Kuminga. He's not even changing the words that he's using publicly and the words he's using as an anonymous source or a team source or a league source or however he's classified. Like, Mike Dunleavy is legit too stupid to operate under the cloak of anonymity. He sucks. Like, he is so bad at his job. And the fact that Joe Lacob, and maybe, while I disagree with everything Kenny asked me about and talked to me about in terms of Mike Dunleavy the other day, the one thing he might have been right about is the Joe Lacob part. And perhaps Joe Lacob doesn't care that Mike Dunleavy sucks because he's doing what he told him to do. Now, I believe that's ended, because here's where those two things don't align. Joe Lacob thinks Joathan Kuminga is one thing. It is very, very clear that Steve Kerr, and this is if you really dive into the different reports and you really dive into the different insiders and the people who cover the Golden State Warriors the closest, Joe Lacob thinks one thing, a very highly one thing about Joathan Kuminga. Meanwhile, Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr think something else. And when these reports leaked to the media about Joathan Kuminga, are they favorable reports or not so much? Yeah, it's the not so much side. which means whatever Joe Lacob is trying to communicate to allegedly trying to communicate to his front office, it's not being relayed publicly. If it's a battle of ownership versus front office is winning. Because the story of who Joathan Kuminga, the story of who they think Joathan Kuminga is the one that's public. Anyone who says Joathan Kuminga might not be good, why are the Kings investing energy? Better yet, we don't know what energy the Kings are investing in Joathan Kuminga. Let me reframe that. Why are Kings fans and Kings media investing so much of their time into Joathan Kuminga? We don't even know if he's good. That's 100% accurate, and it's perfectly fine. We don't know if he's good. We don't know. What we do know is one coach and one front office don't seem to like him. That's one. I'm sorry, we're taking Steve Kerr's word as the gospel? Because there have been a lot of Warriors fans through this dynasty that have questioned whether Steve Kerr is even remotely close to a good coach. But now we're taking his word. As Ish just pointed out, we're taking the word of Bob Myers' replacement. We're taking the word of a guy who is not spoken highly about in league circles. We're taking his word about this player who we don't really get the opportunity to watch. And this goes back to the situation that they put him in last night, because there were tweets all over the place from reporters. I'm not talking about from Jim Parks and Warriors Nation. I'm not talking about from them. I'm talking about from people who cover the league. And they've got y'all fooled. And as I told the insiders, I'm not an idiot, man, and you're not going to play me as one. I'll tell you what we're talking about when we return here. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Steve Kerr has Phil Jackson vibes. I hear what you're saying. I disagree, but I did from Jack from like an approach standpoint. I hear you. yeah, Miss B. I know you love that. What's up, Miss B? What up? What up? What up? Mike Dunleavy. All right, JT Lowe. That's funny. Jim Park for general manager. I'm all for it. Let's do it. Those will be some eventful press conferences. Hey, let's go. Did you guys have a great time? Man, you should have told me. I would have hit Elizabeth and Josh. Those are my people there. And they're my people only in the sense of we spend time there and they come and spend time with us. It's just a great staff there in Scotts. And Jazz, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Jasmine. Hope you guys had a great time on Monday, man. That's terrific. That's such a great place to eat. Such a great place to eat. So many wins. Ever been to Sutter Steakhouse in Old Folsom? No. Only place, because I don't go to Folsom very often because it's so inconvenient and so far from us. If we go, it's always to Scotts. Like we went to, I don't know if Coach Molly's still in here. Coach, we was in your neck of the woods at Folsom Lake College on a Saturday night, and which is still 10 minutes away from Scotts. But yeah, if we ever go to Folsom, it's always to that one restaurant. Is it worth the trip, Michigan? I hear you. I mean, I don't know that anything you wrote there is incorrect. I don't agree with the scapegoats thing, but I don't know that the other stuff is incorrect. What's up, Zebra? What's up, buddy? Okay. Good to know. Do you think the Warriors? Yeah, but Anthony Davis wouldn't help quick enough. And not that he can't change his mind, but Mike Dummy shut that down yesterday. Well, I'll take that back. He didn't shut it down. He said, I don't see us trading Jimmy's contract. And if they did, I can't imagine they do it for Anthony Davis because remember, AD is still out for a couple months. If Anthony Davis was healthy, that is a really compelling conversation. Really, really compelling. Tina the musical was there, and it was spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. A little long. I don't remember it being that long the first time I saw it, but it was like 3 hours. Very funny, Dr. David. I would never. I actually have. That's just why I have been there. I don't like it. I don't think it's good. Do not think that it's good, but it's just me. Man, these shows by myself are always a little bit more stressful. So Katie and I will spend some time unwinding tonight with some fine wine from Baker Family Wines. You can learn all about the lineup that they have over at bakerfamilywines.com. Make sure you're following them on Instagram as well. They always post some of the different things that they got going on through the week, which includes food truck visiting and that Instagram account, Baker Family Wines. It'll always let you know if Dusty Baker is going to be there. And I know a lot of people have wanted to go hang out, maybe watch a game, maybe spend some time with Dusty Baker, maybe just get one of the bottles autographed. That's the best way to find out is here with D'Lo and KC. The second best way to find out is over on their Instagram account. So make sure you're following them, Baker Family Wines, on Instagram. You can head over to bakerfamilywines.com. You can join Dusty's Clubhouse over there for exclusive releases and tasting room specials. And they have a lot of tasting room specials. It's a terrific brand of wine. If you've never tried it, grab yourself a bottle over at the Nugget in Granite Bay, Nugget in Elk Grove. They got them in Roseville as well. Select Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations. Too many to name and don't really know all of them, to be honest with you. But look for the wine bottle with the baseball stitch on it. You'll see Baker Family Wines in the corner. Grab that bottle, the dark rosé. Some of their darker reds, their cabs are really, really solid. So get you some of that. You're going to enjoy it. And from Dusty Baker.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. I do want to get back to the Joathan Kuminga stuff and why I refuse to allow Steve Kerr and that organization to treat me like an idiot. But if you haven't read the article on ESPN.com that Baxter Holmes wrote about the Buss family and everything that led to the sale, I encourage you to carve out about 4 days and read it. I joke. It is a lengthy feature, but it's very good. There's a ton of insight. And again, like I know I kind of read stuff, be it tweets or news or articles like this from a different perspective because I'm often, I got about a quarter way through the article before I realized the likelihood of the anonymous sources and the people quoted on record were probably the same exact people. And you can tell by the way that the article is slanted. And Baxter tells you, at various points, hey, we reached out to the Los Angeles Lakers. We reached out to Jeanie. We reached out to LeBron James. We reached out to Clutch Sports. Weren't able to get a hold of them. Weren't able to get a hold of them. Weren't able to get a hold of them. But all of the other Buss family members that we don't know as well are quoted on record. And there's a few moments where you realize, oh, that quote probably came from someone in the family. They just didn't want to put their name on it. And the stuff that, again, the whole article is fascinating. Like it feels like for those who ever watched, like if you ever watched Succession, Succession was obviously, you know, the Murdoch family, Fox News, you know, the essential mimicking of that, you know, real life power struggle. But then, like, you read about these different families with wealth and in these different families with the entities, the likes of the Los Angeles Lakers, and you start to realize, oh, this is all of you guys. When you hold $1 billion asset, this is how your family behaves. And it was, in far be it from me, I have never lived in a family where I've had to worry about, like, hey, I've never had to sit down with my sister and say, hey, you know, what do we do with this $1 billion asset that our mother has? Or this multi-billion-dollar asset, this multi-billion-dollar asset that people around the world love. How do we manage that when mom dies? Never had to deal with that. Didn't have to deal with it when my grandparents passed away or nothing along those lines. So I can't imagine what that is like. But the amount of preparation that this family had to put into their father's death is incredible. And the amount of infighting that took place before Dr. Buss even passed away is even more incredible. And the fact that Dr. Buss recognized all of that and put it bar for bar in a trust, in a will, and explained how all of this Los Angeles Lakers business could be handled in the event of his death. And the amount of lawyers that they've got involved to try to interpret the trust is just amazing. Incredible work from Baxter Holmes right there. None of that stuff is getting run. Everything that is getting run is the remarks that were made about LeBron James and Clutch Sports. So there's, and it's and I cannot stress that, and there's, you know, I'm exaggerating a bit, but play along with me. There's 50,000 words in this article. 400 of them are devoted to, that's a stretch. 200 of them are devoted to LeBron James being on the Los Angeles Lakers and Jeannie's, as it's described in this article, jealousy of LeBron James. And so there were terms used from Jeanie Buss about LeBron's outsized ego. There was a frustration that Jeanie shared behind the scenes with the likes of Linda Rambis about the amount of control she feels like Clutch has. She was offended that LeBron was seen as some sort of savior for the Los Angeles Lakers, which is hilarious because LeBron James was a savior in the post-Kobe era for the Los Angeles Lakers. Then there is questions about the accountability that LeBron James took or didn't take regarding the failed Russell Westbrook trade. There's rumblings that Jeanie Buss considered trading LeBron James before his recent contract that gave him a no-trade clause, which, do the math on that one. Again, you could work and figure out the sources. A lot of this article, now, I try to be careful. A lot of this article seemed to have been made to make Jeanie look bad. That doesn't mean it's not true, but Jeanie looks bad in it. And you can add some extra sizzle if you work in LeBron James. We were talking about this with the insiders earlier when they were asking about villains. Greatness more than attitude, more than demeanor, more than anything, more than cockiness and arrogance. The thing that makes a true villain is greatness. What did Tom Brady ever do that made people hate him? Nothing, man. He won. What has LeBron James ever done that has made? Well, there's probably some things you could say about LeBron. Like, you don't like the amount of control that LeBron James seemingly has on the league. You don't like the decision. If you're still holding on to that, man, let it go. You need counseling. But maybe there's a few reasons you dislike LeBron. Maybe the book stuff. Maybe it feels like LeBron is, to use an early 2000s term, is fronting from time to time.
Can you hate on LeBron for seemingly being bigger than every team he's played for?
No, that's the greatness that I'm talking about.
Okay.
That, I think, above all of those other things that I named, is why people hate LeBron James. And there's even a note in there that Jeanie believes that LeBron was ungrateful for the fact that they drafted Bronny James. He didn't show enough appreciation to the organization for them drafting his son. So again, this is a 50,000 word article that devotes a minuscule part of it to Jeanie and her alleged relationship and distaste for LeBron James. But that is the run on social media. I've looked up at the TV a couple of times. When NBA Today is on, that's what they're focused on, not the incredible story of the power the power control, or control for power, all of that, the sale, the $10 billion, how much went to this person. There's an amazing note in there about like a grandchild clause. It's incredible. But focus on that 200 words, and that's what you don't even have to read the article to get that. You can just open social media because it's all right there for you. It's really an amazing piece. Again, you can make heads or tails of whether any of this stuff regarding Jeanie Buss and LeBron James is accurate, but it's interesting. It's certainly interesting to read. To me, the most damning stuff in the entire article is that, like, in all of the years that Dr. Buss owned the Los Angeles Lakers, the 4 worst records the Lakers have ever had have all been in the decade since he's passed with Jeanie under control. The fact that he won like 10 titles, 11 titles, whatever it was, as the primary owner, and they've won 1 in the time that he's passed. And you learn a lot about that weird circle of Rob Pelinka and the Rambuses, and it's very, if you can sit down and devote some time to that article, I strongly encourage you to do it, because it's much stronger than the sound bites that are getting put out there on social media. 916-9, or even on television, 916-909-1320. My man TC. TC, always good to hear from you, baby. What's on your mind?
Man, my boy D-Lo, what's up with it? What's up with my 2 brothers? I know you in the back, Jesse. I know Kenny ain't here though, but what's up?
We good, baby. We good. What's going on with you?
Man, just vibing. So, hey, I'm coming with a twist. So I'm coming from Doug Christie's standpoint. This is what I was talking about in the beginning when I was talking about the whole roster politics and sitting people if they're not doing what you say. I know that the value and all that, but don't get caught up in what the league says or what I'm saying as a fan. You make successful head coaches and successful organizations make moves like that. I don't care who you are, bro. If you're not balling, I'm benching you. If you're not doing what I'm saying, bro, or for the team's betterment, I'm benching you. I don't care about how many years you've been in the league, period. As far as Perry, I'm talking about the pennies on the dollar. I get what everybody's saying, but you have to make a move like that to move on with your future. I get what everybody's saying. We're not getting 5 first-round picks for Zach LaVine. Go ahead, D-Lo.
TC, you need to make a move like what?
I'm talking about making a move for, like, even a salary dump for, like, okay, give us this salary that matches up with Zach LaVine. I don't care about if it's not the value. I don't care about, this player doesn't amount to value. He was a 5. Bro, the hell with all that. I'm talking about moving players that way we can move on with the future. As long as we keep holding on to these players talking about value, I don't think this is enough. We're doing this, bro. We'll never be able to move on with the future, bro. We might as well be quiet and keep the vets around if that's the case. That's all I got, man.
Appreciate you, bro. As always, like I think the tough reality is, TC, like I hear you about the direction that the organization should move in. I just don't know that it's a direction that the organization can move in. It's something I certainly think they're trying to do. I think Scott Perry has laid the groundwork during his massive media tour that has not included D'Lo and KC, and said, like, man, it's hard to do this. It's hard to when you trade a player, you have to have a willing trade partner. Like, a trade isn't a one-way street. And when you start factoring in these contracts, it becomes more difficult. And you go back to the De'Aaron Fox trade for Zach LaVine. I think the biggest frustration you can have is you weren't able to help set up your future by trading De'Aaron Fox. That's a frustration, and I get that. But what makes it worse is you can't even take a step towards building the future until you move on from what you acquired in the De'Aaron Fox trade. The De'Aaron Fox trade didn't set you back in terms of you traded your best player. It set you back in terms of the contract that you got. And my tone regarding Vivek Ranadive over the course of the last handful of months has changed. Because there are some things I've known from jump. Anyone who listens to this show has known from jump. It was not the front office's move to go acquire Zach LaVine. We talked about that extensively when it happened. You can go back and you can watch that breaking news live stream that we did the day De'Aaron Fox was traded. I think it was a Sunday night. You can go watch that. We said that day this wasn't Monty's move. Firing Monty McNair, talking about how could you let him be in charge of the most important trade in the franchise? He wasn't. There were people I know, love, and respect who were echoing that line. He wasn't in charge. Monty wasn't in charge. Wes wasn't in charge. Wes was he gone by that point? Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was gone later. But he wasn't in charge. Vivek was. And one little note that I didn't know, and I say the emphatic I, because I was all over the DeMar DeRozan story. When DeMar DeRozan signed here, we had that, all of it. What I didn't know until recently is how Vivek pushed that through. Not Vivek's interest in DeMar DeRozan. I knew that. Been known that. What I didn't know is how they sweetened the deal with that pick swap. And how it was Vivek who said, put that on the table. Let's get this deal done. We want to get this DeMar thing done. And this is where I genuinely feel bad for Scott, because this is where I keep getting stuck. So the guy who did that, what was that, 2 years ago? The guy who did that stuff with De'Aaron, was that a year ago? Y'all hoes want me to believe that's just over, huh? Just done? Again, this was a year ago.
It's done until he feels like he needs to step in.
It's done until it's not. And I'm sorry to use this analogy, and I don't mean to be insensitive, but this is an abusive relationship. This is a situation where the spouse goes, I'm going to be better. No, I'm not going to cheat. No, I'm not going to hit. Oh, no, I'm not going to yell. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. But they do it over and over and over and over again. And every time you have convinced yourself it's going to be different. Imagine getting into a relationship with someone who is a serial abuser and going, well, with me, it's going to be different. They're not going to do that with me. Scott, my dearest brother, that's the situation you've gotten yourself involved in. And it's great that you're touting how much control you have over this organization. Good. I'm glad you do. Because there isn't a piece of history in Vivek Ranadive's time as the owner of this organization that says that's going to last. The odds of you being next are far greater than the odds of you being first. And speaking of organizations that are making mistake after mistake after mistake, Mike Dunleavy went in front of the media yesterday and basically said this asset who has been the focal point in trade conversations, this player, this man who has been the focal point of trade conversations over the course of the last year and some change, is garbage. He's not wanted in this league. He's not good. He's not good enough to warrant a demand. And then he said, yeah, there's a chance Steve is going to put him in the rotation. And I think, actually, I don't even know that was Dunleavy. That might have been Steve that said that before the game. Is he might be a part of the rotation moving forward. And the first quarter passes, and he is, in fact, not. Joathan Kuminga is, in fact, not a part of the rotation for the Golden State Warriors. And they're down 41-28, a 13-point deficit to start the second quarter. And here comes Joathan Kuminga. And this is that thing. This is that thing where I say, I might say something silly on the radio from time to time. I might have a bad take on a game or a player. I might make a wrong prediction. But one thing I am not is an idiot. And the Golden State Warriors think I'm an idiot. Because they put Joathan Kuminga in that game when Steve realized that these guys do not have it tonight. He made 4 substitutions before Joathan Kuminga went in. 13 points is far from an insurmountable deficit. That's a run, especially with Steph Curry on your team. But coaches know. This is the second night of a back-to-back for the Golden State Warriors. Coaches know. We talked about this last night. I'm not a coach. I'm not Doug Christie. You're a fan. I'm a fan. Did anyone think after that first quarter the Sacramento Kings were going to win that game? Not saying they couldn't have. I'm saying, did you feel that the way that the Kings were playing, that they were going to win? It felt like they didn't have it. They were slow defensively. Miami was hitting at an absurd clip in the first half. It just felt like, this might not be it. This might not be it. They're going to have to start hitting shots in this second half. When Miami finally went cold, it's like, can they start hitting shots and turn this thing around? And it never happened. It never felt like the Kings were going to win. The Warriors looked bad in the first quarter, and I'm frustrated because I paid far more attention to that game than I should have because I wanted to see what they did with Joathan Kuminga. And I told you I might not have thought twice about that. Putting Joathan Kuminga in the second quarter after you had made 4 substitutions, down 13, I might not have thought anything about it. If there hadn't been that article, if there hadn't been that quote, and again, apologies to the great Sam Amick, Anthony Slater, don't remember which one of those two wrote it. Don't remember if it was The Athletic or ESPN, but I remember what the quote was, and it was talking about the performance that Joathan Kuminga had, and it was talking about the stretch where he played his best basketball. It was talking about the last time he played, and in those situations, the Golden State Warriors lost. And if that is, I know it was talking about the playoffs as well. Joathan Kuminga averaged this, and the Warriors wound up not winning a game. The quote was, man, if that doesn't tell you something. So you expect me to not put together that the guy who gave one of the most absurd press conferences I had ever seen to diminish his own player is not the same exact guy who just demeaned that young man's best performances. Now, I don't know how this ends. I told you my gut feeling is this is nothing more than a measuring contest, and the Warriors are going to prove ours is bigger. And they'll take they know, like the writing is on the wall for them. They know if they're not turning that Jimmy Butler into something, their phone is admittedly not ringing. The only area code that is coming up for that sorry-ass franchise right now is the 916. They have washed their hands of this. They just aren't telling anyone that. They're going to stretch this out over the 2 weeks, make him look as stupid as possible, and then just go, we're operating in the best interest of our team. What do they get out of that, you ask? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Except to say we operate our own way. We're going to do what's in the best interest of the team. And the funny thing about this, to me, to Steve Kerr is I've always believed Steve Kerr has been unfairly criticized as a coach. I think some people now granted, I know coaching bad players is really difficult, but I think a lot of people don't understand how difficult it is to coach great players. Coaching a great like Steph Curry is really difficult. We have seen coaches fold when they've had to coach LeBron James. We've never seen that with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. He's a good coach. And I watched Steve navigate all of this, and I'm like, man, do you know you're next? Do you know someone's going to hold the bag for all of this, and it's probably going to be you? My man Jake Gadon of CBS 13 joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Jake into the stream, and he just walked away. Oh, he's got his jersey on and everything. Jake, what's up, buddy?
We're ready to roll, baby. Ready to go.
I'm happy
Super
for you,
week.
man. I'm happy for you.
Thank you, bub. I'm excited. It's going to be a great week. It's going to be a great week.
I like you guys this week. We'll talk about it. I like you guys this week.
The only thing I'm worried about is playing in altitude. Like, that's my biggest thing.
Yeah. Understandable.
Defensively playing real well right now. I truly believe we get the better offense than they do. If Drake May fumbles the ball as much as he did this past week against the Texans and they end up recovering one or two of those, we're going to have a bigger issue, especially with field position.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole conversation to be had because you're familiar with Jarrett Stidham, so I'm gonna save that for the air because there's some good stuff there.
With you, hey, how's my Wi-Fi? Am I cutting out?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, just making sure.
No, I think you're good.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
What's the significance of the panda? Oh God, is there like a Patriots logo on this thing or something?
Cover up that box.
Well, it covers up the electrical box.
Oh, okay. I got you. I was like, Jesse, what? I didn't even notice that when he took that off. Okay. All right. So, but there's no significance behind like a panda. You're not a big panda guy.
I'm blanking the artist that did it. Blanksy, I think his name is.
Okay, I got you.
He does spray paint stuff, and it's a cool photo. I got what else?
Yankee
Stadium here.
And
you know the new one I got. I like this a lot.
I'm not as I mean, I know who Banksy is. I'm not as familiar with him other than. Oh, that's dope. I like that. I love lions, so that's pretty fire.
Super clean. Super clean. How are you? What's going on? Where's KC today? Day off?
Good. Yeah, he's just out today.
Love that.
I'm good, man. Good. Just hanging out.
Love that.
Hanging out.
We are live. We're not doing live this week. We're recording. So
okay.
Throw you in if that's okay.
It's the last one, right?
Yeah, no. We're recording early.
We're recording. I'm sorry. I heard that backwards. We're not doing live. We're recording. Okay, got you. Yeah, absolutely.
We're recording for the next month, so it's great.
Excellent.
Yeah. I also ask me about Domas, by the way. I got some.
Okay. We'll start football, then go to the Kings.
Love that. Let's rock.
Okay.
Especially with the Niners news today.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Here we go, Jake. All right, man. Happy to be joined by my man, very good friend, Jake Gadon, or as Bobby Heenan would say, my longtime close personal friend, Jake Gadon of CBS 13, and he is smiling. For those that are listening on the radio, my man is smiling from ear to ear. He's got his Patriots jersey on. He is excited for the AFC Championship this week. And hey, you've been on this team from jump, and here they are. They are one game away from the Super Bowl, man. I'm happy for you.
I'm surprised you're happy for me, because most people hate this, because quite honestly, they're like, you had 3 bad years and your dynasty's back to starting right over with a new quarterback, which is hysterical.
Let's slow down on the dynasty talk, and let's get them through Denver and into Santa Clara for that Super Bowl before we start talking dynasties. I will say this. I love the way that they played last weekend. I love Drake May, if he's not the MVP, he's going to finish second. Like, he has had a phenomenal season, and it's hard to not watch him and think, man, he might have something special. Mike Vrabel's obviously a good football coach. You know, it's tough to measure any dynasty against that Patriots team, because that was 20 years. Like, that's insane. Like, the Warriors dynasty was not even 10. Like, 20 years of the New England Patriots is incredible. But for you guys to be back in this position, and I said it, earlier this week, there's a very old school feel here, and I don't mean old school like 80s or 90s. I mean old school like Brady and Manning. There's an old school feel here to this Patriots Broncos AFC Championship on Sunday.
And I love it, though, because it reminds me, like you said, of the Brady Manning times where, they're going into Mile High, they're coming into Gillette. It's a new era of young quarterbacks. You got May, you got Bo Nix, you got C.J. Stroud. Like, it's the changing of the guard in the NFL. It's going to make these rivalries even more exciting moving forward. Unfortunately, Bo Nix not going to play this week for Denver, but that would have added another layer to it. What's intriguing for me is all these teams have ways of getting better. Like, they're not pushing the cap. They have great drafts every single year. It's also the teams that consistently know how to run good operations, right? It's hysterical because you still see the New York Jets as one of the worst teams in the NFL on a night-to-night or year-to-year basis, and they can't figure it out. Yet the great teams with great ownership like the Patriots, the Broncos, the Colts for a little bit this year, Steelers, Ravens are all in it right now, and it makes those rivalries even better moving forward.
You mentioned Bo Nix not going to be available. Of course, you're 100% right. That would have added a tremendous extra layer to this, the next generation of quarterback in the NFL. Drake May being part of that, perhaps Bo Nix being a part of that. But you are familiar with the Denver Broncos starting quarterback for this AFC Championship game, and it's former New England Patriots quarterback Jarrett Stidham. There's obviously going to be a lot of talk about that position over the course of the next handful of days. What do you remember from Jarrett's time in New England? And I'm not going to ask you to comment on him now because I don't feel like we know much about him. But what did you know about him then?
I just know that he is an accurate quarterback. He commands the offense. I believe he came out of Auburn, and they were really high on him. At least Josh McDaniels was coming out. The biggest problem that he had with New England was just processing the speed of the game, and I think that comes with time in the NFL just because it's so much faster. But what I do remember is, there was a preseason game with Demaryius Thomas where he looked phenomenal, like just absolutely like, okay, this guy can be a starter in this league. And that's why it gives me a little bit of, fright heading into Sunday of what he actually can do for this Broncos team. He is a competent quarterback. He's probably one of the best backup quarterbacks in the NFL, and has been in this offense for the past 2 years with Sean Payton. And it's shown when Bo Nix doesn't play well, they still can win games. And I say the same thing with Jarrett Stidham. I don't think this game is not going to rely on Jarrett Stidham and how well he does. I think, it will have a factor in it, but it's not the overriding factor. I think there's a bunch of factors into it. Stidham can run and operate an offense very well. And from his time in New England, the reason why he wasn't there moving forward is a changing of the guard. Josh McDaniels, of course, left to go take the Raiders job. And then Gerard Mayo came in. Belichick kind of fell out of love with him. So that's how we kind of ended up over in Denver. And I know for a fact this offseason they tried to bring him back to back up Drake May, and they were interested in him again. He is a competent backup. He could be a starter in the league if needed for multiple weeks. Is he a top 10 quarterback in the league? No, I think that's kind of crazy. But he's definitely a top 40 quarterback in the league, and I'm excited to see how well he does for Denver. I'm not really excited. I hope he does poorly for Denver, but I'm intrigued by what he's going to be able to provide that Denver offense. That, I'll be honest with you, Dame, have not been very impressed with this year. Like, their number one target is Cortland Sutton. I know they're going to get R.J. Harvey back this week, but and J.K. Dobbins is back. I think nothing about that offense scares me. It's all about Sean Payton and his play calling, and I'm intrigued to see how he works with Payton and how well they do together.
All right, this isn't WEEI or whatever it is out there in Boston, so let's end this little Patriots love fest. But I'm definitely excited for this AFC Championship. You were in Seattle for that ass whooping that took place over the weekend. It wasn't the 49ers night. Did the clock just run out on the Cinderella 49ers with all of those injuries, or is Seattle in fact that good?
I think Seattle, in fact, is that good. And the fact that they had the week off to be able to rest their bodies and kind of tune up for the postseason. That's why if I look back on it, that is why that Week 18 game was so big for both teams. Because yes, the 49ers won in the wild card against Philly, who honestly, that was a Cinderella game. And I
honestly, it's dumb to call them Cinderella. This is a franchise that is ingrained in the NFL. I just meant with the context of they have suffered so many injuries and so many setbacks. And like you were going into that Philly game, it's like, God, they got to hit like on multiple cylinders to be able to get this victory, and they were able to do that. And then they ran into Seattle.
And then also you got to remember George Kittle's injury against Philadelphia. It was just another gut punch there. So I think because they had the week off, Seattle did, they were able to rest, reset, and really just put belt to ass. I hate to say it, but against the 49ers. And it started from the jump with the kickoff return for a touchdown. A lot of shell-shocked. I think Purdy did everything he could to keep them in the game, extending plays. I just don't think he had the people to be able to throw the ball to. Ricky Pearsall was not playing at 100%. That defense is just so good, especially their DBs. That's why they play a lot of 5 DB set. And offensively, Sam Darnold didn't have to do much. They got the ball in great field position a lot of the time. They ran the ball. K9 was phenomenal. I know Charbonnet got hurt, but I am intrigued to see about this matchup this next week against the Rams. Both teams know each other extremely well because of the divisional matchup. It's going to show how good the Seattle defense is against a very high-powered and potent Rams offense run by Sean McVay. I think that is going to be the marquee game of the weekend of who's going to go to the Super Bowl on the NFC side, because probably the best defense in the NFL against one of the best offenses in the NFL. And it will show if Matt Stafford truly was the MVP this year, because it is going to be a slugfest, and I think, quite honestly, a high-scoring affair.
Jake Gadon and CBS 13 kind of to join us here on D'Lo and KC. Jake, we did get some 49ers news because after that Seahawks game, changes happened immediately. Robert Saleh is headed to Tennessee. Got to imagine he's going to probably take a few guys with him with Kyle's blessing. But this was a defense. I mean, when you talk about a coach getting the absolute most out of a group, like that's what Robert Saleh did. From, we can criticize the things that they didn't do well in terms of pass rush and, maybe even some criticisms for the secondary. But as a whole, they had no business being as competent and times good as they were. We hear Gus Bradley might be the guy to take over with Robert Saleh out. What do you think about that? Gus Bradley been with the organization now, and Kyle Shanahan for the last year, and him and John Lynch mentioned today he's most likely the guy to take over for Saleh.
I like the thought of Gus Bradley. It just I get worried because of the Nick Sorensen saga that we had the year before Robert Saleh, where things didn't look well and it really wasn't a great fit. I just hope the 49ers truly go through the process. If Jim Schwartz is available, I truly believe that's a guy I would take over Gus Bradley because he's one of the best defensive coordinators in the NFL. If Raheem Morris is available as well, that's another guy where I would strongly take a look at over Gus Bradley. Gus has got the inside track just because he's there already and he knows the squad, knows the team. I just worry that he's not ready for the position. Of course, Saleh is going to give him the endorsement. The players gave him the endorsement on locker room cleanout day on Monday. I'm just intrigued to see, if he is ready. But my hope, no matter what happens, is that the 49ers truly go through the process in a clear, concise way of considering all parties involved and not just saying, okay, it's Gus's job, we're going to go through the motions. I hope they truly take a hard look at Jim and a hard look at Raheem and see if they're both available and if they want to come to the 49ers, because I think both of them bring experience that Gus doesn't have.
I know Raheem Morris is hoping to land a head coaching job. That might not be there for him this particular cycle. But if Robert Saleh shows us anything, it's like, hey, man, no matter how bad it might have been at your previous stop as a head coach, no matter how bad it might have been, come over here to San Francisco, run that defense, and spend a year or two here with Kyle Shanahan. There's a good chance you're going to get another opportunity as a head coach.
And that's what I would say to Raheem if you're selling him on why to come here. It's like, hey, you may not get a job this cycle, but come to a really competitive environment where, Robert really was in control of the defense, and Kyle was very hands off with it. Of course, he's involved because he's the head coach, but Robert really ran that defense. And with all the injuries, somehow or another, put this thing together to make it a competent defense. And honestly, I think the defense is only going to get better. You're going to get a lot of guys back, from Bosa to Fred Warner to Mykel Williams. I was really thoroughly impressed with Alfred Collins and CJ West this year. And Diamador Lenore took another step. If I'm the 49ers, I would continue to add to the defensive side of the ball in the draft and the offseason. Those are areas of improvement, especially at the linebacker position, more depth on the defensive line, and maybe add another safety to the mix behind Malik Mustafa. Excuse me. So it's an enticing job. I think that's what you would say is like, hey, we have a great defense. We're going to add to the defense. And we understand you may only be here for a year or two, but it's going to give you a job for a year and a platform to show how good of a coach you still are and why you deserve to be a head coach moving forward.
Yeah, and the thing with Gus Bradley is he's had his time as a head coach and a defensive coordinator. He may not be going anywhere for a while, if at all, if Kyle Shanahan decides to go in that direction. And everything you said about Raheem Morris probably holds true for Jim Schwartz too, because Jim Schwartz has been taking his interviews this cycle as well, and there's so many jobs available. Like, someone's got to fill them. So we'll see what winds up happening with those two. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 live on the Odyssey app, your smart speaker, live in the visual form as well on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. You can see how handsome Jake Gadon of CBS 13 is in his stupid Patriots jersey. Let's talk Kings basketball here for a minute. Domantas Sabonis not playing tonight. Second night of a back-to-back. They call it left knee injury management. Interesting night for Domas last night. Doug might have been doing left knee management there in the fourth quarter as well as Domas never got off the bench, Jake.
I would say it's been an interesting past 2 games for Domantas Sabonis, dating back to Sunday's game where they chose Dylan Cardwell over Domas. And if you had a chance to see what Domas was in that Portland game on the sideline, I think he wasn't really happy that they chose Dylan, the two-way player, over Domas to play in the final 4 minutes of that game. Don't get me wrong, Dylan has been playing better defense than Domas, and Domas does not look like he's back in normal shape and back to his old form yet. But then playing only, 4 minutes in the second half last night, he had double-digit rebounds again, and really just never got it going. I am intrigued by what's going on with Sabonis because here's the thing.
He wasn't good last night, Jake. He was not good last night.
No, he wasn't. And I don't know, maybe he rushed it back too quickly in terms of this injury. But what's intriguing to me is Domas has been available for us, to the media, to talk to him after the game for the majority of his 2.5 years here in Sacramento. The past 2 games, he's been one of the first players out of the locker room, and we have not been able to talk to him after the game. Is that a coincidence? I don't know. I'm reporting of what we know about it. It's just intriguing because Sabonis is always available to talk about how he's feeling, what he think went right, went wrong in the game. And the fact yesterday that, myself and our good friend Sean Cunningham went into the locker room and he already had left before we even gotten in there is I cause for concern, I would say. I'm speculating here, but I would assume that Sabonis is not very happy with the amount of playing time he's getting, 1, and 2, and how he's playing right now. So I wonder if he is thinking about, is it an injury that he came back too quickly and maybe he should have sat out for another couple more weeks to fully ramp back up, or if there should have been a better plan with how he was going to be utilized. At the same time, though, Dame, Dylan and Max have been playing well of late, and I wouldn't mess with that mojo. I did like the lineups last night with Dylan and Domas playing alongside each other, but defensively, Domas did not look great last night. And when the Heat were scoring in bunches on them, especially Bam Adebayo, the better matchup was Dylan down there, and that's the intriguing part of what moves forward with Domas, if he's on this team or not, because his agency was there last night as well. So that's the other intriguing part about this whole entire thing. This is a statement of facts. I'm speculating on some of this, but something to keep an eye on.
I feel like you bring a great point up, Jake. His injury is sort of a mystery. And it feels like the way that it has been handled, whether that's Domantas Sabonis or it's the Sacramento Kings, it feels very clunky. And, you get this, Domantas Sabonis out 4 to 5 weeks. You get the Domantas Sabonis is out. He'll be reevaluated in 4 to 5 weeks. And then you get to it must have been somewhere between the 5th and the 6th week. And then you get, he's actually out another 5 weeks. And it's like, wait a minute, this is a 10-week injury? No one, you didn't know 4 weeks ago that this was a 10-week injury and there was no surgical procedure done. There was nothing along those lines. And to the best, I'm on the email chain. I didn't get Domantas Sabonis has been reevaluated. He's progressing towards this. He's progressing towards that. All we got was, hey, Domas was out before the Laker game. Is that the first time he's been out? Yep, he went through his whole workout. And then all of a sudden, Domantas Sabonis is going to be back the next game. And it's like, how did we get here? And then to wonder, maybe he's not completely healthy yet. That certainly tracks.
I think it's also, so I saw him practice the week before that. He was at practice doing shoot around. What I wonder is if he came back and did his normal routine, but hadn't played game speed yet, because they don't practice right now, Dame. Just in the middle of the season, they don't practice. Sure. It's a lot of walkthroughs, right? So my question is, did he feel good in those, walkthrough practices to say, hey, let's give it a try? But now that he's actually playing real games, he's not at the level where he thought he was actually supposed to be at. But yeah, you're right. The injury itself is a mystery, and I have not been able to get any answers from Domas's side on what is going on and what has gone on with the injury. We know statement of fact that there was no surgery, but what the rehab process looked like, who he got consultations from and everything like that I am very unsure of. And that is something that we need some clarity on. And I've been searching for it. We have not had the ability to talk to Domas aside from post-game interviews after his first game back.
Guess we're all searching for clarity. It wasn't just Domantas Sabonis that has had a weird minute distribution. Zach LaVine did not play in the fourth quarter until the final 2 minutes and 13 seconds. It was a 15-point game when Zach LaVine went back in, and that certainly was attention-grabbing. To the best of our knowledge, Zach LaVine isn't dealing with any sort of injury. What did that distribution of minutes tell you after last night's game?
It's a puzzling decision by Doug Christie. I understand he wants defense, right? And that's what is the answer he gave last night, saying, hey, why did Zach only play X amount of minutes in the second half when he was cooking offensively in the first half? And he pointed to defense. Well, Doug, if you're going to point to defense, then why didn't you have your best defensive unit out there to slow down the Miami Heat? It's like, that's sometimes where it's frustrating with Doug, is like, I understand he wanted to play defense. Well, then play your best defensive players. And he didn't do that last night. Keon Ellis had a DNP. So, like, explain to me what the thought process is, because I don't get it. I like the last night, the 4 games when they had the 4-game winning streak, of course, Keanu was out for a couple of those games. A couple other guys were out in those games. So the rotation was, 9 guys. But the past 2 games, with the 10-man rotation and the distribution of minutes, has been just wild to me. And the fact that they throw Zach in for the last final 2 minutes of the game was also very intriguing, because I don't understand what the thought process was, that just to throw Zach out there to say he got 20 minutes of work. Here's the other thing that I don't pin Doug on completely. Doug is not running rotations. Like, it's his assistants. His assistants are the main people that are watching the minutes for every single person. You can ask any NBA coach. That's how it works. Jordy Fernandez and Luke Laux were the assistants that were doing that for Mike Brown when they were here. With Doug, I don't know who it is. I actually have no idea of who's monitoring their minutes. But to have Zach out there and for the first half and do as well as he did and then not play in that second half, I'm speculating here, but I could see Zach being extremely frustrated with what his role is and what his position is, because I think that's the one thing that's a common theme in that locker room. Because I asked Malik Monk about it last night, like the fact that there's been an up and down with everyone's minutes. He specifically told me that, like, it's hard to get used to who's on the court with you and have some rapport and have some chemistry with that person when you don't know how many minutes you're going to get and when you're going to play with that person. And I think that's probably true for all the players that are playing on a night-to-night basis. Of, we don't know who's going to be out there with us, how it's going to gel together. There's no specific roles for every single players. And that goes back just to roster construction of how this team is built. Way too many guards, way too many people that need their mouths to be fed in terms of points and time and amount of minutes they get per night. And just leaves you with plenty of questions of, like, you got to make a move, Dame. Like, they've got to make a move. And I don't know if you have to win the trade, because you have too many mouths to feed on this roster and there's not enough minutes to distribute to everybody. So then you get into things like last night where Domas plays 20 minutes and Zach plays 20 minutes, and it leaves players extremely frustrated and asking what my role is, what do you expect out of me, and how are we supposed to win games?
You brought up Malik. I feel like Malik is the guy, like, I don't know exactly what it is. He was a guy who was out of the rotation, and now he's a guy who's not. And I don't know if he has done, it feels like he has done something differently that Doug is in on. Like, I have asked you, and I don't know this, but Doug clearly is willing to bench guys, be it Keon, be it Domas, be it, through portions of a game at least, be it Zach LaVine. Malik has clearly done something, and I hate to use the term good graces, but he He's playing a lot more. He is a more consistent part of the rotation. We wondered, the cause and effect of the Dennis Schroeder suspension, but Dennis is back, and it hasn't really affected his ability to get out there. So it feels to me like Doug is saying something in the locker room or something on the practice court, and perhaps for the first time this season, he's holding people accountable to what he's saying and what they're not doing.
I would agree with you on that. I think I'm speculating here when I say this, but I also think that the way that Malik played in that winning streak probably earned him some more playing time. And if you're asking yourselves why Keon Ellis is back out of his good graces, well, I think they gave Keon a leash to earn a role in this rotation, especially when they DNP'd Malik. And Keon did not step up to the plate. Like, yes, Keon's a great plus defender. Yes, he's an offensive threat. But at the same time, when he was presented with an opportunity, he did not take the reins and go with it. He still played his up and down game. And it's not saying that Keon Ellis is a bad player. It's just when you are fighting for roles in a rotation and on a team that's constructed with so many guards, you have to prove why you deserve to be out there. And if you don't do that when you're given a 10-game stretch to do it, they're going to go back to another guy and see if he can earn a role. Malik's been doing that. Malik played well for that 3 or 4 game stretch, and that's why they'll probably play Malik for the next 10 games and see how well he does and test it out again. Again, Dame, I'll say this time and time again. This is still an evaluation period. Scott Perry is still looking at this roster day in and day out and trying to figure out what's going to work and what's not going to work. They've given Keon plenty of time to figure out, if he can earn a role. Now it's Malik's time. And maybe we'll figure out who they'll end up keeping and trading away by the trade deadline. I can tell you this much. The Keon stuff right now with him being traded and Malik being traded, I would say are both 50-50. Both are still being floated out there. Keon's easier to trade than Malik because of the contract. And Malik is, a more veteran type of player compared to Keon. So there's that. But I think in the eyes of Doug Christie and the organization, they're both the same type of player.
Jake, great stuff, man. Appreciate you as always. Good luck this weekend, my friend. I'll be rooting for you. I'll be rooting for your happiness.
Thank you. And if I'm if I have tears of joy or tears of sadness on Sports Sunday, don't judge me. Okay.
Not at all. Not at all. I'll see you Sunday night, my man. Thank you.
Appreciate you, bud.
That's Jake Gadon right there. CBS 13, noted Patriots fan there. As his team is playing in the AFC Championship against the Denver Broncos. Jake said some things right there. What he said about Keon really, really got my attention because I feel like I said something similar about Keon. Difference is I just said it a long time ago. We'll talk about that. James Ham's going to be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, about 45 minutes from now. We'll get into that conversation with him. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. JT Lowe, I'm rooting for your happiness too. I'm impartial.
I'm sorry, I'm not. I just nothing to do with JT or the Broncos. It's Jarrett Stidham. Who wants Jarrett Stidham versus Matt Stafford?
From a viewer perspective, I don't want that. I don't.
The Broncos
want that.
could very well win this week and all that. And I don't doubt that, but just for me, I don't want to see Jarrett Stidham.
No matter how it goes, if it's Stafford and Drake May, it's probably the MVP versus the runner-up.
Yeah,
that's pretty great.
I think the difference with Foles, though, Soren, is that we got a few games from Foles where he was tearing it up. It's like, all right, the Eagles are Nick Foles can play quarterback right now. He was playing well. Jarrett Stidham, maybe he tears it up on Sunday, but it's just kind of the end, though. What if Denver wins 20-10? It's Jarrett Stidham didn't play well, but defense is going to take them. I think Wentz tore his ACL like a couple weeks before the season ended. I
think it was week 16, 17 weeks. I think it was week 12.
Yeah, so we had
because it was enough. It was enough where he didn't win the MVP.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad, good kid. my bad. But it's true. Like if it's Stafford versus Drake May, I'm not. Look, I'm not rooting for anybody. But my mom would be really happy if the Rams were in the Super Bowl. I kind of am leaning towards like Jesse. I don't really want to see this Jarrett Stidham storyline in the Super Bowl. But I don't know. Maybe I felt the same about Nick Foles. I can't remember. Not rooting against Seattle. I just think I'd rather see Seattle.
Eagles also at the time had not won a Super Bowl, right? So there was that going for them too, I guess, that storyline.
Yeah. And it was Brady and the Patriots, right?
Yeah.
Philly special?
Yeah, that one. The weird Corey Clement touchdown catch. It maybe wasn't a touchdown catch.
Oh, Mr. Rancho, I don't think that's true. I don't think we're headed for a boring Super Bowl. I don't think so. It might not be sexy. I think it'll be a good watch.
It was regular season award, Jack. So yeah, like there's nothing you could do that would even change my mind about it, though.
Talking with the chat during the commercial break over on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, Twitter as well, wherever you are. We appreciate you listening. But you can always take part in the experience of watching the show, which can be a little bit different than the radio show, given that we talk quite a bit during the commercial breaks. We talk sometimes after the show. Granted, it's not as in depth as it used to be. We used to be on the stream for 30, 45 minutes after the show back when this all started. But I can't remember who said it. Apologies. But I think it was Polo LB said that, like, we're going to have a boring Super Bowl no matter which of these four teams move along. And I don't think the Super Bowl is going to be boring. I think whether it's Seattle, I do think I think it's a tough sell for your quarterback to take over in the AFC Championship. And if you're able to get a win, man, hey, salute. That's going to get a lot of people's attention. But the Super Bowl is the draw. We can talk about halftime acts and all of those different things and marquee players and marquee teams. And there's some validity to that. But the sell is the Super Bowl. And I mean, give me like I think ideally from a neutral party perspective, I would love to see the Rams versus the Patriots, mainly because I think no matter how it works, you're getting the guy who wins the MVP and you're getting the guy who finishes second. So whether Stafford wins or Drake May wins, the other one is almost certainly finishing second. And that's a great storyline. You're getting, you're probably not going to call it that, but you're nearing the end of Matthew Stafford here. You've had a tremendous rebuild for the Los Angeles Rams where, they were in the Super Bowl not that long ago. They won the Super Bowl not that long ago. This is a completely different football team. The unanimous, shouted from the rooftops, best player in football, regardless of position, left. You all kind of retooled a little bit, and now you're right back here in a position to win. And then you got the Patriots, and people still hold this like disgust for the New England Patriots, but it's not them. It's not Bill Belichick. It's not Tom Brady. It's a completely different group of individuals. And their turnaround, their quick turnaround, and maybe their turnaround isn't as quick because Belichick's teams weren't very good.
At the
Like
end,
bet post, yeah, like
they
the
went
post
4
Brady.
and 13 with Belichick his last year, and then went 4 and 13 with Gerard Mayo, I think again.
Yeah,
And then we
not
got this year.
not a good look, right? But their turnaround is pretty quick.
Storyline I didn't think about till right now too. Can you imagine being the Minnesota Vikings and the quarterback you let walk is about to win the Super Bowl?
Man.
And you're
Oh,
not
that's
even
a
sure-
great
and you're not
storyline.
even
Yeah.
sure if your current quarterback is your guy.
Yeah, that's tough. That is tough. Oh, yeah, them boys in Minnesota just watching with the I mean, and what was the hallmark for Sam Darnold's version of the Minnesota Vikings? It was their defense. It was everything they're saying about the Seattle Seahawks.
Justin Jefferson, you got Jackson Smith and Jigba here.
Man. He's the best. Which one of those two is the best wide receiver in football?
I give respect to the guy that's been doing it for multiple years.
Yeah.
I mean, JSN had to play behind Metcalf and Lockett for a few years, but
You
I
might
think
take
you
the
have
crown.
to call him top 5 right now, though.
Oh,
You have
yeah.
to knock someone out of that top 5 list.
Yeah.
But I'd still go Justin Jefferson. Give him a real quarterback.
See,
No
and
disrespect to McCarthy, but
And that's it's such an interesting it's such a fun discussion because you talk about the Patriots and the level of greatness that they had, and for that 2-decade run with Tom Brady. It's the thing with people are looking at with the Spurs, much like New England, that Spurs dynasty, that Spurs run, that was 20 years. Again, you talk about the Warriors. There's no question what the Warriors had was a dynasty. The Steph Curry dynasty. Like, if we're being honest, that's maybe just under a 10-year run. Like the dynasty is over. Like, it's not happening. Like that. Just because Steph Curry is still there doesn't mean the Warriors are still in the midst of their dynasty. It concluded, and it's perfectly fine. It concluded with that 2022 championship, and that's a run of like 8 years? And we're going over double that for the runs by the San Antonio Spurs, who people wonder if they're on the version of kicking off their new one, with Victor Wembanyama. Now you have this New England Patriots team with an opportunity this weekend to return to the Super Bowl, and you talk about greatness. And you've got, well, I understand it's not Bo Nix in the Denver Broncos. It's Jarrett Stidham, but Bo Nix is the one who got him to this point. You have a young quarterback that helped the Denver Broncos get to this point, get to the AFC Championship. You have a young quarterback in Drake May that helped his team get to this AFC Championship. Sam Darnold, Matthew Stafford, they're in a little bit of a different position. But when you talk about greatness, we were talking about LeBron earlier and all the venom that comes towards him for being the greatest. You look at Patrick Mahomes, and we're talking dynasties, and what's next for the Kansas City Chiefs? What is their rebounding year? A very rare under 500 year for Andy Reid. I think a lot is made of Mike Tomlin's 18-year run or whatever it was, and salute. It's a tremendous number. I believe the number of under 300 years, or under 500 years, excuse me. I believe the number of 500 seasons for Andy Reid just hit 3. In 26 years, I think he had 2 in Philly.
He just got to 4.
He just got to 4, so it's 2 and 2?
Yeah. So, no, it's 3 in Philly, 1 here.
3 in Philly,
yeah.
and the first one just happened.
Yeah, 99 he went 5-11. 2005 he went 6-10. 4-12 in 2012, which was his last year in Philly,
Mm-hmm.
and then just keeps winning in Kansas City up until last year.
How do they regroup? And that's to me, when you talk about that Golden State Warriors 2022 title, you think about 2020, the birth of 2 timelines, all of the faults in that, everything that went wrong, and the fact they won a title. How do the Kansas City Chiefs respond after their first poor year? The first year in which Patrick Mahomes is the starter that they don't go to the AFC Championship. Like, that is such an insane thing to me, is that Patrick Mahomes in his career takes the field. It's a ticket to the AFC Championship. And you think about the 49ers and the Robert Salehs and the Mike McDonald and McDaniels, and you think about the changes, the evolutions, the trades, the free agents, all of these different things that you have to navigate if you're San Francisco 49ers. You think about the changes, the Bills fall short in the division around. Sean McDermott's out. The Ravens fall short in week 18. John Harbaugh is out. He's taken over apparently with complete control in New England.
Poor Joe Schoen.
Literally, it doesn't even matter. You're never going to say his name again.
That was one of the toughest things I've ever seen in my life yesterday.
It does not matter what his name is, because you are never going to say it again, because he's in control of nothing.
That poor guy was quivering yesterday introducing John Harbaugh.
But John Harbaugh is in New York because he's not in Baltimore anymore. And you can make the argument he's not in Baltimore anymore because of Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. You can make the argument that Sean McDermott isn't in Buffalo anymore because of Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. You can make the argument that the San Francisco 49ers are Super Bowl-less for the last however many years, that Kyle Shanahan is Super Bowl-less as a head coach because of Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City.
Those 2 Super Bowls go Kyle Shanahan's way, and he's one of the greatest coaches of all time.
Instead, there are people wondering whether he should be fired. There are people emphatically saying he should be fired. And I wonder, when you talk about greatness and why people hate them so much, why people hate greatness so much, how many teams has this Patrick Mahomes dynasty slammed the door on? Because the Bills are one. They've got a lot to figure out past the firing of Sean McDermott.
I don't know if it's dynasties, but it's shifted a whole lot of narratives for people's careers.
Josh Allen may not get to a Super Bowl. He may never play in a Super Bowl. He has consistently been a top 3 quarterback in the NFL. He might not get to a Super Bowl. Lamar Jackson has 2 MVPs. Barely missed out on a third. And has never played in an AFC Championship game. You think about like the Knicks and the Jazz and the Blazers and Clyde and Patrick Ewing and Malone and Stockton, and those guys, those guys have a certain narrative to their career because of Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls. The conversation around those guys, those stars, those Hall of Famers are different because they couldn't beat Michael Jordan and they couldn't beat the Chicago Bulls. The narrative of you talk about the narrative shifting for some of these teams. You see the results of it with those guys. There is always a talking point when your quarterback is mentioned. Whenever Dan Marino's name is mentioned, one thing is inevitably, at some point in the documentary, at some point in the article, at some point in the conversation, one thing is brought up. He didn't win that one. He didn't win that one Super Bowl. And as we've talked about, you're a made man when you win one, except if you're Peyton Manning. Peyton had to win a second one, apparently, because Eli did. Peyton had to win a second one because he was compared only to Tom Brady.
That was his worst one.
It was.
No, let's not.
It was
football that year.
Yeah, that's fine. But I would argue that any other quarterback under center wouldn't have got them to the Super Bowl. They tried to put another quarterback with a big tall dude.
Yeah, Brock Osweiler. Like,
Brock Osweiler.
Sorry,
yes,
Brock Osweiler is the one where it's like, yes, that's worse than Peyton Manning, who can't throw the ball 15 yards down the field. But
I know that wasn't Peyton's finest moment. But I do not think the Denver Broncos are in that Super Bowl if it's not for what he did.
Matt Stafford's also another one of those guys, too, who he got the one Super Bowl and finally got his respect.
Yeah, Stafford's a weird case because
he was empty calories for 10 years.
Yeah,
and then
he was
did it with the Rams.
Yeah, he was in Detroit, and it was like I questioned, like, what is Matt Stafford? Because Calvin Johnson was there, and it brings up you can have fun with the quarterback versus receiver chicken or egg question when it's Rice and Montana and Rice, and because all those guys win. And so all it is just a fun-spirited conversation. When you have that conversation with like Calvin Johnson and Matt Stafford, it's a little more mean-spirited because it's like you just said, you're James Harden. You're a Snickers bar. You're a bag of Doritos. You can have it, but in the end, you're going to be hungry. It ain't going to do nothing for you. Empty calories. Then you get Stafford to LA, and it was year one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was a really good Rams team that thought we have to move on from Jared Goff, who's been a really good quarterback in Detroit, but he's the reason we're not winning a Super Bowl. Let's get somebody in who can get us over the top, and that's exactly what he did. And the fact that he has an opportunity to win a second, man, this is a legacy-defining moment. Like, this is a legacy launching moment for Drake May. I don't know what this winds up being for Jarrett Stidham. It would have been something for Bo Nix. I don't know what it could be
nothing
for
Jarrett Stidham. It's a star on Sean Payton's thing.
Great point.
Yeah.
That is a great point. This is a massive, massive win for Sean Payton. What is it for Sam Darnold?
Validation, I guess. Like, people still have questions about Sam Darnold, even though he's in the NFC Championship right now. It's fair, I think, just given how he's looked. But
is it fair to have questions about Sam Darnold, given the fact he's looked pretty good everywhere he's been except for New York, which no quarterback has looked good in? The New York Jets.
He was in Carolina for a second, too, and he didn't look great there. I don't
Oh,
think.
yeah, because Carolina, they've run out a string of great quarterbacks.
Yeah, fair enough.
Look, I'm serious. But Sam Darnold leaves New York and Carolina and succeeds. Baker Mayfield, Carolina and Cleveland, and succeeds. There's something to these organizations destroying these quarterbacks.
I don't disagree, but I guess the counter there is that, like, you just look at what Darnold did with the Vikings towards the end of last season, where he kind of just folded. Playoffs didn't look great.
It was just
his first real true test this season. He throws 4 interceptions against the Rams. Truth be told, that second game against the Rams, he was not very good. Shout out Rashid Shaheed for the punt return. So it's just like you're still waiting for him to have that one game. And I think once he does have that one game, it's kind of like, all right, we're good. We can move on. But like, he still hasn't had it yet.
But what if they win in a similar manner that they did against San Francisco? Like, it was not like what even though I thought the 49ers were going to win, one thing that you and I were in complete alignment with heading into that game is Sam Darnold's performance probably isn't going to be the biggest factor. So what if he has a game like that and they go to the Super Bowl? No, they're talking about Mike McDonald, and they're probably talking about that defense.
I don't think he's going to be able to have that game against the Rams this week. The Rams offense is the best in the league. I think points per game. That's that. So I think they're going to, you're going to have to give me, like Kenny was talking about how he needed to do the 200 yards, 2 touchdowns or something like that against the Niners. Like, he's going to have to do that against the Rams, where it's like, all right, I'm going to need a pulse out of you this time.
What do you think happens? Because Lamar Jackson Lamar Jackson was really the launching point of well, actually, I guess Patrick Mahomes and greatness was the launching point of all of this. But once we get through this coaching cycle, we're a couple of months from the start of the new league year, the start of the new NFL league year. How big of a league-wide focal point is Lamar Jackson this offseason?
I don't think he's won yet, but there's whispers right now.
Well,
Mike Florio's on Pro Football Talk throwing out the idea of just an idea, same, but like the Raiders trading the number 1 for Lamar. ESPN did a little trade article where it's like, oh yeah, there's rumors going around with Lamar Jackson and this and the Raiders.
But was that? I wonder.
I don't think that stuff just happens.
No, I completely agree. But how much of that is Harbaugh related? They don't have a coach yet.
They don't, and he doesn't have a contract extension yet. He's got a massive cap hit this year, so there's a contract to be worked out. I think I'll check it. He's got like a 63, maybe he's got an absurd cap hit number or whatever. It's like, yeah, no, you need to renegotiate your deal. If I'm not mistaken.
No, I'll pull it up right now. Lamar Jackson. I can't remember. Quarterback, like NFL contracts get so difficult to follow because of when the outs are available. I have him at, this doesn't have his cap hit on it. I don't have his cap hit. I have his, that's not, that doesn't even, let me try this again. Here we go. Cap hit $187 million.
Okay, so yes, I was right. I was way off, but yes. So you got to work that out.
100 and that is insane. That doesn't even make sense. I don't even know how you get to these numbers. But his cap hit is $187 million this year. Next year, unless I'm reading this wrong, no, that's not his cap hit. That's wrong. Scratch that. Hit the dump button. That's wrong. I can't find his cap hit. I can't find his cap hit or his dead cap money. Either way, Lamar Jackson is a focal point this offseason because one, the contract that you just talked about.
He's got a $74.5 million cap hit, $86.5 million dead cap number this year.
Is there an out somewhere? Is it after next season?
It's 2027 is the potential out. Like, yeah, because after 2027, it says 2028. He's just a free agent, like the deal's voided or something like that. Ravens owner said he's going to be involved in the contract negotiations. That sounds like a nice thing, but also like how much are you willing to pay that?
Yeah, I mean, Lamar's contract negotiations went great last time.
Yeah.
They went so well. The Atlanta Falcons, who didn't need to trade for Lamar Jackson, sorry, who's their quarterback?
TBD.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, doesn't matter. Does not matter at all. And then there was speculation earlier in the year about Joe Burrow. What's happening with Joe Burrow in Cincinnati? Like they wound up not making the move on Zach Taylor. And so, like, what are you doing with are we just going to continue to march him out there, let him throw for 4,500 yards, hope he doesn't get hurt, and finish 9-8 if you're lucky?
That feels like a one more year type of place where it's like they're going to fail one more time and then we'll start making moves. Or maybe it is Joe Burrow and the Bengals go back to being perennially cheap and you move on from the guy who's usually injured and things like that. You move on from one of your wide receivers.
Is Tua the only quarterback on the move this offseason?
Kyler Murray. They're one and the same to me. Both of their franchises don't want them, and you're hoping someone takes them on.
Yeah, that's the.
I don't. You're not cutting Tua. I don't think unless Stephen Ross.
Well, I don't think you're cutting either of them. Like I don't know Tua's dollar. We've looked at Kyler.
Tua,
you're not
going to
cutting
cover
Kyler.
$96 million.
96?
Yeah, total, and then but the precedent there is Russell Wilson with the Broncos.
Man, that is like a 1 of 1. Like that is literally. I can't.
Tua was that bad this year. Tua was that bad this year.
I cannot think of another time that has ever happened.
No, it's a new thing.
It was
now it's getting floated around more. Well, because look at the Broncos are in the AFC Championship now.
Good point.
Yeah, like
good point.
You drafted, I think, 13th or 11th, landed Bo Nix. No one really thought like he was the top quarterback, but you got a great quarterback, and now you're successful now.
And there was draft day conversation. I might be misremembering this. That was a reach.
Yeah.
The Bo Nix pick.
Yeah, he was not
projected.
highly touted or anything like that.
Yeah. Tua and Kyler. I see your boy Mike McDaniel's headed to the Chargers. He's Jim Harbaugh's new offensive coordinator.
Yeah, if Justin Herbert doesn't get it done this year, then he's mid with great qualities.
I feel like
great physical traits.
Justin Herbert is starting. Yeah, he's starting to flirt with that word potential.
Yeah, he's moving backwards. You would talk about him at first in his career, if he was like a top 8, top
Yeah.
5-ish quarterback, if he got the right guys. Now he's kind of moving back to the Trevor Lawrence here.
And Harbaugh was the guy who I thought this will turn it around. Like this will Harbaugh, like Harbaugh can coach, and he can coach quarterbacks. This is a good look for Justin Herbert. And yeah, I'm kind of at the point, man, where it's like, all right, you're gonna have to show me a little more. Then you have Mike McDaniel turn down a second interview with Cleveland to go to be Jim Harbaugh's offensive coordinator.
I don't know who wants that job right now.
That Cleveland job is tough right now. Buffalo's open, of course. They started late. Baltimore is open.
Cardinals are going to get Anthony Campanile in the building today for a second interview. I think he's Jacksonville's defensive coordinator. I'd be shocked if he wasn't their coach.
And then it's the Raiders and Browns.
Yes.
The Raiders' job is better than the Browns' job.
Oh, by far. The Browns is like, your quarterback room is not great. It's Shador, Dylan Gabriel, and is that Deshaun Watson walking in? You got the 7th pick in the draft, so I don't think you're not getting a quarterback this year unless you got the greatest scouts in the world and you're going to identify someone that no one else is seeing right now. But it's going to be ugly this year.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, unless Shador develops a little bit more, I have no faith in Dylan Gabriel, but I think Shador has potential. I don't know if that's going to be realized, though.
Unless Shador develops. You know why that sentence is funny to me? He's in Cleveland. And what did I just say about Cleveland? There is something there where it just does not work. It's no different than New York. Developing quarterbacks, getting guys under center, getting guys to stick with expectation, all of this different stuff. It does not work in Cleveland. It does not work with the New York Jets. And until further notice, it does not work in Carolina. You cannot name a successful quarterback in any of those organizations in the last decade plus.
Bryce Young, we'll see about you next year.
Exactly. For now, that is my stance. I'll change if Bryce Young, and no one looks at Carolina. People look at Carolina and go, that was a trash division. No one looks at it as Bryce Young turned the corner. He had moments. He absolutely had moments this year where you're like, okay, can he turn the corner? Is this? And then it's like, no, I don't think he can. Or maybe they're just surviving with Bryce Young. Maybe we have to shift our expectations, despite the fact he was a top pick. We'll come back. Dylan Cardwell wasn't a top pick at all, but his minutes last night, man, I saw something from him that we haven't talked about before. So we'll touch on that. James Ham is going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Lots more Kings talk ahead. It's Steelum and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Sometimes I look at the chat and wonder what on earth y'all.
Hey, I was locked in right now. I'm not gonna lie.
What is happening in there?
No, this is nonsense. I think they moved on, so we can move on.
Okay. I'm trying to read. Sam got a statement from Jeanie, but I think there's a typo in it. And I don't want to read it because to say that it wasn't appreciated is just not true and completely unfair to him. All right. West Sac Kings fan, I don't think y'all love the show. I just think y'all love Y'all love your
This is
own
everything
show.
about it. It's the Chatty House show.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Y'all stay making us laugh. That's for sure. For sure.
Scooter, yeah, you guys make me laugh a lot. I'm pretty locked into the chat. Shout out to the Chatty House.
Oh boy. All right. I'm getting caught up.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Appreciate you, John Poles.
Oh man. Oh shit, I forgot to send him that stuff. What? Oh man, sorry, bro. Does anybody? The fuck they do? Man, like, hey, leave me out of this. I forgot I was supposed to send them a couple of clips. Shoot.
10 out of 10, Scooter. Spin. Honestly, it's been legit. John Poles, yeah, that's my little best friend right there.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we're partners in crime.
It's my bad. Y'all gonna have to excuse me. Jesse just reminded me I'm supposed to send and we're doing like a social media contest in our building, and I'm supposed to send like certain clips. I think the deadline is passed, but it's like I don't know if it's a contest or something like that. And I completely forgot, like, oh crap, I'm supposed to send them this stuff. And I remember our boss, Miller, told me, yeah, I really got this idea after watching one of the videos you and Katie did. And I was like, oh crap, like I can't punt on this. Like I have to do it.
Thanks a lot. You set a real high standard for all of us, pal.
Apparently not, based on what he asked you. Like, do we have any clips that did these numbers? No,
I was like, we did that on a year, dude. What are you talking about?
We in fact do not have clips that do. I'm looking. The best clip I think we have is it's a Leezy clip, and it always like shocks me because it's 100,000 plus.
Yeah, Leezy does number.
And it's something about, it's an early season clip about like, there's no reason for us to be this bad. Us meaning the Kings, because we all suit up in uniform. There it is. It's 100,000 views, and I don't know why.
We did 1,000 views on a TikTok yesterday. Follow ESPN 1320. I was like, oh, this is sick. And then Miller just comes in. I was like, oh, never mind.
Oh man, and I don't even remember who I'm supposed to send this to. I know Complex.
It's a team of like 7.
I know, but it's like I don't think there's a social media like email team.
Oh no, I had to insert everyone's name individually. And I had to go back to check the email, make sure I didn't forget anyone.
This is bad, and I'm sorry. I got Complex, Andy, and who? Vanessa's
in there. Gio.
All right.
Aaron, Bill, Kyle Madsen's in there.
Dude, are you serious?
No, I'm being dead serious. Mark is in there.
Oh man! All right, Kyle.
I thought about
Okay,
just sending
come
it to
on,
one-
man.
I thought about sending it to one
Is
person.
this
But I was like,
for
let me just
real?
play by
Like,
the rules. I
I'm gonna
guess.
go Miller, and then all right. I'm gonna do it this once. Social media. No, don't mind me just doing elements of my job live on the air.
D'Lo
Sorry
does
about
that. Go follow us on our socials for reals. We got some things planned this year. Kyle Madsen was telling me some things earlier.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, we got some big things.
We got mini
planned.
microphones on the way.
Oh man, yeah. There's a lot on the horizon that we are excited to tell you about, and I think we're going to be able to tell you here really, really soon. So, some would say it's landscape changing.
New era.
New era. It's a new era. There is a new era on the way. A landscape changing new era is ahead for ESPN 1320.
You know who can't stop saying that now is Triple H.
I wish I didn't know that because I don't listen to Triple H. I just
They
don't.
said Unreal, the second season, is just footage of them looking like idiots.
The clip that they put, or maybe they didn't put out the clip, maybe a fan did, of them talking about it was Hunter and oh, you didn't know Road Dogg,
yeah.
talking about R-Truth. And it is like I watched the clip thinking you guys can't look dumber. Like you can't look any stupider than you look right now.
Yeah, they've been missing for about a little over a year, maybe more. Ever since The Rock came back and did the thing with Cena, it's been all downhill.
Lots of speculation as to what I was talking about. 1320 looking for young talent with upside. Yeah, maybe. Could be that. Sacktown Tony says, Carmichael Dave joining the show. Well, yeah, you never know. Dr. David. Wow, landscape changing. Oh, Nerdy Turtles. It's the Netflix era.
Yeah, Netflix, shoot us a bag.
Yeah, that's good. Gregory says, are you teasing us like Scott Perry, D-Lo? No, Gregory, I wouldn't do that. This tease will actually have a payoff. That was a shot at Scott Perry. That was unnecessary. That's not a shot at Scott. He's trying. I just don't believe that he can. That's kind of all that boils down to. We talk. I've been critical of Scott for a couple of different things, like the idea that the clock on Scott Perry hasn't started because of this or because of that. Maybe you hold off on hiring your coach. You go with Doug Christie for a year or two while you forget to try to put all of this together. Yeah, I don't really buy on that because you were behind the Dennis Schroeder signing. Like that's a miss. You missed on Dennis on multiple fronts. You missed on Dennis, and I did. I missed on. Unfortunately, my likes and dislikes have no consequences. Scott's do, and I don't know that Dennis might be another one of those guys who's a difficult move in terms of his contract. Again, might be a guy who's easier to move during the offseason.
I mean, we'll see how it plays out too, but Doug goes on that list too for Scott.
See, that's how I feel.
I don't know anything about how that went down or whatever, but like to me, Doug Christie is Scott's first hiring, the 2-year deal was part of it. And if Doug Christie is not here beyond 2 years, like that's on Scott Perry for me.
Yeah, I have issues with the whole for lack of a better term, I guess, transitional coach. Like I have a lot of
the
different
JBL
issues
champion
with that. Yeah. I have problems with that, though. JBL was champion for like 2 years or something. But where Scott does get credit is I think Max is going to evolve into a really solid basketball player. Neek finally had a moment last night. Neek actually got a decent chunk of minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 24 plus minutes for Neek last night. But he had the moment that the Golden One Center crowd was waiting for. Like he had a moment where you can set the crowd even in a, they were down double digits when that dunk happened. But it was finally okay. Neek had a moment. I'm gonna stop short of saying, Scott gets credit for that, but he gets credit for the draft overall. And Dylan Cardwell's a part of that. And while a lot was made by me, by us, even by other members of Kings Media about Domantas Sabonis not playing in the fourth quarter, perhaps we should have made a bigger deal of the fact that Dylan Cardwell was. And now we're a couple of games into, I think we're 3 games into Domantas Sabonis's return. And we've had 2 games where Dylan Cardwell has finished the game. We've had 2 games where Dylan Cardwell has played in the fourth quarter. It would be worth pointing out, Maxime Reynaud didn't play in the fourth quarter last night either. It was Dylan Cardwell. You got a few minutes from Precious Achiuwa at the start of the fourth, but it was Dylan who really finished this thing. And Dylan looks comfortable. He is what is the right word? Is he clunky? Maybe awkward?
I don't even know if he's
what I don't know what word I'm
because there were some points towards the end of that game, well, not the end, but just when it wasn't so far out, where he was moving his feet pretty well. He had a block on someone, I don't remember, but like he moves.
Yeah.
He's athletic, I think. I see what you're athletic-ish.
Okay,
I don't know. Then the
athletic adjacent
and the things that I saw, yeah, he was keeping up with like Bam and stuff like that. Like he wasn't shutting down or anything like that, but just the way he was moving, I don't know.
He does that in a way where it's like, okay. The one big takeaway that I have from him last night is he looked comfortable.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing, like what he's supposed to do out there.
Yeah, he looked really, really comfortable on the basketball court. And I point that out because if you remember and I don't know the number of games that we're at with Dylan and how much he has been playing regularly, but like full rotational minutes. But if you remember, like at the start of the season, Max looked really uncomfortable. Like he looked like Maxime Reynaud looked like he was trying to figure out the NBA game a little bit. He looked like he was trying to figure out, the pace. He looked like he was trying to figure out the physicality, and he did. Like he absolutely eventually figured it out. And I think a lot of that has occurred in the time frame that Domantas Sabonis has been gone. I think a lot of that has occurred, over that 27 game stretch, since the middle of November. Dylan seems to have adapted more quickly.
Real quick, Dylan for 3 straight games, it was January 1st, 2nd, and 4th, was inactive. Since then, he's played 8 games, 19 and a half minutes per game, 53% from the field. He's got 9 total rebounds and a block per game, 6 points per game.
Okay. Yeah, he looks comfortable. And one thing that I talked earlier, with the insiders and here, even with Jake Gadon when he joined us, that there were moments last night. We can talk about, Domas not playing in the fourth quarter, what that means. Domas isn't playing tonight, by the way. The Sacramento Kings are on the second night of a back-to-back. They'll play Toronto. The Toronto Raptors, they beat up the Golden State Warriors last night, so they too are on the second night of a back-to-back. But it feels like, I thought this was I feel like this is an important moment for the Sacramento Kings. Toronto, that's a 4 seed in the Eastern Conference. That's a tough basketball team. That's a team that's going to work every night that they step on the floor. They're not a pushover. They work. They're gritty. I feel like this is an important moment for Sacramento because they had those 4 straight wins, and 3 of them were against playoff teams in the Western Conference. And you're facing a moment now where you've dropped the last 2, and you have a chance to just kind of steady things out. Like winning 5 out of 7, especially for a team that has a total of 12 wins, excuse me. Winning 5 out of 7 for a team that has a total of 12 wins isn't, taking the draft position conversation out of this. That's not a bad look, right? That's a stretch of basketball in a season. But I do look at like, man, if the 4-game win streak turns into a 3-game losing streak, you start to fall back into, all right, what do they have ahead? Because this is the end of the homestand. So you got a game against Cleveland on Friday. You got a Sunday afternoon matchup with Detroit. And, the league is the league. Things can happen. You can win a game that you're unexpected to win, not expected to win. That stuff can absolutely happen. But you hit the road and you got a tough schedule. You got a New York Knicks team, in 6 days, whose ass you beat last week. They've been reeling ever since. They're getting booed on their home floor. They remember you kicked their ass. They remember how you kicked their ass. That game's not too far away. So you're facing the playoff team, the playoff teams of the East coming up on the road. Cleveland might be in a play-in spot right now, but you've got Detroit. They're at the top of the conference as it stands right now, and this might change in 6 days. But the New York Knicks are third. You've got Philadelphia in there, who, what a call by Jesse. Well, he wrote the Sixers will have a better record than the Bulls, but this was when the Bulls were off to the hot start and the Sixers look like garbage. They've turned it around quickly. And by the way, that Sixers game, that's the first night of a back-to-back as they visit Boston the next night. That's their schedule coming up. And it becomes, if you drop this final game at home to Toronto, who's facing the same disadvantage as you are. Again, I understand no one predicted beating the Lakers and the Knicks and the Rockets all in succession. But you wonder, does the 3-game losing streak turn to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? You come home on Sunday, you got, or excuse me, you're still on the road on Sunday, you got the Washington Wizards again. You don't come home till February 4th, and that's when you have the Memphis Grizzlies. And again, I recognize, maybe winning one more game at home doesn't change the fact you have a brutal road schedule. Doesn't change the fact that things get tough for you. None of that changes. But it does steady things out. Again, 5 and 7. It's like, okay, that's normal for what has been a really abnormal season for the Sacramento Kings. That settles things down and makes it a little bit more normal. It's like, all right, 5 of 7. All right, come on, man. We regrouped. The problem is, I'm not sure if that's going to happen for a variety of different reasons. And instead of talking about them to myself, we'll talk about them with James Ham here, our insider from the Insiders, and the Kings Beat, of course, our man James Ham here. James, lots to talk about. I was just talking about, we know Domantas Sabonis is out tonight, the second night of a back-to-back, left knee injury management. But I did recognize with this brutal upcoming road trip out east, it feels like there is some importance to this game tonight. It's the end of a 7-game homestand. Winning 5 of 7 is kind of a normal thing. There's nothing outrageously good about it. There's nothing outrageously bad about it. And for a team that has been mostly outrageously bad, having a moment tonight at the Golden One Center where both teams are on the second night of a back-to-back, you're able to get a win. I feel like that sends you off on the road on a bit of a better note than having lost. It would be 3 in a row, and then having questions about guys' playing time.
Yeah, I get where you're going with this. I think we all know that the road is a place where teams like bond. They get together, they figure things out together. They sort of, they go out to dinner a lot. They do all these. It is good to send off to head out on a big long road trip with some momentum. But I just don't know that this is a team that really understands momentum or that's really looking for momentum. And, that's kind of strange because you're always trying to look for momentum, but that doesn't feel like what this team is doing. The Kings are trying to develop these young players. They're trying to get through a season that's gone really sideways and trying to figure out, who's going to be here in 2 weeks. And that kind of feels like where we're heading with this group more than one game. But I do get your thought, because normally in a normal season where, you're fighting for a play-in spot or you're fighting for a playoff spot, that's what this should be. You want to head out on the road on a high note.
And so that's the other tough part, Hammer, is I'd imagine you've got a bunch of competitive guys, a bunch of high-priced guys, a bunch of guys who are used to being the ones now wondering what's going on with their playing time. And the trade deadline is 2 weeks away. You've got to survive basketball for the next 2 weeks. And there's no guarantee that those guys who might be frustrated about not playing in the fourth quarter or whatever their playing time is can ultimately be moved.
Yeah. I mean, that's always the weirdness about this time of year, because you do start heading down a specific path, right? And I think that's where the Kings are doing right now. They're heading down a path that doesn't include some of these players. And that's fine and all, but most of the players that they have on this roster are under contract next year as well. The Kings don't have a whole bunch of expiring contracts. I mean, it's like Dario Saric and Russell Westbrook and Precious Achiuwa and Doug McDermott. But that's not the bulk of the minutes that are going out on this team. So, you do start to head down a specific path. And, again, whether they've had these discussions with players or not, my guess is that they haven't. They haven't had, judging by sort of the reaction from some of these guys, that they don't, they hadn't really planned on this season going this way. But they also, they just assume, a lot of these guys just assume that because they've scored 20 points per game for most of their career, because they were a former All-Star or they're a headliner, that they're going to always be that. And the answer is no. There's a good chance that you're not always going to be that at some point in your career, you're going to run into a situation like this where, it's no longer about wins and losses. It's about development, and you're too old to get developed. And so it's about the younger guys that are coming up behind you that are, in need of minutes in order to improve as basketball players, and who, let's just be honest, are probably more a part of the long-term solution for this team than you are. And again, it's really hard to if you've always been this player to kind of come to grips with that. But I think that that's what a lot of these Kings players are dealing with right now. It's just like a really weird reality check that they did not see coming.
With all of that said, man, the reality of these contracts and how long they could be Sacramento Kings players, it makes me feel like, as bad as this has been, Hammer, is it 12-32? It might get worse. Part of me wants to believe the trade deadline gets here. Guys, we couldn't move you. Everybody exhales, and it's all right, let's just finish the season. The counter to that might be the trade deadline gets here. Crap, we're still here. Mail it in for the next 30 games.
Yeah, I mean, that's a reality that could face this team. Maybe not fully mail it in, but it could just be a complete shift to younger players. And that's it's standard. And you know what, I know some of these guys, they've gone through it with other teams, but you don't have anyone to blame but yourself. A lot of the guys on this team, it's, is there circumstances that have hurt this team this year? Yeah, the injuries have hurt. But let's be honest, even when they weren't hurt, or even when they had guys who were playing really well filling in for guys that were hurt, it's not like this team took advantage of anything and actually built momentum repeatedly and showed you that they were going to be a good squad. And that's what I mean by look, if you get to a certain point in the season, you should know the score. This is something that happens. It happens probably to 8 or 9 teams every single NBA season, where they get to the trade deadline, they get to the All-Star break, and then they reset in the final 25, 30 games of the season, and they play mostly younger players. And that could mean that, again, you could have a healthy scratch for some of these guys for 20 games, or maybe the 5 games coming out of the All-Star break, they play a little bit, but then you start to see this entire, franchise get turned over to the young players. And look, it's a good thing. It's a natural life of the NBA. It's an NBA life cycle. It is.
And that's not difficult for the Kings to navigate from a league perspective, right? Because can you just tell the league, yeah, we made the decision to not play those guys?
Yeah, I mean,
Not
whether
a part of our rotation.
whether you say injuries or anything else, I mean, there could be injuries at some point, but there's also just the reality of the situation. You know, the league, like they do come down on the tanking, but I don't
Sure.
see this as tanking. Like, you know, it's
Mhm.
the reality of your situation. If this was a team, let's just shift, 10 wins onto like over from the loss column. So let's say they're 18 and 22. If you then just kind of like stop playing players, that's one thing people understand. But like you get to the second half of the season, it's got to be about the young players. It has to.
Mhm.
And I look at it's not just playing time because like we keep talking about this and again Kenny and I keep arguing about certain things about this about all of these different aspects, but for me the biggest thing is about it's more than playing time, it's about opportunity. Like I watched the game last night and I saw a young player who showed me things that he hasn't been able to show throughout the first 40 something games of his career, Nate Clifford. And then you see other players kind of take that from him on the court.
Mhm.
And so he's got this thing going and he's got some joy to his game and he's taking guys off the dribble, he's firing passes all over the court. He went in for the big dunk. And then you see other times where you see players look at him and he knows, like, give me the ball now.
Mhm.
And he's a good young guy, like, he's trying to fit in, he's trying to be a good NBA player and trying to be a good teammate, and the answer is he gives the ball away every single time that it's demanded of him, and even if it's just a look by somebody, he knows what the look means, and so I don't just want, like, we've talked about this a million times, but I don't just wanna see Keegan Murray play 35 minutes a game in the second half of the season because he's done that. I want to see him play 35 minutes a game and take 17 shots a game and show me whether he can be the guy or he's not going to be the guy.
Mhm.
And, I want to see Nate Clifford get, he had 10 shots last night. He probably should have 12. I want to see what he looks like when he has those 12 shots because it's about, again, it's not just about doing cardio. It's about going out there and actually being functional and getting a true opportunity to like become something bigger than what you are today. And so hopefully that's the way that it goes in the second half of the season. It's a really tough needle to thread um when it comes to like how do you sit your veterans down and tell them what's about to happen?
Yeah.
But I also think like this team is working tirelessly to clear up a lot of the players that are on this roster and to flip this roster. And whether it's right now or it's this summer or it's, going into next year's trade deadline, this roster is going to look a lot different. And a lot of these guys that, might not be happy with their lot in life right now, they can go figure out if they're going to be happy with their lot in life somewhere else. But, again, if this team was 500, we wouldn't be in this position. So who do you really have to blame for the situation you're in? You can point fingers and say, "Oh, well, the coach or whatever," but it's like, okay, like you didn't take advantage of the opportunity, and that's the way it goes.
If he's here and that idea of shifting to other guys comes into play post trade deadline, do you think Keon Ellis is one of those guys?
No, I mean, because I don't think he'll be here. I've said it. I've gone on record. Like
Mhm.
everything that I've heard from inside, from outside, it's not that there's animosity, at least not on the King side, but there is like a realization that like, you know, he's had an opportunity here to win a rotational spot multiple times this season and to cement himself and just to be so good that you can't go a different direction. And that's fine that he hasn't really found that. But like if you make 2 million bucks, it's one thing. If you're making 10 or 12 or 14 million, which is what he very well could be making right now if the Kings had declined his team option and signed him to an extension, then who looks bad? It's not the player, it's the team that now has a player that, for them isn't functional. And I think there is enough around the league. There's enough teams that want him. There's a huge demand for 3-and-D wings right now, for 2s and 3s that, guys that can knock down a 3 and play defense. And Keon shoots almost 42% from 3 for his career. He's got, and that's, we're looking at a long enough sample size that this kid can shoot, and he's exciting on the defensive end. So there comes a point though with every young player where it's like, hey, are you a part of the future of this team, or are you an asset? And for me, again, I think that there are so many teams right now, good teams, that Keon would just fit on better, because he's one of those players that the better the players are around him, the easier the game becomes for him. When you're playing the Kings right now, very seldom does anyone double team anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody draws a double team.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when Keon Ellis is really, really good. Like, as soon as you start to double team and the ball starts to move around and it finds him on the perimeter and he's wide open, that shot goes in more often than it doesn't. And the Kings just aren't built that way right now. And they're not winning and they're not successful that way. So I think he's going to have a lot of success somewhere else. But I also think that both sides have kind of come to the realization that this thing is coming to an end. And I don't think that Keon is looking forward to February 9th, where he can get a contract extension from the Kings. And I don't also think that the Kings are looking at that date and saying, hey, I mean, this is like a no-brainer where we got to lock him up to a 4-year 48. Like, what, to be your backup shooting guard? To be a third string shooting guard? You're not going to pay that money. And, look at the Kings salary cap for next season. They're already over the cap. And so they've got to find ways to not be in the position that they're in. Keegan Murray's salary kicks in for next year. And all of the players that we're talking about that aren't under contract for next year are sort of, they're the either fringe bench players, or, a guy like Russell or Precious that may or may not be here again next year. But again, minimum contract guys, I think Precious would probably worked his way into something more like a 2-year, $10 million deal or something. But it's really complicated how, the Kings move forward from this and how they build their team. And I think that they feel more comfortable moving forward with a potential first-round pick or maybe 2 second-round picks, and then letting Meek Clifford become the next Keon Ellis, except for that he's younger and he's under contract for 4 years. And so it's just sort of an easy transition for them away from Keon if that's the way it works out. So I would be surprised if he's still a Sacramento King after the deadline.
Do you, James Ham, do you feel like he has had an opportunity to earn a rotational spot here?
I think so. I don't know what's happened this year to a bunch of these players. They just don't look like the players that we've seen in the past. And you can say, well, that's got to be a coaching issue. You can point to just the overall, the talent level or the mix of players on this team. I think there are a lot of things that go into what's happened this season. But at the end of the day, we also walked into this year knowing that Scott Perry wants to flip the roster.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not like the players don't know that. It's not like they don't hear what's on the internet and see what's on the internet, or their friends don't tell them what's going on. They know the trade rumors that they've been in, and it's all of them. I mean, outside of Keegan, every single player on this roster pretty much has been mentioned to go somewhere else at some point. And that kind of makes a weird environment. It's a weird work environment when you don't know what your next week looks like or your next 2 weeks looks like. And you're, living in a home that you've moved into. You might have your family here, and then all you hear is about where you might go. And so it's just a complicated situation. But again, whether he's had the best opportunity out of anyone, I don't know. Again, I don't think he's played that well this season.
Mm-hmm.
As far as Keon goes, I don't think he's played that well. And it's unfortunate because I love what he is as a player, and even like who he is as a person. He's a very good young guy. He's got a really great spirit about him, and he's someone that you would hope that the Kings would want to build around long term. But you also start looking at the age, and you start looking at like the purge of the roster, and you start looking at assets and what you can move and what you can't. Is there, can you get a first round pick for him? If you can, I mean, that's pretty amazing to sign an undrafted free agent and turn him into a first round pick down the road. And that's a possibility for the Kings at this point, even if some people don't believe that they'll get a first round pick. There are a lot of teams that love Keon Ellis in the league.
I mean, the likelihood of him being traded individually it seems like it would be small. Would that be the return of first round pick because the contract is so minimal? How do you really work that in terms of a trade? And I guess a draft pick would be the only answer unless he's a part of something bigger.
Yeah, I mean, I think the blessing about Keon Ellis, his contract is that the $2 million he's owed, $2.3 million, is a league minimum contract for his years of service in the league. So if you do trade him, another team doesn't even have to give you a player back. They don't have to match anything. Yeah, because every team in the league, outside of the ones that are hard capped at like a specific apron, can take on a league minimum player onto their roster. So you can send him out and not have anything come back. So I think that there are like 3 different ways maybe that he gets traded. I think number 1 is he gets traded by himself in a situation where you're, again, taking back like a pick. I think there's a trade in which he's, used to move off of one of the bigger contracts and, like moved in a deal to acquire something else. And then there's always a possibility that he's traded, like he goes somewhere and a pick goes to another team and a player goes to another team, and he's part of like a bigger 3-team trade or a 4-team trade.
Yeah, I feel like we've talked about Scott Perry and some of the things that he has said recently in various conversations and interviews and media appearances where maybe he's laying the groundwork. Maybe he is attempting to move some of these guys, and he's just laying the groundwork for it not happening. Guys, I'm trying. I'm telling you I'm trying. I'm telling you right now I'm trying. It's just not as easy as you think. And I looked at the next step of that is what we've seen from Doug recently, particularly in the return of Dennis Schroeder and Domantas Sabonis. If you guys are going to be here, meaning the veterans, Dennis, Domas, Zach LaVine, you might be playing 18 minutes a night. You might be playing 20 minutes a night, particularly if you're Domantas Sabonis, because I want to see Dylan Cardwell play. I want to see Maxime Reynaud play. Malik Monk somehow has earned his way into the good graces of this organization or this coaching staff, or maybe just Doug or whatever, but he's getting minutes out there on the floor, and I think he's making the most of them. And so I feel like little breadcrumbs are being left behind for Kings fans where it's like, you can stop talking about this. Buckle up, because we've got to get through this year with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I totally, like, I'm watching the anguish on Doug's face. Like, what are you supposed to do? I mean, we talked about this before, and I think it was last week. I said, we're getting really close to the moment where you just play the young players, and all the other guys have to, they're going to have to take major reductions in minutes, and it doesn't matter what the name is on the jersey. The other guys are going to play. And it's like, wait, we're already there? It's like, yeah, we're already there. Like, the season's over, and a 4-game win streak is not a good thing. You can't lose every game. You don't want that. You don't want losing to be your culture, your standalone culture, that you're just a team that can never win. But, you're trying to get to this point where, the try hard of your team is on display every game, and you're okay if you lose as long as they're trying hard, they're building, and they're getting better. And the only way to really do that is to have young players on the court and being the ones that, it doesn't matter how hard they try. Sometimes they make mistakes that cost you the game. And that's okay. That's part of learning and being part of the NBA and coming up in the NBA. Like you've got to get your sort of the hard knocks of the league. You've got to put in your work somehow. And, for the Kings, they didn't expect to be at this point in the season to be this bad. But at the same time, like, what does any of these players have to say to Doug Christie? Like you didn't give me an opportunity. Yeah, I did. I played you 32 minutes a game for 38 games and you weren't good. It's like, well, I was good. It's like, look at my numbers. Like, yeah, there's only one number that matters. And you didn't help that. And, like, we have 12 wins. It is what it is. So, like, if you're a player who's trying to fight some sort of battle here, I get it. You're frustrated. You might want out. That's fine. But also, like, realize that this season didn't have to go this way. And the Kings wouldn't have broke the whole thing up if they were, 3 games over 500. They would be in it to win it. They'd be sitting here with a completely different approach going to the trade deadline. It doesn't
what
mean
would that look like?
Yeah, it doesn't mean players still wouldn't get traded, but what
Yeah.
it would look like is something different than what we're seeing right now. And it would be a more cautious approach. And again, the Kings might not be able to do anything. Like, I've sat across from Scott, looked him in the eye, and he's trying his best. Like, he knows what he's up against. And whether or not he can get something done or not, that's not going to be on him. It's going to be on the roster that was left behind for him. So, again, if the only thing he can do at this trade deadline is say, okay, I did do one thing this offseason, I signed Dennis Schroeder, then trade Dennis Schroeder, and then it's like all off your plate. Because that's always a possibility. Like, I don't think anyone on this team right now has shown you this season that, hey, you've got to hold on to me. I'm one of those super important guys. And if it is, it's Max, it's Dylan, it's Precious Achua. Those are the guys that you're like,
absolutely.
Man, I have really enjoyed watching you guys play.
Yeah.
And, it's not that they score the most points or anything else. It's just like, hey, you're developing, you're getting better, and you're playing the way that Doug is asking. Because I can tell you, I see them and I can see the outline of what they're trying to do on certain nights. And it's the young guys who are showing you the path of this team. And it's the veterans who are not, who are doing their own thing. And that's not at all what I expected out of this season, just because you do have a lot of talent on this roster.
We're going to steal a couple more minutes from James Ham before we send him off to the Golden One Center. It's the second night of a back-to-back for Hammer, too. So we'll come back. We'll talk a few more Kings things before we send him on his way. It's our insider from the Insiders, James Ham, here with Dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Clear. Oh, man.
Leezy, Doug was elevated to be a player's coach and helped the locker room, but doesn't seem like it doesn't seem worse than it was before. Like, look, Doug is the equivalent of middle management. Like, the decisions that are made on this team are well above him. So, I mean, sometimes you just have to acknowledge that, not every decision is a coaching decision. And even the coaching decisions that he does make, it's not always as simple as that. So I think he is a player's coach. I think players, like, as people, like him, but this is also a disastrous season. So does Sabonis being out tonight have anything to do with the trade? I don't think so, but I got to be honest. I don't know, because there's enough reading of the tea leaves to believe that there has been, Scooter says no, it's knee management. I was always worried about him playing the second night of a back-to-back just because they've been ultra cautious with him. At least that's what it looks like. Then again, it could just be that, Doug said something crazy last night, like, well, there are players ahead of him. I'm like, wait, there are players ahead of Domantas Sabonis in the rotation? Like, that doesn't make any sense, but maybe there is. And, like, look, I think that they are worried about the knee and him getting stronger and getting back in playing shape. But at the same time, like, Toronto is a team that wanted that wants Domantas Sabonis. I know that to be true. And there's a couple of teams that would like Domantas Sabonis. Whether or not they can come up, you know, and whether they can get Domantas Sabonis out of the Kings is a whole nother question. Hector, he said there's no minutes restriction. Doug has skated the issue of whether there's a minutes restriction. Like there, and I mean, it's too clear. Like the 20 minutes, 19 minutes, 17 minutes, those look specific to me. Like there is a minutes restriction and they're not telling us that. So, and like, look, he hasn't looked 100% at all. He's still trying to work himself back in shape, and that's happening. That happens when you miss 27 games.
Well, I wonder what the harm is in saying, like, yeah, he's on a minutes restriction. He was gone for 2.5 months.
Yeah.
I wonder what the harm is in that.
I know. Well, it's the same thing about, like, why don't you give a starting lineup before the games?
Oh, yeah.
I've got woodpeckers, like, pecking on my house. I keep seeing them fly in. Like, what are they doing? I don't think you're allowed to shoot them. Like,
don't shoot any birds, just to be safe, Hammer. Don't shoot any birds.
Yeah. I mean, not with like a 12 gauge or something, but to scare them off with like a pellet gun, BB gun. Get my Daisy Red Ryder out.
However, if they start to damage your house, I have some questions about what lines we can't cross with birds.
I agree. That's
my
where
house,
I'm at.
man.
And as someone who had a skunk blow up your basement, you're kind of like in a mode where you're like, okay, I'm pretty much done with you animals everywhere.
We caught a skunk on camera one night. I was looking at like notifications. We're like, uh-oh, we got a ham freeze in the commercial break. I don't think that's ever happened before. A rare ham freeze. The woodpecker got him.
I'm back.
And so are we, as we had a moment where James Ham froze during the commercial break. It doesn't happen. We were wondering if perhaps the woodpecker who is destroying the side of his house got him, but it turns out it was just the classic James Ham internet freeze. But he's back here with us.
That's what you think. Do you hear a woodpecker hitting my house anymore?
Oh, see, James did it. James did it.
I did not.
I remember James, of course, famously, very recently had a skunk blow up in his basement, which is amazing. And
it's not amazing. It's horrific.
One night we caught a skunk on one of our cameras just sashaying by the pool. And it's like, oh, no, that's very much a skunk. And your girl goes, oh, my God, look how cute it is. Just sashaying by the pool. I'm going to tell her to call her friend, Mrs. Ham, attorney at law, and ask her about a skunk blowing up in the basement.
She will tell you how bad it is. It is one of the worst experiences, and it's happened at this house like 3 times, maybe 4, but it's literally like somebody lit a tire on fire and just like threw it in like on top of you. It is such an invasive stench that like it wakes you up and then you can't go back to sleep. I mean, remember, I lost my voice because of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is horrific, and it's in your clothes. It's all over them. You don't want people coming over your house. Like, it doesn't get much worse than that. It is horrific.
What's been tougher, the skunk blowing up in your basement or the Kings season?
Well, the Kings season's lasted longer than the skunk stench. That's a very good question. I do feel like they're in the same vein, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where you walk away like, oh, with you got stink face walking away. Yeah.
Yeah, that skunk had the Zach LaVine contract and just hasn't been the same. James hasn't been the same since.
Yeah.
Kings back on the floor tonight. They'll take on the Toronto Raptors. It's a second night of a back-to-back for both teams. Of course, we saw Toronto in Golden State play last night. The story coming out of that game was Joathan Kuminga in his minutes. And much like the Sacramento Kings, Hammer, I don't think the Sacramento Kings are making any moves. I don't think the Sacramento Kings are going to be able to make any moves going into the trade deadline. I don't think it's going to be for a lack of trying. I don't think Joathan Kuminga is playing anywhere other than a Golden State Warrior uniform come February 7th.
Yeah, just what a weird situation. Just to, like, again, you reap what you sow. Like, I watched Mike Dunleavy's comments last night, and like, man, I don't know what to tell you. You want to sit there and
Never seen anything like that before.
I haven't either. And to be honest with you, there is some demand. It's just not what you want. And we talk about this all the time, man. You think you got a $5 million house and all you can get is $500,000? You got a $500,000 house, bro. So straight up. Like, so the fact that there's a team that wants to trade for your guy, you probably should listen. And, you know, the other thing, I said this to Kyle earlier, and it's something that, like, while I watched that play out last night, it's like, man, you're like a kidnapper who has a hostage, and you didn't bring any snacks, no water. And your hostage is just shriveling up in the corner. And, you know, you come back like 3 days from now, and he's going to be the bag of bones hooked up to the wall on chains that you see at the Pirates of the Caribbean.
And guess what happens then? You have no leverage.
You get nothing.
You can't trade him.
Yeah, no soup for you. You get nothing. And that's where they're so close to right now. Like he would love it if they just like said, okay, we're not going to pick up next year's option. He'd be like, all right, thank you. I'm out.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a bad situation. And then on top of that, like, how bad does it look to have your owner sitting there like celebrating him? Like, what are you doing? Like, for all the little quiet murmurs out there, oh man, the reason he's still here is Lakeup loves him. And you see Lakeup runner, like, give him some pom-poms, and you know.
Here's the thing that's so confusing about that to me is if it really, and I do believe to a certain degree, especially the initial contract, that Joe Lakeup is behind a lot of this. But if Joe Lakeup is still championing Joathan Kuminga, why is the front office working so hard to diminish him? Like, the front office and ownership, they are not in lockstep with this. And I'd go so far as to say, if that's the case, Mike Dunleavy is being downright defiant to what Joe Lakeup wants.
Yeah, I don't know how long he is for that job. I mean, like, you did not handle this situation well. Not only that, but you traded for Jimmy Butler and then gave him a 2-year, $112 million extension and watched him blow up his knee. Like, there's a lot to this. It's like, oh man, what are you doing? And again, I guess the idea here is always to try to keep this thing alive for Steph. And it's probably the strangest thing I've ever seen in the NBA, where you just continuously make moves to try to not appease, but to try to give your aging out superstar like one more shot. And, you know, and like, I honestly think they thought they would get to this trade deadline and they would make some wild trade again.
Yeah.
And it would give them that playoff bump that they get every single time from one of these trades. And they'd be like, oh, look, we're still doing it. We got this thing figured out. You know, Steph gets to live another playoff series. But all of a sudden, it's like this thing is coming to a screeching halt. And now realistically, it's Joathan Kuminga or bust for them. That's what it looks like. Yeah. Unless they go, you know what? We'd rather go down this path with DeMar DeRozan.
Which seems to make a lot of sense, given the fact that you lost Jimmy Butler. If you were resistant to DeMar DeRozan with Jimmy Butler there, I understand that. Why you would be resistant to that idea right now, particularly for one season and whatever you decide to do next year, that's not something I don't understand.
Yeah. Well,
you're like half-ass committed to Steph because of the picks that you're holding on to and all of this other stuff. Like, you're trying to support Steph, but you're only supporting him to a certain degree. And I wonder if maybe the Get Steph 5 is a Joe Lakeup initiative, and Mike Dunleavy's like, yeah, I can't, man.
Well, I mean, who could? Like, I just don't know that there's anyone that could, like, realistically. And like, look, I think that
Bob Myers getting him 4 was a miracle.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that they believe that there's a moment here where they're going to get some big deal that just saves the day again. And, they kind of have that like Lakers complex that somebody's going to bail us out. They always do. I just don't know that anyone is going to bail them out because like no one around the league looks at Joathan Kuminga as some like incredible asset. And we talked about this last week. Like the Kings looked at him as like a really, really nice, like low risk, high reward, prospect when he was going to make 14 or 15 million bucks. When the price came in at 22.5 million, they're like, I don't know about that. And that's why you're seeing things like no first round pick still on the table. And other teams around the league, like if you're going to make a deal for, let's just say you're trading, I don't know, Giannis Antetokounmpo, you're going to want a ton of picks and you're going to want a ton of young, really high quality players. You're going to want young players if you're starting over. They don't have anyone to offer. I mean, again, if Kuminga is it, that's not what teams are looking for, like clearly, because there's only one team that's truly interested in him, and it's the Kings. So it's got to be picks. And let's be honest, San Antonio has better offers. They've got picks. They've got better young players. They've got expiring contracts. Like what they have to offer is much better than what you have to offer. So I don't know where they go. I mean, that's why I think we heard a lot about Anthony Davis early on and the possibility of Anthony Davis going there. But we've kind of got into the same situation with Davis where, I mean, you just can't stay healthy. And it's now a wrist thing, and they're not shutting him down for the season, but that doesn't mean he's going to play major minutes. And if it's not the wrist injury with AD, there'll be something else 2 weeks later when he does come back, because that's just the way his career's gone.
It's always interesting, Hammer, before we let you get out to the Golden One Center, to watch teams who are up and down at this time of year, because we are, Friday, we're 2 weeks away from the trade deadline. And one of the teams that has been mentioned a lot in trade talks is the team that we're seeing tonight at the Golden One Center, the Toronto Raptors. The other one is the Minnesota Timberwolves, who, if you're not paying attention, has lost 3 in a row. And those are, again, the losing 3 in a row through an entire, it's not that big of a deal. But when you lose games around the trade deadline, and your team has been referenced on Hoops Hype and the different insiders and the different podcasts, it takes on a different context where you perk up and it's like, are they ready to make a move that involves, and the one obviously with them is the Malik Monk idea.
Yeah, I think Minnesota, and then I'll throw the Knicks in there too. Man, the Knicks are not playing well at all. And they had interest this summer in Dennis Schroeder, and they've had interest during the season in Dennis Schroeder. Like, I think there's a possibility that like there's only one small trade that happens and it's Keon Ellis going somewhere. I also think that there's a possibility that the floodgates just open. And it's like, hey, we got Malik going to Minnesota. We've got, we've got Dennis going to New York. We've got Zach going to Milwaukee. We got Domas going to Toronto or to Atlanta. I think that there could be a moment where this thing just opens up and you're like, holy cow, Scott just did it. So, but I don't know. And I don't think Scott knows, because it takes 2 to tango. And sometimes in today's modern NBA, it takes 3 or 4 to tango. And that's just because, the salary cap restrictions are so tough. So I'm still holding out that there will be major changes. I think that there's a possibility that it's only like 1 or 2 really small things that happen, but I'm still holding out hope that something that moves the needle and changes the direction of the franchise is going to come through the door here in the next 2 weeks.
Well, I hope you're right, Hammer, but we're going to let you go through the door and get out to the Golden One Center. It's the Kings and the Raptors tonight. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m., my friend.
Sounds good, guys.
All right. Thanks, Hammer. That's our man, James Ham, from the Insiders right there. The Kings and the Raptors tonight. Talking through that with Hammer a little bit, I think I got a bad feeling about tonight's game. There are some things that, like, obviously Domantas Sabonis is out tonight. Like, that's fine. It's whatever. And for those that don't know, I should have said that better. Domantas Sabonis is out. He's been ruled out. It's part of the management of his injury, according to the team. And that's the thing with. That's the thing when your team is in this state and your name is being mentioned the way that it is, and you're not playing fourth quarters and you're coming back from injury and your minutes are diminished, all these different things, is it sparks speculation. And there's obviously speculation about Domantas Sabonis right now, but I don't think this should fall into that. I think it simply is what it is. It's left knee injury management. And it's hard to co-sign that given I feel like we know so little about his injury. It's frustrating, but I have a bad feeling about tonight's game. First of all, Toronto's good. Let's throw that out there. We also know that the Sacramento Kings are capable of beating good basketball teams. This is a 26-19 team right now. Talking about, trade deadline. This is a team that is referenced. It's a team that they have big money contracts. I don't know if those big money contracts can be moved, but I don't know. They're interesting. If nothing else, they're interesting. But they're tough. And while they're not dominant in the Eastern Conference, they are tough. The Kings, I wonder if that toughness is running out. And here's why I point that out. I'm not looking at the context of the 12-32 season. I'm looking at last night's game. And it's not losing 130-117. It's not that. It's not playing on the second night of a back-to-back. It's not a thing. The Raptors are playing on the second night of a back-to-back. It's a level playing field. It's none of that. I think there are guys who desperately want to be off this basketball team. And I think some of that might show in their effort. The main person I'm talking about in this is Zach LaVine. He's the main guy I'm talking about. We say this, like trade value for Zach, Malik, anybody. It's not going to go up or down based on what happens over the course of the next 14 or 15 days. You know what Zach LaVine is. You know what Domantas Sabonis is. Your biggest concern with Domas is probably his injury and how you have to manage that if you're a team acquiring him moving forward. I don't think for a second that Domantas Sabonis is going to get traded. And the one guy I'm not worried about is DeMar DeRozan. Again, this is not my thing, but DeMar was down to fight last night. For whatever reason, DeMar was ready to go. Maybe that's his frustrations boiling over. Maybe it's just the context of the game. Maybe it's a particular player that he doesn't like. Maybe it's that. But there's something about tonight's game that has me a little uneasy. And it shouldn't, because Russ is going to play hard. Max and Dylan are going to play hard. Now, how effective they are is a different question, but they're going to play hard. Same is true with Nick. Nick going to play hard. I think DeMar is going to play hard. Pressure. I'm really just thinking about one guy. Domantas Sabonis isn't going to play, and Zach LaVine, I'm worried about. Zach has had a couple of moments this year where his playing time in the fourth quarter has been reduced or non-existent. And the fact it's like being a senior in high school. The end is near. You just want to get out of here. You just want it to end.
Shout out senioritis.
That's what it is, man. That's what it is. Shout out to our 17-year-old at home. Like, she's graduating this year. But her schedule is so easy, I don't even know that she's going to experience it. Like, she got home at like 12 today.
Oh, then yeah, well, you're going to college at that point.
She's just, bro, this is a story for another time. I went prom dress shopping this past weekend.
What was that?
It was interesting.
But yeah.
It was interesting. It was, I tried to let her give her opinion on a dress. There was only one where I was like, you can't do this one. Like, it was an open back and it went the cut down the back was too far, and Katie wasn't there yet. I said, Mommy's not going to go for this. Like, you can't wear this one. And she didn't like the dress anyway, so it was fine. But it was quite a moment for your boy to go to wipe like peanut butter off the face of a 4-year-old and then go prom dress shopping in
You're
the
living
same.
it up.
It's quite an experience for your boy. But yeah, like I wonder if we're so close to the trade deadline. You've got this lengthy road trip coming up that we just talked about there a few minutes ago that's going to take you, like, you're going to be on the road. Oh, you just get home. You're on the road all next week. You get back for a home game versus Memphis on February 4th. What does the team look like then? And then the actual day of the trade deadline, you host the Los Angeles Clippers. So you get home, you're gone for, man, what is that? 9 days, 8-9 days. And then you get back that final week, and yeah, things could start to change. Things could have already changed. Or things could be exactly the same. And while that might be a huge frustration for Kings fans, it might be a bigger frustration for the players. Again, I think it can go one of two ways when February 6th comes and goes. All right, man, I guess I'm just here the rest of the year. I love playing basketball. Go do my thing. Keep it moving. Or it could just be an eye roll going through the motions on a night-to-night basis. You don't care whether the fans boo you. You don't care about anything. You're just trying to get through it. You're like Stanley in The Office. You're just trying to run out the clock. Got Zach LaVine doing crosswords on the bench. But I got an uneasy feeling about tonight's game. I hope I'm wrong. And again, I shouldn't even have that feeling, considering my only concern really is about Zach LaVine. Outside of that, I expect the guys to play hard. They might not be good enough. Like, they could get their ass kicked by 40, and it has nothing to do with anything other than the fact that Toronto's better than them. I don't think Toronto's 40 points better than them. I don't know that there's a basketball team that's 40 points better than anybody. But we see those games. And I just desperately want the Sacramento Kings to be able to regroup after back-to-back losses to show, because we asked the question, like, are the Kings legitimately playing better basketball right now? Or did they run into a Houston team that was disinterested? Did they run into a Los Angeles Lakers team that looked like the Kings last night and couldn't stop the three for anything? Did they run into a New York Knicks team that's spiraling? And the Washington Wizards are, at the very least, just as bad as they are. You shouldn't have to work that hard to find context to wins and losses. But here we are. You know, the outcome of a 12-32 season to this point. 44 games into the season, 12-32. Shout out to the Kings for making me look as stupid as possible. I thought 33 wins was an outrageous sentiment. It turns out it was. Just for a completely different reason. So if you haven't watched the Raptors yet, get a look at them tonight. They're a team that people are trying to work different contracts out of it. Apparently the Raptors want to be really involved in everything, and every other team is like, I don't know, dog. I don't know that I want Emmanuel Quickly for the next 3 years. I mean, the main culprit, I think, was Dallas. Dallas was the team they really wanted to talk to, but there was speculation about Domantas Sabonis, which, again, left knee management is almost certainly the reason that Domantas Sabonis is playing tonight. But given there was one team who we kept seeing in trade rumors for Domantas Sabonis being the one team that is in town tonight, of course, that's going to get people talking as well. But the mystery surrounding Domantas Sabonis's injury continues. Normally, you get frequent updates on what happened with a player. Normally, you get updates once they return. None of that has happened regarding Domantas Sabonis. Left knee management tonight, very plausible. A trade with the Toronto Raptors, a little less so. And how frustrating. Well, I guess it wouldn't be frustrating. Some Kings fans would be really happy. Me, I'd be frustrated if, now, finally, you got a deal done with the Toronto Raptors. You worked with them to get LG Anunoby and couldn't do it. You worked with them to get Pascal Siakam but couldn't get across the finish line because you didn't think he was worth the money he wanted. And doing a Domantas Sabonis salary dump as the deal you wind up getting done with Toronto would be absolutely hilarious. As always, we appreciate you for being with us. If you missed any part of the show, you could catch it on the podcast. Search D-Lo and KC on your favorite podcast app. Of course, if you're watching on YouTube, you could just scroll back. You could catch up at a later date and time. But we will be back tomorrow to recap whatever happens tonight at the Golden One Center beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good stuff, man. Thanks for your help.
Yeah, listen to Mrs. Mac 10, please. Hit the thumbs up.
All right, y'all. Sorry, I was responding to a text. I got a bunch of stuff to do, so I'm going to get out of here. Appreciate you guys as always. Thanks for keeping me company. And do it again tomorrow, man. Appreciate you as always. Hit the thumbs up before you go if you haven't already.